Late as usual, chat. Well. Today's going to be a bit of an experiment because these fucking drugs, man. I'm on what is it? I'm on Concerta now, which is a different kind. It's like I think there's two kinds of Ritalin. Concerta is like the more expensive one, but that's the only one that they had, so they gave me that. And I'm taking the same dosage that I was for the other stuff, but this is it's just different. Like I feel like really anxious. I don't not like in a psychological way, but just like all the physical parts of like anxiety. You know, like my heart rate is up and I feel like my body's slow as well. Like I feel physically like I'm not fidgeting as much, but it's all happening on the inside. I don't know. It just feels weird, man. I don't know. It feels like I'm coming down off uppers just a little bit all day. What dosage? 54 milligram. But tomorrow I'm cutting them in half because holy shit. I know it's extended release, yeah. But I don't know, because yeah, that makes sense because the slow release thing, it came in waves, whereas this one is just like constant. Oh God. Maybe everyone else feels like that and don't notice any. No, no. Getting new meds for mental illness sucks so hard. Is ADHD a mental illness? I don't actually know what it is. What people call what its class does. Concerta is better for you than any other ADHD medication. Um, you can't really cut extended release. Can I not? Because I think it's just like a tablet. Take with food. I did. I took it after food today. Normally you're supposed to take it before, but disorder. Here, well, Twitch chat. Sorry, here you go. Whoops. But I don't know, man. XR has beads in them. Well, I guess I'll just have to get used to it then. But I don't even know if there's any positive effects to this. Like I can't tell. Navarre's broadcast today is called Why the West Defends Ships, Not Palestinians, LeMayo. Okay. Interesting. You sound solid. I do, but I feel like fucked. I feel like I've come down off of uppers, like fucking ecstasy and shit. And I'm like, I feel like I'm breathing a bit more heavily and my heart's a bit faster. It's weird. I don't think I look different or anything. I don't think it's like showing. It's not that like it's pretty minor as well, but it's constant. It's not this all day. And I'm not anxious about anything. I'm not anxious about anything. I feel fucking fine. I'm actually on top of things for one. Oh, it's definitely showing. Thanks, Maruzzi. You're so supportive. Don't fucking with me. Jesus. You can tell because I'm telling you. Okay, obviously. Maybe it's. I thought it was because I took pre-workout as well for the gym today. But that was like at 10 in the morning, so it's probably not that. That was 7 or 8 hours ago. Hmm. But I don't know. I'm not drinking any caffeine today. That's definitely for sure. Not getting involved in that. Fuck me. You're probably adjusting. I hope it's that. I'll persevere. Fuck it. It's not like so bad that I can't do shit. Maybe the pre-workout is XR as well? No. The pre-workout is this gross fucking caffeine heavy, disgusting synthetic bullshit. That's what the pre-workout is. Oh, I don't know, man. Learn to make an eating schedule. My eating schedule is fine. Did you slowly up the dose? Yeah, but then I took a week off. So it could be that as well. I did slowly up the dose, but then I took a week off. So it could be that. Could be. Whoa, 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 whoa. But I'm just trying to. I don't know if I should like journal the effects because this day today was like probably the worst. Although fuck, gym was good though. Gym was really good. I had a fucked wrist, but then I just kept on benching and then it went away. So maybe it'll just be extra sore tomorrow. I don't know. But my wrist actually feels amazing right now, even though I was like fucking benching, and which is like the worst thing for wrists. Do you have I don't have anxiety disorder. I don't. Like I've never had anxiety disorder. Um and I was sharing the bench with this fucking powerlifter dude, this like 19-year-old powerlifter. And he was like motivating me through it and shit. So I ended up doing quite a lot. And he was like, "Come on, lad, lightweight," because he was English. "Come on, lightweight." I was like, yeah, this guy. This fucking dude. Have you tried roids? No. I had like I used to have rhinitis kind of, so the treatment for that involved like a very minor dosage of steroids, but not enough that I noticed anything. I was like, fuck, if I actually have a thing that means I need to, if I actually have an illness that means I need to get fucking roids, I could just like train like one arm just to see what happens. But no, I didn't bother. It wasn't enough. No one ever shares the bench in Sweden. Yeah, that's because Scandinavians are like the most antisocial fucking like social retards on the planet, right? Like that's what they are. What's the joke? It's like, how do you know if a Finnish guy is interested in you? It's because he's looking at your shoes and not his own, right? Was he chav? No, he was not a chav. He was just like he was like a computer science student, but also a powerlifter. And he was like, I'm not like the other, I'm not like the other fucking IT students. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll bet you're not. You're a big fucking chonker. Uh, if you had a final say on the ICJ case, what would your decision be? I'd be like South Africa. Just try them for war crimes. You dumb fucks. I don't know why you brought the most difficult crime to prove with the shittest evidence. I don't know. I wouldn't. That's probably what I'd say in those words. So help me God, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, the facts. I pressed the big no genocide button. Did you learn English in Scotland? Yeah, I did. I don't think rhinitis roids are the same as bench press roids. Really? I know that now, but at the time I was like, I kind of knew that at the time as well. I just heard steroids. I was like, what if? Vosh thinks they're going to win. I don't think that's true. I listened to Vosh talk about it and he said he genuinely doesn't know. So you lied to me. I was watching that off stream. I was watching Vosh's genocide review like an hour ago. And he said, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. So you are fucking with me. Did you see the Beast Process video? Not yet. I've been meaning to watch it. I know he had that fucking Twitter space with the that John Aziz guy, the British Palestinian dude, he's a bit weird. Every time I see him on Twitter, he's just talking about fucking. He's just saying like kind of pro-Israel shit like all the time. I don't know. Maybe he's got other content, but or I guess he's like shitting. This guy's weird as well, man. This Drew Powell. This guy's really weird. This guy's like the This guy's like the shadow version of Bad Empanada, and they fight with each other. Oh god. So they deserve each other. I think this guy is his like spirit animal, his shadow animal. But yeah, like he's dunking on Kim Iverson, protesters who call for a ceasefire, but then they also say burn the IDF to ash. Like, yeah, he just does a lot of it. Yeah. Is this Mandela quote real? Is this actually real? As a movement, we recognize the legitimacy of Palestinian nationalism, just as we recognize the legitimacy of Zionism as Jewish nationalism. We insist on the right of the State of Israel to exist within secure borders, but with equal vigor support the Palestinian right to national self-determination. Scroll down, you'll see him doxing Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is not doxable. He doxes himself, doesn't he? He puts his name publicly. If he's claiming to be doxed, he's a fucking because he's lying. He's been okay. His name's in public for a long time. But if he's gone and gathered other information, that's pretty fucked up. But as if he didn't literally dox you anyway. What's the ethics? If you dox someone, is anyone else fair game to dox you? Probably. Probably. And I'll bet all his fans are like, oh, so you think it's okay to dox people? Oh no, oh my god, I can't believe this guy would dox. Like, shut the fuck up, man. And retarded crybullying shit. Bad Empanada is how I got recommended you. Based. That's funny. Same, I saw your debate. Bro, did I actually... I wasn't too happy with that debate. I thought like I was just letting him get away with so much fucking pivoting and diverting and fucking like... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like that debate. I didn't learn he was as mental as he actually is until like after that. So I just thought he was a bit fucking weird. But yeah. So the fact that people got into me from watching that is, I mean, I saw a couple of people did. A couple of his fans came over as well, but that's feel like I don't know. It's just when you do fine, but you feel like you could have done so much better. He backed down from almost everything. Yeah, but he did it in a way that like his audience wouldn't notice because they're really dumb. Like yeah, I don't know. And I feel like if I was there now, the thing I don't do as much, and I'm starting to do it more, is once I've seen someone concede or pivot or walk back, is I just need to call it out. I need to like make a statement that it's happened. You know who's actually really good about that is Fuentes. I noticed when Fuentes was debating Destiny on fucking Israel and shit, Fuentes, who was not who did not have good information on the topic, who was like lying a lot and just saying a lot of like insane propaganda bullshit, was that one thing that he was good at was he would as he was listening to Destiny, you could tell he was just like taking notes in his head of every minor inconsistency or something, or like just a few easy things to jump on, and then he would like summarize it all back in like just a couple of sentences. I was like, fuck, that's actually really good. That's like, to his audience, that would look really impressive. Yeah. I need to do more of that. Nelson Mandela as a movement. What's your assessment of Eris? I mean, she's on her own journey right now with the Israel stuff, man. I don't think anything she said is like particularly bad. Like she's more interested right now in like the anti-Semitism that's come up around the world as a result of October 7th, and also the denials of the massacres and the atrocities by Hamas. Like that's her priority interest. Like I wouldn't go there if you were looking for a holistic understanding of the whole thing. But like, yeah, I don't know, is what it is. I don't think she said anything like. I don't think she's like turned on the Palestinians as people or anything like that. Like, yeah, I don't know. People keep saying that, but I just don't see where that's coming from. Unless I missed something, who knows? But I still think she's cool. We recognize the legitimacy What is this quote? Times of Israel is the first one that comes up. Hijacking Nelson Mandela's legacy by the Zionist lobby. Okay. Why not, eh? This is some wanker on Twitter. So, God, Mandela was just everywhere. He was just all over the shop. He just had friends. Why? He was friends with communists like Castro and shit like that. He was friends with the Queen, close friends with the Queen. He was apparently these guys are everywhere. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is him here in 1993. Huh. So it's in the Times of Israel. I don't know if it's anywhere else. The first video on YouTube, when you look up Mandela Israel, well, if it's on YouTube. Yeah. This one. Whoops.
Would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat or a Castro to be a future president of South Africa?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies.
Yeah. Bro, this guy's fucking bouncing. Soy.
That
I hope this is what you guys are doing every time I say things. I hope that when I spit some facts, when I drop some hard facts, you guys are reacting like this behind your screens. I hope so. So if you're an ally of someone, they shouldn't assume that their enemies will automatically become your enemies. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Oh.
we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards, our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win this battle. That is the position.
Having said that, I think I would be dishonest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality. It suggests that what these people do in their own countries, what a Gaddafi does in Libya, what a Castro does in Cuba, is totally irrelevant, even in terms of the issue of human rights, as long as they support the cause of the ANC. I hope that is not what Mr. Mandela meant, and I would hope that he would clarify that issue further.
Mr. Mandela.
And at the same time, want me to be involved in the internal affairs of Libya and Cuba. I refuse to do that. As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a
Hey, Puerto Rico vegan musician socialist, quick, get your reactions in. Let's go.
state legally. Has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others,
Mr. Sigma.
that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that. Those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Yeah, it's pretty unabashedly two states, isn't it? Soy.
Mr. Mandela.
I also explained to Mr. Sigmund and company that in our organization, we have Jews. In fact, Mr. Gaddafi did not allow us.
Which Arab people? Do you think he meant Egypt goes back? Gaza goes back to Egypt? What? Probably because Golan's not part of Palestine. That's why you would say Arab people. Because if he said return Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the Palestinians, he'd look like a fucking moron. Right? You know, that would be a stupid thing to say.
To open our offices in Libya.
This was years ago. Many people used to be two-staters, but have realized Israel will never allow that. That's not really exactly how it went. I don't know. Just to be clear, like, fucking no one wants two states anymore, Israel or Palestine. I think it's like 25% on each side, and that's it. Yeah.
Precisely because we had the courage to say to him, we work with the Jews in our organization. And he didn't allow us to open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are
Rewind 10 seconds.
precisely because us to open it. Mr. Gaddafi did not allow us to open our offices in Libya precisely because we had the courage to say to him, we work with the Jews in our organization. And he didn't allow us to open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are not prepared to be swayed by anybody. We have an independent policy which we assert no matter with whom we discuss. The Jewish leader have any doubts about our stand, I am prepared to address them and to allay their concern, because they are a very important community both in South Africa and, of course, in the States. And I'm prepared to iron out any differences that might exist, but they must know what our stand is. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. And as I have said, we have many Jews, members of the Jewish community in our struggle, and they have occupied very top positions. But that does not mean to say that the enemies of Israel are our enemies. We refuse to take that position. You can call it being political or a moral question, but for anybody who changes his principles depending on whom he is dealing, that is not a man who can lead a nation.
Clap, chat. Get your clap. Get your soys. Get your woos. Clap for the man. So he does believe that. Interesting. What a dude. Why do these people think Mandela was a tanky? I don't understand. Okay. Fuck me. Oh dear. It's rough out there, man. He would have been called, I don't care what he was called a terrorist, okay, but he wasn't really that either, so, yeah. I endorsed that message. That's what I'll say. Okay. Was Arafat a terrorist? Kind of, like most of his life, yeah. That was like PLO strategy for up until late 80s, early 90s, was like you just attack fucking civilians in Israel to get public, or even outside of Israel, to get public attention. And you try to pressure the states that you're in, whether it's Jordan or Lebanon, to get involved in your struggle. Yeah, of course he was, yeah. Anyway, hang on. My fucking house is too warm. Shit. Okay. Do you think the ANC would have ended apartheid if it operated like the PLO? I don't know. I think it's maybe kind of unlikely, right? Like, especially if their demands were the same as what the PLOs were before the 80s, right? Which was to get, like, effectively get rid of the fucking settler population. Mandela's whole thing was not only like avoid targeting civilians as much as you can. It was also that they wanted to live in a rainbow nation. They wanted to assure white people who lived there that there wouldn't be any like massive expropriations, and that they would have a future in the state and all that. They'd have protections and all that. Yeah, and that's why like white people in the end were given the choice to vote against against the negotiations, and they didn't. They voted in favor of them. They also had a lot more bargaining power because the white population in South Africa needed the black population. Like they needed like that 85, 90% of the population because that was their workforce. So Israel doesn't have the same issue. Israel doesn't need Palestinians. They don't want they want to live with as few Palestinians as possible. That's like it's a bit different. Also, South Africa was just a lot weaker than Israel. South Africa got fucked up by the Cubans in Namibia. Like the South African army was like rammed by the Cubans in the, was it 80s? I can't remember when they actually fought. It was over Angola they fought, and then they had to give up Namibia. So, yeah, I think it was Angola they fought over, and then but South Africa was occupying Namibia. So, yeah, it's just a bit different to... Actually, around 80 to 90K Palestinians worked in Israel before 7th of October. I know they did, and also Israel is not going to suffer. Israel's economy is not built on the foundations of 80 to 90,000 workers with work permits. That's not like Israel's economy can do without that. Like they don't need that. Like they're not going to collapse. Whereas South Africa, without the black population working, with them on strike and rioting and all that shit, yeah, the economy was fucked. Yeah. Of course, those conditions are different. Yeah, even Puerto Rico knows that. Whoa! Thanks for that gifted sub on Twitch. Holy shit! Thank you very much. And also, M, thanks for the $1.99. I really appreciate that. What world leaders do you think had the best voices? I like it when MLK speaks. Listening to him speak like has actually made me cry in the past. Oh god. Double Rifter, thanks for the Obama. Yeah, if Obama had like better content in his speeches, he'd be great, but he doesn't. I've never heard him give like a good speech. Just like he just delivers. Obama can make a bad speech or an average speech sound good, but otherwise, yeah. Double Rifter, thanks for the 6 shekels. I really appreciate that, bro. I'm still shadow banned from your chat. What the fuck? I don't think you're shadow banned. I think YouTube chat filters some messages depending on like chosen words and shit. That's what it is. Tony Benn. I actually saw Tony Benn speaking live once. He managed to, he lasted like an hour, only like a couple of years before he died. Yeah, Tony Benn was really good. Yeah, the spam filter is just a lot. Yeah, it's just big. Oh no. A US-owned ship has been hit by a Houthi missile. Oh no. Uh-oh. But I don't know how to fix that. I don't even know if there's a way to. Because there's 2 chats. There's the top chat, which you guys are seeing on screen, and there's the live chat. But I don't know how to link the live chat on screen. I don't know. I just need to wait until I sort out my .gg, I guess. That's all it's going to be. Anyway. Should I watch the news? A good speech by Joe Biden. Let's see. What's he say? Is he getting bigger? Is he putting on weight?
Not only do we have the largest...
Is this old? 7 years ago. Okay, it's old. Jesus Christ. I was like, where's this guy coming from?
...economy in the world. We have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world.
Yeah.
And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never.
Ooh.
Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears. but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure. We overcome. And we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction, I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
This is some of the
God
2016
bless you
DNC.
all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America. Thank you.
Jeez. No, the video must be older than 7 years, right? Yeah, this is 2016. This is 8 years ago. Okay. Inshallah. My God. America #1, Jack. Jesus. Biden. The fuck? Okay. Well, they lost, didn't they? To Trump. He should have gone against Trump then, eh? Wouldn't stand a chance. Cut the malarkey, Jack. What the fuck happened? What happened in the primaries in like 2019, 2020 when he was up against Bernie and he just like I remember then. I just remember thinking he was so weird. Like the way he was fucking like squaring up to voters and shit when they were asking him questions he didn't like. Oh God.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Thanks for the 199. I like the sound of Nixon's voice personally. I mean, Nixon's voice is just kind of funny, right? It's just no. What would you say to ANC's Church Street bombing as a reason to consider Mandela a terrorist? It was MK that did that, wasn't it? I don't know. I just like I don't think it was ever. I don't think that like attacking civilians like that was ever ANC policy though. I don't think that was like the ANC's line. At least like, that's everything I've read about them. Was that that's just the problem there is just that when you have a militant group that is stateless and is fighting for fucking equality in a settler fucking colony like South Africa, then you do kind of have to like, yeah, you have to accept that some people are going to lose their shit and bad things are going to happen. You have to accept that. That's just part of the. But it's whether or not those leaders of those organizations are actually like writing it into policy or not, or doing anything about it if it happens. Because I don't know about that one particularly, but I know for other atrocities that the people in like MK or the NC committed, people were kicked out or they were reprimanded or they were like distanced from. Yeah, like yeah. What panel will you be in? Kick or keep? But it's a good panel. It doesn't look like one of the shit show ones. It's got like it's got fucking Dylan, it's got Counterpoints, it's got Pisco, it's got Fabian Liberty. Yeah. Have you read up on J6 yet? Nope. I can't do it, man. I'm just like I'm wired today as well. I thought the meds would help me today, but they're actually making it worse. I don't want to concentrate on shit right now. Oh God. I'll have a go though. I'll have a pop, but I want to watch the rest of this Vaush Hassan back and forth. Let me see who's on the panel. Find out. Not a fan of Concerta. Sorry, you have so little power over that right now. Yeah, I mean, I just have to let it do its thing, don't I? Until like 9 o'clock at night or whatever. It's like a 12-hour release, 10 to 12 hours. Where is it? Kick or keep? Has it been? Oh, here it is. Featuring Box Loner. That's me. The Following Pro. Don't know who that is. Pisco. Radical Coder. Corner Points. Lauren Northern. Fabiano. And Dylan Burns. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to do the Vosh approach or the whatever. I'm gonna have to do the debate bro approach. I'm not gonna have that much. I'm gonna have a little bit of prep, but not that much. And I'm gonna mostly just like look for inconsistencies and rhetorical questions and shit like that. That's what we'll do. What the fuck is this? I don't really know anything about this Farha person. I don't know her content. I don't know what she's about. Let's see.
So recently I was dating this guy and he told me that his favorite show is Seinfeld. And so I said, oh, okay. Do you like Friends too? And he said, why would you ask me that? I don't know, another sitcom, same time period. Seinfeld came first. Okay. I just don't get why when I say I like Seinfeld, you ask me, oh, do you like Friends? As if they're of comparable quality. Do you have like any hobbies or do you think they're of comparable quality? No, not really. Okay, good. I was getting worried. I think Friends is a lot better. Are you serious? Yeah, like I just think the cast of Friends is really hot and Seinfeld just isn't my cup of tea. You just don't get Seinfeld. I don't get Seinfeld. Yes, the show that had 80 million viewers per episode, I don't get. Seems like it. I fall below 80 million Americans in getting it. Yes, you're quite stupid. We started watching an episode of Seinfeld and Friends back to back whenever we'd hang out. And by watch back to back, I mean he would pay attention when Seinfeld played and then when it switched to Friends, he would try to procure head. One day while we were watching, I checked my phone and he goes, what's that on your...
You know, America has a lot of like dumb laws. You know, like dumb laws. Like I'm sure there's some state or some city where it's illegal to eat a donut whilst walking backwards. Some shit like that. I don't know. But are there any states where it's punishable by law to have that much vocal fry? Because there should be, right? It's not just me. I'm not weird.
Your phone. And I was like, what? And he was like, that's Bumble. You downloaded Bumble. And I was like, no, I didn't. I see it right there. I thought we agreed to be exclusive. Yeah, we did. I am. So why did you download Bumble? I don't know. Let me see it. No. Okay, then I'm leaving. He logged out of HBO Max and his Domino's rewards account and left. I never saw him again. If I let him check the Bumble app on my phone, he would have seen that what I had was Bumble BFF, a platonic version of the Bumble app dedicated to making friends. You see, rewatching episodes of the unmatched sitcom Friends with him made me realize that I have a friend-shaped hole in my heart. I moved to a new city recently, and watching Chandler and Joey flaunt their on.
Wow, Elliot. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's let's put a little time out there. Jesus, fuck me. Oh my. Right.
Screen shenanigans in my face made me realize that I have yet to make friends here. Why didn't I just tell my boyfriend this? Because it's fucking humiliating. I downloaded Bumble not to get fucked or scam some bitch-ass dude out of a free meal, but instead to find a girl to go to Panera Bread with me and look at Instagram reels. It's fucking pathetic. And I'd rather my boyfriend walk out of my life thinking I'm a cheating whore than know the truth. That I need big tech to hold my hand like my mommy walking me to my first day of classes to help me make friends. When I was younger, I definitely took all my friendships for granted. The thing I really craved more than anything was a boyfriend. Teenage me would have personally murdered every single friend in my life if it meant I had a shot with any of the dudes I read Wattpad smut about. Wattpad fucking fried my brain. When I got my first boyfriend, he said to me, so do you want to like watch porn together? And I was like, no, you pervert. Porn is unethical. Let's read erotica about underage Vine stars instead. And we did. I don't get it. Who am I supposed to be in this? You're Y/N. Yeah, okay, but I don't really get off to the thought of Nash Greer negging me in freshman geometry. I don't understand why we can't just watch regular porn. Because porn doesn't show healthy depictions of consent. Now back to chapter 6. Nash barges into Dairy Queen while you're on a date with the good guy from school, punches him in the face, and then lowers your head to his fly. After you've finished him off, he demands you be his date to homecoming. It was the best day of your life. I never valued my friends growing up because in the Wattpad world, friends were just filler. They were just here to warn you, the new girl at school, about the bad boy and his reputation. They were simply lore masters, but I could do without them. But now I don't care at all about dating, and the thing I daydream about is friendship. Before recently, I honestly never understood why NBC's Friends had such a fucking chokehold on this country and like every single fucking retail store. Like, I don't understand why I'd be shopping for edible underwear at Spencer's and then have a fucking jump scare when I'd have to see David Schwimmer's.
Why are you watching for? I just saw this on Twitter and I was like, oh, I don't know. I've only heard about this person. I don't know her content. So I just thought I would see for a 6-minute video, and chat is fucking furious. You know what? I'm going to keep watching. I was about to stop, but then I saw you guys. And I saw how you were reacting. I was like, you know what? You guys deserve it. Okay, I'm too good to you guys.
face like plastered on a ball gag. Like, it's a fun show, but calm down. I even looked down on the characters when I was younger. I would just think like, wow, look at these ran through 40-year-olds getting stuck on the roof like fucking dumbasses. But now as a lonely old spinstress, I do idealize their friendships, and I wish the show included a Y/N character. So to be honest, if I get rejected romantically, I don't really care. You have to reject people in dating. You can literally only be with one person. Like, I expect you to either reject me or father my children. So please.
Nice excuse, simp. Okay. I'm just, So I'm looking at chat, okay, and I'm listening. I'm not actually looking at, she's over there, okay? She's like smaller over there on my Streamlabs. I'm looking at chat as over there. I don't really know whether it's like a reflection on you guys, like or just whoever one person said that. I don't fucking. For one, isn't she like, I thought she was a virgin. I'm not interested in, I'm not interested in fucking a virgin. Like, and she's American, and she vocal fries. I don't really know if she's and she's probably like 10 years younger than me. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just not really it's not really my area of interest. So anyway, I just want to hear the content. I just want to see what the patter is.
My God, be fucking picky. My male friend turned down his dream girl because she has hemorrhoids, and you know what? That's his fucking prerogative. Because that's the only asshole he'll get to look at for the rest of his life if he puts a ring on it. Being rejected platonically, though, is my fucking 13th reason. Because there's literally no ceiling on how many friends you can have, and so being exempted altogether from someone's circle is 100% a personal attack. Like, we aren't dating, and you don't have to look at me naked. My hemorrhoids should have no bearing here, so why the fuck can't I come to Friendsgiving? I've always heard people say that when you get older, it becomes incredibly hard to make friends, but I always thought they meant like 50, not 24. I think it's easier to make friends when you're young because you don't have a brain yet. You're not socially inhibited, so you can speak your stupid mind freely, and your peers don't have the wherewithal to judge you yet. Your peers aren't thinking, oh, does this person propel me closer to my goals or hold me back? Because they're 7. They aren't thinking, oh, I need to keep my circle small. I hate the whole I like to keep my circle small bullshit. Like scrolling through IG stories and passing one that's like, if you're seeing this, congrats. You've made it to my close friend circle. You're ride or die. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. Mute account. I get secondhand embarrassment. Like, what the fuck do you mean ride or die? You're just posting boomerangs of you clocking out at Kohl's. But yeah, using an app to make friends just feels so fucking wrong. I fundamental attribution error so hard about being on Bumble BFF. Like, when I'm scrolling through profiles, I'm just thinking, God, what kind of deranged sociopath would have to use an app to make friends? Oh, but you're on the app. That's different. I'm a hidden gem. These people, though, are pedophiles. On dating apps, I'm such a spoiled diva. I never put any effort into the conversation. I think my Tinder bio in college was just, hit me with your best pickup line or some other cunt shit. And then I had the gall to accept or reject people based on whether they made me laugh with their opening line.
I feel like a lot of people have that, don't they? What's weird is being on dating apps. And knowing kind of trends that are on like girls' accounts, but you don't have no idea what the guys are doing. Well, I don't because I'm a heterosexual. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what guys say on their apps, but I know women. A lot of them say, "Hit me with your best pickup line." I'm like, no, I don't have any. I don't do those. They're all shit. They're weird.
I'm some queen sitting on a throne, just beheading jester after jester. Bumble BFF is a fucking humbling experience to have to carry a conversation as a woman with a dry piece of shit. So what do you do for work? I'm an accountant. Oh, okay. Do you like it?
Loner
No.
box.
Oh,
You
okay.
smarmy
Blocked.
cuck
I block
bastard.
so many fucking people. My brain turns red pills so quick when I'm talking to a dry woman on this app, I think. Give me one good reason why I should pick you to split the Uber to Panera Bread with me. What the fuck do you bring to the table, whore? Anyway, I matched with this one girl and we were deciding whether to meet up at a cafe or a diner. The ultimate Friends versus Seinfeld showdown. We decided to meet at a diner. I got to the diner and sat down, and then I got a text from her saying that she was a few minutes away. So I decided to go home because I was nervous. Anyway, thank you for watching, and thank you for 27,000.
Okay. I don't really have strong opinions on this. It's not really my thing. I don't think it's bad. It's just not my thing. All right. Now we know. You have to watch all of her stuff to understand her. Okay. Sorry, hang on. Did a bunch of people really just dip out for that? Huh? Ooh. Hardcore Val, thanks for the $2. I just got here. What the fuck is going on? I don't know because I don't know when you sent that. Mark Tech, thanks for the €5.99. I looked up the term you were searching for in your Vostasan video about people misappropriating words like violence. It's called catacresis. Is it? I found a different word for it, but we'll get to that in a minute. Mianam Jeff, thanks for the $2. Could you listen to Red Scare instead? Same stuff. No. But thanks for the $2. I really appreciate that. I have this article that I want to look at. Hang on. Maybe it'll come up when we're talking about Vaush, though. Let's return. God, my fucking breathing just feels so uncomfortable right now. Oh, God. Ooh. You Houthied the chat with that video. Well, you know. Uncomfortable in what way? Just feel like I'm a bit short on breath. I don't know. But my body is very calm. Like I'm not fidgeting at all. But something inside me wants to. Maybe it's just like a combination of stimulants, but not enough sleep. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think my focus is okay. I don't feel like I need to dart around. I don't feel like I need to talk too fast. Fuck. Whew. Stop introspecting. Ritalin. Yeah, you know, yeah. Might be a sleep thing. Turbo AIDS? It could be turbo AIDS. It's good to... It's that you had a tolerance break. That's probably the first clever thing you've ever said, Puerto Rico. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably the most likely, yeah. And it's a different version of Ritalin. It's like to the first one I had. Yeah. Try to vocal fry. Okay. Right, let's watch this.
Seriously, what does any of this have to do with that? What? Who out here is supporting the strike on the Houthis? Who? Like, I have not seen anyone supporting the strike on the Houthis on the basis of like, haha, they're dumb Muslims. Maybe Ben Shapiro? I guess like Ben Shapiro types, people with like neocon.
Maybe try slow release. No, you're right. I was on slow release before, and it was a billion times better than this bullshit, and it was cheaper. I don't. Fuck me. It's just. Oh well, you learn the hard way, don't you? Because now I'll never. At least I'll never be. I won't have to wonder for the rest of my life. Oh, Ben Jabino.
Aligned perspectives. I don't really know. Maybe, but like the actual white supremacists and Nazis tend to be anti-Israel, and for that reason, they're supporting the Houthis. Like, you can go look at clips of Nick Fuentes defending the Houthis on Twitter right now.
And none of that happened. So what must be the real problem? Oh, that's right. I'm going to go dominate black people real quick.
In Yemen? I have no idea what we're talking about right now at this moment. I think
the black people in Yemen are like fucking Ethiopian refugees who are getting fucked by the Houthis and by other governments as well. Okay.
In the current moment,
you smarmy.
I genuinely. This feels like. It's not projection. It's just I feel like all of the talking points are being rolled together, like it's Katamari Damacy, and he's just like collected all of the like vaguely adjacent.
Dragoon M with the £5 in Palestine-Israel debates. Often it's claimed Israel lies to dismiss atrocities. Have you ever thought of working on a video on Hamas lies? A prepared one, no plans. Streaming, I feel like I've kind of done it in passing in other videos. Usually the best way to address Hamas lies is to debate their supporters because it all comes out in that format.
And talking points together and do a kind of, I have no idea. It's leftist slop content. It kind of is, yeah. I usually think of slop content as something that's not live streamed because live streams have their own sets of expectations with regards to like quality and behavior and what have you. But like, I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, leftist word salad slop. I don't know. All vibes.
I'm going to go act like I am superior to them. I am descendant of the Nord Vikings. But you're not. You're a loser. Just like that Nazi is a loser. You are the exact same kind of loser. Instead of looking for some esoteric, mythical Nordic rune that you want to identify with, you have identified with being an American pig.
I don't know what Blood is waffling about. I'm sorry. I don't even remember what the original thing he was responding to said.
Being a capitalist warmonger. You don't even have like any kind of mythology associated with it. It is just indiscriminate bombing campaigns done for ExxonMobil. I'm
pretty sure. Is he arguing that the bombing of the Houthis is indiscriminate? I feel like wasn't it like fucking 6 dead and 5 injured after like 73 strikes? Hang on. I feel like this is about as discriminate as you can get, right? 5 fighters killed in 73 strikes. 6 soldiers injured. 6 others injured. No civilians reported dead. Like, I don't even fucking... How? That's so many strikes. Bro?
Yeah, dog. ExxonMobil, Operation Prosperity. Yeah, dude, it's all the talking points just rolling together. This is the Iraq War. This is the Vietnam War. Imperial bounty. We're starting a war with Iran. World War III. You're a Nazi. You're a capitalist. You're a warmonger. You hate black people. You're like, yeah, it's like whatever, dude. Just toss it all at the wall. See what sticks. You know. Dude, you're bourgeoisie. You're a kulak. You know.
Uh-oh. Not.
Oh
kulak.
my god.
That's a bit strong.
Wealthy, powerful individuals that will consistently fuck you. They will fuck you over and over again. You have no identity.
This rant would go hard if I was 14. Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how it's marketed, right?
You're grabbing on to what remains of America's industry, the military-industrial complex, and all of its output. That is so sad.
You're a die-hard Raytheon fan if you oppose piracy of any kind.
Fix your life, chatter. Jesus Christ, dude.
That's good advice, actually. To his chat, to you guys, fix your... Yeah, that's good advice.
Is wild, absolutely wild to be writing this hard for American corporations and American imperial.
Which corporations are we referring to? Which ones? Which corporations? Which ones?
It doesn't even come back to help you, you idiot. We have no cohesive national identity even. We are literally a patchwork of different corporations. It's like
I'm sorry, would having a cohesive...
Tomato Brew, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. For 3 months now. God, that's very generous of you. Twist his mustache. Does he? Oh, no.
Wait, well, first of all, that has nothing to do with what's being
Oh,
talked
does Vosh twist his mustache? Yeah, he's like a stimmer, isn't he?
about. For two, why would we want a cohesive national identity? That's assimilationist rhetoric. The whole point of America is to be a melting pot. Like, there are tons of regional differences culturally between different states, regions within the state. What does that even mean? So, like, unironically, what is he talking about? Like, I feel like he's projecting some weird political beliefs he has onto this. It's like incoherent bullshit. I genuinely have no idea, you know? It sounds like Nas bullshit almost. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly the arguments he's making here don't sound any meaningfully different from the kind that you would see from like Nick Fuentes on the subject, right?
a bunch of corporate towns put together. The only glue that holds Americans together is this like weird American identity of dominating other countries that are way poorer than we are.
Yeah, that's true. That's the cultural thread that binds. That's definitely true. That's yeah. That's an accurate description of American politics, and not like a 14-year-old sophomoric, like, I just realized the Iraq war is a bad thing take. The only thing America has in common is that they like being evil. You know, okay.
It's so sad. And every single time.
How long does this go on? This isn't even about Yemen.
We, institute our might. We go overseas and we blow their bases up. And
is Vosh discovering the, what do you call it? I don't even know what it is. The pinball machine that is Hassan's brain.
We blow their weapons supplies, and we're like, yeah, those guys are the best.
Interesting to see Vosh distancing himself from Hassan. Do you think it'll last? No, he's been doing that for a long time, hasn't he? Even over Ukraine as well. No, Vosh and Hassan have been apart for a long time. There was one period where Vosh did seem like he wanted to get into like Hassan's fucking orbit or whatever, or to associate more with him. But no, he's not doing that.
Bad guys. You think we're doing something good, but like when we steal their natural resources.
When Yemen? Are we doing that right now? It's the Iraq War. Everything is the Iraq War. Everything is the Iraq War. All foreign policy is the Iraq War. The Iraq War. It's all the Iraq War. The boats are their national resources. When we shoot down the missiles they fire at civilian cargo ships, we're actually stealing their scrap metal. We're taking their natural resources.
At the end of the day, you don't even get a crumb of that. Like, what good is this entire imperial project?
That's true. I thought I personally would be massively enriched by efforts at stopping piracy in the Red Sea. But, I guess, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, how it's developing, I'm not even going to get 1 pound of sand shipped to me in a mason jar. The natural resources of Yemen distributed wide across the United States.
What?
If you can't even get health care. I love the notion of being like...
Yemen does have oil, right? Like, if it's one of the... does it have much, though? Let's have a look. Yemen has a rich reserve of minerals, such as gold, copper, lead, nickel, coal, rock, salt, and petroleum. Uh-oh. It's in the east. Oh, the Houthis don't get the oil. Shit. Right.
Like, dog, I hate the Houthis because they have child brides, which is why I want to kill all the child brides.
That's what Operation Prosperity Guardian is doing. We're using high-level American satellite intel.
Operation I Can Save Her by killing the child bride. Oh no.
Target every married 14-year-old girl in Yemen with precision Tomahawk missile strikes. We're going to use that samurai missile drone thing, the one with the swords. We're going to use that. We're not even going after the pedophiles who married them. We're just going after the child brides, So, like, we're using missiles so precise that we'll atomize the child brides while they're standing next to and holding hands with the pedophiles who, like, groomed and raped them, That's our strat going into Yemen. Many people are saying this. Yeah. This is like Operation Prosperity Guardian.
With American bombs. Yeah, you know what fixes the child bride situation in Yemen? a Tomahawk missile that taxpayers paid for instead of paying for your dumbass diabetes medication, you stupid. Here's the difference, by the way. No matter where that chatter...
I know that I often make jokes at people, like with regards to like them being fat or problematic or whatever, but I feel like a lot of Hassan's rhetoric when it comes back to attacking America comes back to like a kind of chauvinistic like coastal elite looking down on middle America attitude. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like, don't get me wrong, I say lots of problematic shit, but the standards by which I hold my stream and he holds his are different. I feel like the, you know, you can't even afford your diabetes medication isn't really like a joke that I would make, partly because I think it strikes too close to home for a lot of people. And also because it's kind of like the implication that like, I don't know, like you dumb fat redneck, you don't... Man, this could be me being uncharitable. There are just vibes that I get from him sometimes. I don't know.
Is ideologically, I still want him to get healthcare. I still want him to get a better education. I still want him to find meaning in his life. That's the difference. I don't believe that like just because someone is a dumbass American Nazi that they deserve to get killed.
The Nazis are pro-Houthi. Again, like, how can you even pretend to be a leftist while being this bad about understanding the discourse? How can you not see that basically every Nazi group has been supporting the Palestinians since October 7th because they've been using it as a way to JQ post? Like, this is not subtle. It's not like a minor shift. It's really obvious that this is happening. How do you not know this?
This is true, though. This is why you've always noticed the difference between like the far-right conservatives or even some of the fascists and the Nazis. That's why they're different. Because I think even back when Lauren Southern was doing her crazy shit, like with the boats and all that, she was never like, she did some Nazi memeing and all that, but she was pro-Israel at the end of the day. She brought up Israel in debates and took Israel's side. Same with like Tommy Robinson fucking loves Israel. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty meaningful difference.
Okay. I don't think they should be murdered. I think they should have a meaningful life and no longer have those opinions. The goal is always to try and fix the material, the underlying material conditions, so that it is way harder to just like become a Nazi out of nowhere.
One other statement that's worth pointing out here, Austin says, a coalition of countries committed to upholding the rules-based international order demonstrated our shared commitment to defending U.S. and international vessels and commercial vessels exercising navigational rights and freedoms from illegal and unjustifiable attacks. The reason I point that out is because normally when you see the U.S. highlighting their action in support of the international rules-based order, it is, for example...
I love watching consent be manufactured in real time, dude.
There was a UN vote. It's a multinational coalition, and there was a UN vote on
was it the Security
condemning
Council?
the Houthis for this behavior in the harshest of terms. That's not manufacturing consent. This objectively is an international...
It was the Security Council, wasn't it? Because Russia and China abstained. Uh-oh. Bro, if you got Russia and China abstaining in the Security Council, that's how you know you're a bad dude, if that's what happens. Condemning in the strongest terms the multiple attacks by Houthi rebels off the coast of Yemen, which disrupted global trade and raised fears of further spillover from the war in Gaza. Russia proposed 3 amendments. All were defeated, paving the way for Russia. Whoops. 11 votes in favor, none against. 4 countries abstained. China, Russia, Algeria, Mozambique. Are Algeria and Mozambique on the Security Council? What? Why? I thought the Security Council was really small. But why the fuck it? I'm not against it, you know, if they want to have a voice. So why not? But why? I thought the Security Council was like for the really small, big wanker countries. Like, it was a small group of like massive countries with lots of power, temporary members. Okay. You get your rotating members. Okay. Cool, man. Well, hey, listen, Algeria, Mozambique, welcome aboard, boys. Enjoy your stay.
Rules-based. Like, the Houthis are absolutely violating, like, laws of the sea by attacking random civilian vessels. They were warned internationally. No, Vosh, the UN members all watched CNN and came to that conclusion. Oh, yeah, that's true. The Security Council had, like, CNN on, and they were like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. Oh, man, piracy is bad, actually. You know? And then that's why they voted. Yeah. I bet you the average lefty online like doesn't know about the UN vote, or doesn't even know about like the extent to which the world broadly has like taken to this. You know, like they genuinely think it's just America, just because we've got the big boats.
It's awesome.
Language in
yeah, we're
his
using
statement.
rule-based international order. Make no mistake, it's our rules. Rule-based international order means we make the rules, and
the rule being don't attack civilian vessels in international waters. I think that's a pretty okay rule. God, I wish I could talk to him for just a minute. Does he seriously think that only the United States believes that you shouldn't attack civilian vessels in
What does the UN vote matter? I mean, I think if the Security Council votes like for a condemnation, that means I guess it's more of a green light to go and fight against it. And I think for big military decisions, it's probably better that the Security Council allows it, because otherwise, what if you have like a bombing campaign that might happen, but Russia is so against it that they will actually fucking fight you if you do it? Then it's probably good to have a Security Council vote so that Russia can like make that known and vote against it, or if they abstain, or like just because it helps you kind of like avoid World War III by mistake. You know, it's probably good to know if you're going to do a military thing. It's probably good to know that the fucking major powers that could destroy the entire world are going to let you do it. Yeah.
International waters. Does he really like? He's like, oh yeah, man, you Western chauvinist thinking you shouldn't attack civilian vessels that are traveling in international water. What do you, what other like basic common sense international rules are actually just America, American imperialism? What else am I attributing wrongly to international consensus?
we give the orders. So, like, for example, you were like, hey, genocide.
You can know their opinion in public statements, for example. The UN is just for show. No, I would much rather it was actually like in writing and on paper. And yeah, I think it's okay for the Security Council to have that like confirmed to everyone. Because otherwise it's what like, well, no, but Putin said this, and we have to like bring up a news article about it. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I think it's good to have something on the dotted line. Maybe it's completely useless, but I don't know. I feel like I'd like to imagine it's there for a reason. Because if I was going to do something that might provoke Putin to fucking intervene, like stopping the Houthis, I would probably I wouldn't just go by quotes if I was being like, I'd need Putin to have something on the dotted line, you know?
Genocide is bad, right? Let's say Ansar Allah was like, hey, the genocide of Palestinians is bad. We are going to implement a blockade in the Red Sea.
They weren't implementing a blockade. They were just attacking random civilian vessels. You can take a look at the ones being attacked.
We say, no, genocide is good. We're going to do that. And if you try to stop the genocide in your own little way, we're going to come and blow you up.
I like the implication of this being the idea that America wouldn't have struck the Houthis and initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian if Israel wasn't currently doing a genocide. Like the way lefties talk about this, the only reason we're doing this is because the Jews told us to. And if Israel was just minding its own business right now and it had nothing to do with Israel, we would actually be totally okay with the Houthis just firing missiles at random civilian ships in open waters, you know? Like that is legitimately the implication of what Hassan is saying. That like, oh yeah, you know, we're only doing this for Israel. So in any other circumstances, we would be okay with just random open piracy. That's definitely a real position, you know? Ignore the fact that the entire...
My name is not Ali1. Thanks for the 100 bits. Why is Hassan so dumb? Is he dumb? I don't know. I don't know if I don't even actually... I'm starting to go away from this whole... Like, when I say dumb, usually on people, I kind of do it in just like a angry or mean way, but I think it's more like that you can be kind of like you can be a reasonably intelligent person to get up every day and talk about these things for 8 hours and know and remember all these things. It's like, but it's a really good example of just how like ideological dogma rots your fucking brain. That's maybe what I'm more noticing. Yeah.
World teamed up against the Somali pirates. Jesus.
It's
Another
not
angle
something
of the
they've made a big
bombings?
issue out of in the past. Yes, they've referenced it, but it's not been a big issue. Their ability to give unexpected reasons and rationale and do the unexpected.
Remember, chatters, every single thing I said about Palestine was 100% correct. Many people yelled at me at the time. They're like, Hassan, I can't believe you're saying this is genocide. I can't believe you're saying this is genocidal.
Oh, by the way, remember, America is so...
Is that what Hassan's chat were saying? There's no fucking way. What are you talking about? There's no way. Hassan's community would have been saying that it's a genocide for the last 75 years. That's what they would probably say.
so good that we fired off an explosion that big and killed no civilians. That's our intel, baby.
We found out that that was the case. This is also on.
Do you skip leg day? Absolutely not. Fuck. I did so much legs that I hurt myself like every time, every week. Yeah, I do a lot for legs. Maybe I'll do more just because you said that. Fuck you.
Acceptable. I'm not saying it's genocidal, but I do think it's unacceptable. And it also is senselessly escalating. The correct way, for those of you in the upcoming days that will ask, well, what would you have done? The correct way to deal with this is by stopping Israel's genocide in Gaza. Did you cover Ansar Allah's statement?
Turkey condemned the attack on the Houthis. Yeah, Turkey is essentially just acting like... Turkey has for a long while now been trying to ingratiate itself further to the Arab side of things because Erdogan is a dictator, and the EU wants him to stop being a dictator, NATO wants him to stop being a dictator, and the Arab world wants him to keep being a dictator as long as he leans more towards them. The Arab world doesn't give a fuck about him being a dictator. So Erdogan has been siding more and more and more with... like anti-Western sides of things, which is sometimes good, as is the case with them supporting the International Court of Justice case against Israel for genocide. But on the other side of things, it's shit like this, right? Oversimplification? Yeah, it's complicated, but I feel like that's a decent summary of what's happening.
America and Britain made a mistake in launching the war on Yemen because they did not benefit from their previous experiences. Had it not been for Bush's foolishness in pushing Ali Saleh to attack us in Saada in 2004, the Yemeni people would not have launched the 2014 revolution that ended the rule of the American ambassador in Sana'a and expelled the Marines from it. Had it not been for the foolishness of America and Britain in pushing Saudi Arabia and the UAE to declare war on us in 2015, Yemen would not have been able to today carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. There is no doubt that America and Britain today regret their
Hassan is literally just going to read that line uncritically and just roll with it. Yemen would not today be able to carry out its religious, moral, and humanitarian duty in supporting Palestine. You're just going to roll right past that, like, uncritically. Like, yep,
oh, God.
Yep, that's true. Yep, this is a real perspective by people acting in actual good faith and something they really believe, you know? Sounds legit. I will take at their word the words of any Islamist militia, you know, just fire me from a rocket directly into Yemen, the Paradise Lands, just regurgitating propaganda. Yeah, like, again, like, there's no critical engagement whatsoever, you know? Like, lefties will look at an objectively correct statement from a CNN broadcaster and call it manufacturing consent, and then we'll look at blatant propaganda from the other side and go like, ah, yes, of course.
And soon they will realize that direct aggression against Yemen was their greatest folly of their history. The thing is, like, they do talk...
Seriously? Direct aggression against Yemen will be the greatest folly in the history of the United States and Britain? We're just going to read that and just like, oh, yeah, you know,
no.
like, dude, like, you might as well have a paragraph in the end here, Hassan reading, like, and Allah will curse all of your firstborn sons. And Hassan's like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I will say, if fucking after the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, if this goes beyond hitting some, like, hitting the military targets, and goes into like a ground campaign and trying to nation build in Yemen and trying to set up businesses and shit, I would probably switch sides. That would be so fucking mental. But it's probably not going to happen. I would be very surprised if that happened.
Yep. Like, what? Dude, seriously? The greatest mistake.
A big game, but honestly, they follow through on it. I mean, they're crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't think this is...
Dude, he's like... Dude, this idiot, bro. Literally.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man.
Vouch.
Those Houthis talk a big game, but like, yeah, they'll follow through. Yep, I guess it will be the greatest mistake. I mean, it seems incredible to me, but when the Houthis say they'll, enact the jihad against America, it'll be the greatest mistake in our history. Oh, I guess, I don't know. I guess we have to believe them. Dude, holy shit. Oh my God. What the Why is everybody like this? There's like a million people watching a stream throughout this going like, yep. Literally, right here, I'm blocking it with my thing. Cov inspired, yep, they don't fuck around. Like, yep, the Houthi, yep, that's the Houthis. We're unironically like pro-Houthi now. We are literally indistinguishable from those people of posting AI images of the Houthis like stomping on Israel or whatever, like a big Houthi militant, Jesus.
What's one time Hassan has ever said something either intelligent, new, novel, or a strong analysis, or even shown a good understanding of a topic? I think you're a self-coping loner. I don't think I've said he's done that. I don't think I've said that. No, but he's at least on the Israel-Palestine thing, he's been able to absorb like quite a lot of information. Some of it's not true and all that. But I mean, like in terms of like intelligence, I don't know if you've ever spoken to like the average person, okay, who's not just like I'm talking about like the ultimate. Like overly average person who just not really interested in that many things. They like their job, they like going home, they like watch TV, they like fucking, go to the gym, they like work, they live for the weekend. Like I don't know. I feel like to be a political streamer talking about this stuff every day, you probably have to have like a level of intelligence, and also the way he like navigates conversations and something like that. He's like quite reasonably good at that. So no, he's not. I just don't think that. I say dumb and like. In the context of where we are now, like in the context of like this field for like a political commentator, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it's cope. I don't know. I mean, I'm still gonna call him dumb. It's just I'm thinking like more like on a like intellectually. I just don't know if that's necessarily the best explanation for it. I don't know.
Christ. Remarkable. By the way, the guy whose account that he's looking at right now is literally a member of the Houthi government, the Supreme Political Council. Like he's literally just reading verbatim like a jihadist insurgent government member's Twitter account and going like just straight off the presses. Wow. Yep. The truly Yemen will make the American infidels pay for their arrogance. Our war is moral. And it is not with the American people or the British people, but rather with the Zionist gang that rules Washington and London. Hey, Hassan, have you heard what the Houthis flag says on it? Are you aware of what the Houthis flag says on it? First tweet or second tweet.
I haven't watched a Vosh VOD in a really long time, like from start to finish. This is a really enjoyable Vosh VOD. I'm just so entertained. Oh God.
Slightly, just a little bit. Do you think Hassan would be like, no, man, they say Zionists, not Jews. They don't mean Jews. Like, dude. Keep reading. He literally says it's the JQ that cites every war. Bringing down this gang. By gang, he means Zionists, is the responsibility of all people, including the American people and the British people. This gang is the one that exploited the need of this American citizen and pushed him to live on someone else's land and house. Do you now know the source of evil in this world? Hassan, remember when I said the Nazis are pro-Houthis? There's a reason for that. There are ideological parallels between Nazis and the group that has "Cursed be the Jews" on their flag. Dude, horseshoe theory is unironically true. I'm very sorry to say to all of you guys, I'm not a part of it, but it is true. I'm kind of not joking. Unfortunately, liberals have a point on this one. When it comes to anti-Semitism, the left is not beating the allegations. Literally, what the dude? I don't know. I feel like I should have something.
Hassan never said the Houthis are good. I don't think. Maybe Vosh is concluding here. I don't think he's saying that Hassan is calling the Houthis good. He's just like uncritically reading statements from their leader and assuming the best faith in them for some reason in their operations. Like, why would you you can disagree with the Houthis, but when you come out here saying like they're doing a blockade for humanitarian purposes to stop the genocide, like that's like 3 mistakes in one sentence. It's like, and it's also incidentally 3 mistakes that are very beneficial to and are very puffing up for the Houthis. That's kind of the problem.
More to say here, but watching Hassan uncritically read like Yemeni propaganda from a government member of the Houthis, then looking at his Twitter and immediately seeing JQ posting is so on point that I feel like I don't even need to add to it with any analysis. It just immediately like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, it kind of does. How do you, I always forget how to do this. How do you search on a person's Twitter feed? Like how do you search what this guy has posted? Not on PC. Ugh. From user? Oh, but that's annoying. Okay, I've Googled this guy's Twitter @ plus Zionist plus Twitter. So we now have 3 tweets that include the word Zionist in them, and I just want to get a character check. Okay. Oh. Here's another one where he uses the word Zionist. This was posted a couple days ago. He used the exact same clip of this Israeli settler being horrible to Palestinians. I've seen this clip.
This guy is just like, I think if you want to shit on Israel, there's just something about this video that's so visceral because he is just so like physically hateable. I don't like the fact that isn't he from like Long Island or some shit? So it's like the accent and like, oh God, I don't know. And just like the stuff he says to the woman when she's saying, "You're stealing my house." Oh God, he's like a MAGA dude as well, wasn't he?
Well, this guy keeps posting the same clips of like one Jewish guy being evil. I wonder why. I wonder what his interests are.
That's
the primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are the Zionist officials in Western capitals, such as Washington and London, not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the Palestinians who were expelled from them. Jacob is one of the settlers from New York who justified his ownership of the usurped home of the original owner by saying, "If I do not steal it, someone else is going to steal it." Wait, this guy is defending Jewish settlers in the West Bank. Wait. The primary responsible for the violations taking place in Palestine are not the Zionist officials in Western capitals of Washington and London, not the Jewish settlers who were tempted to acquire the land and homes of the... That's a weird take. I don't even know what to make of that, to be honest. My advice to the U.S. government: people in the world have become more aware of the danger of your immoral foreign policies, and therefore it is no longer in your interest to move to please the Zionist lobby and arms companies at the expense of the security and stability of the world.
Is this the meme where like the Jews can't have like where the people where the really bad guys who are fighting can't have any agency of their own? So it has to be some benevolent power that's doing it. Some like some kind of omnipotent world power that's doing it for them. Yeah, I don't know, making them do it. Ooh. No, that's quite defending the settlers, but he is just kind of like shifting.
Zionist entity planted in Palestine. Huh. I think the most sussy tweet was the one we found immediately. This guy sure does like to repeat shit, though. Well.
The distraction from the ICJ chatters. They've been gearing up for this for a while. This is Yahya Sari, spokesman of the Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is...
Take a look at this guy's Twitter account. Yahya Sari. Oh, he's got a master's degree in political science. That's nice. We love to see it.
Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is from December 19th. They're similar to the ones that were committed against us in the past 9 years.
This is the current spokesperson.
Bombarding hospitals, they bombarded our hospitals. Bombarding markets, they bombarded our markets. Bombarding schools, they bombarded our schools. Bombarding roads, people while they're soundly sleeping in their homes. Just like it happened to us. It's the same aggressor, the same American bombs being poured on Gaza, were the same ones being poured on us in Yemen. The aggressor is one. The aggressor is one. The leader of it is one. America. The one who led the aggression in Yemen is the same one who's leading it in Palestine. Majority were saying, strike Israel, we dare you. We strike them. They said, seize a ship, we dare you. We seized one and took it to our port in Hodeidah. It greatly honors us that we mobilized against the enemy.
Is he unironically just broadcasting Houthi propaganda now? Yeah, it seems so. Like legitimate. That does like genuinely seem to be just like everyone in his chat going like, "Yep, literally." Like someone here saying that he's not wrong. Facts. You know, like yeah. Keep like not even to get into how much the Houthis have like barbarized the Yemeni people, like as if they actually act in the interest of Yemeni people. But like yeah. They literally admitted their goal isn't to target Israeli ships.
Why is Twitch? Oh, I forgot, because our mods don't go to Twitch chat. The Houthis struck a U.S. ship, bro. The Houthis are winning. Yeah, what did and the U.S. and the U.K. hit 73 targets, 73-1. Interesting.
Yeah, because the goal is not to sink or seize ships linked to Israel, but rather to force them to use the Road of Good Hope as an economic pressure card in Israel to stop the crime of genocide in Gaza and lift its siege on
civilian targets. How many civilians were reported dead? Even the Houthis haven't said civilians died. Why are people saying that? There's no one's even suggested that. That's because whoa, fucking hell. We have an actual schizophrenic in the chat. Like not schizo in the colloquial, we have like a schizophrenic person in the chat. You just said they went for civilian targets, and now you're saying the Houthis don't use civilians for propaganda. So wait, what? Does that mean the Houthis are just not saying, they're not telling anyone that that civilians died? Or what are you saying? Holy shit. Wow. There's no shortage of this fucking brain damage. Civilians were killed, but Houthis decided not to use the dead for propaganda. Oh, what? Does that not mean, does that mean the Gazan Health Ministry are like dishonorable propagandists because they report civilian deaths all the time? Huh.
Residents. So it's not so on one hand they will say like yeah,
different cultures. I don't. Oh god. Interesting. You got an answer for everything.
We're not interested in sinking or seizing Israeli ships. We're just trying to pressure people into what
is happening? Is Tequila Sunset fighting with John the Duncan now? Not sure I can trust someone to know what sophisticated politics looks like when they argue we need to problematize the notion of Israeli civilian and when they dismiss the sexual assault of Israeli women offhand. Believe women except if they're Israeli. And he says, either political naivety of the most extreme degree or horridly cynical. Either way, this shit serves one function, legitimizing Palestinian genocide. Why is there never an argument? There's just never an argument. What? Does that mean a genocide would be legitimate if the rapes had happened? Is that what he's saying? You can oppose genocide even if you accept like every fact of October 7th. I don't know. There's just never an excuse to commit genocide. Okay. Oh God. I don't even get it. Like, if you're gonna say this clip just baffles the fuck out of me. I can't watch it enough
Okay,
times.
So, as everyone is aware, and if they're not, I don't know what's going on with you. This week or last week, Palestinian fighters broke out of the open-air prison of the Gaza Strip, which had been blocked in under blockade for about 15 years, 16 years maybe. And during that, several Israeli civilians, though we aren't going to problematize that in 1 second as well.
See, I don't get this. Like, if you advocate for that, if you want to advocate for the idea that it's Israeli civilians are not actually civilians and they're legitimate targets, if you want to take, because of settler colonialism or whatever, if you want to take that position, then you're kind of saying that it's okay for a war to happen. Then I don't understand. How is that not legitimizing like what Israel's doing in return? Unless you actually think, unless you're sitting there thinking like, I think Israelis should be valid military targets. But also, when Hamas attacks them, I don't expect Israel to retaliate. I just expect them to sit there and take it like good moral entities. Like, it's so fucking retarded. Like, this guy likes it when Arabs die. Just so you understand. If you are okay with Hamas going into Israel and murdering Israeli civilians because you problematized their civilian status from some pseudo-intellectual bullshit, then okay, yeah, that's fine. Then expect Israel to retaliate and expect most of the people to pay the price to be Gazan civilians. Expect that. Yeah. That's what you want. That's what you ask for. And then there's like more fucking Arab graves for you to stand on and grandstand over. Like, nice one. Everyone wins, eh? Jesus. Fuck. All right. I just fuck me.
Taking a longer route to apply economic pressure. But then here's the guy Hassan is watching right now, Yahya Saree, saying they carried out naval operations in mid-December against 2 ships linked to the Zionist entity. This means, by the way, that a tiny portion of the shareholder ownership of the company that this ship is chartered underneath is like an Israeli guy. Like, not that they're stopping in Israel or whatever else, just that, you know, very tenuous association. And then down here they say, the Yemeni armed forces reassure all ships heading to all ports across the world, except for Israeli ports, would be safe and must keep the identifying devices open. So wait, hold on a second. Here's the spokesperson for Yemen saying all ships heading to all ports across the sea are fine unless you're heading to or from an Israeli port. But then this random guy is saying, actually, no, we're trying to send all people around the Road of Good Hope. Guys, what do we take from this? They're rabble-rousers. They don't actually care about Palestinians. They're anti-Semites, and they're galvanizing people against the West. They had plenty of reasons to do that before, and now they're doing it by engaging in indiscriminate piracy. They're just doing shit. There's no consistency. There's no strategy. They'll say the literal leader, the spokesperson of the Houthis, says you are safe heading through here unless you are headed for Israeli ports. But they lie, because prior to that, including the 2 ships right here, they weren't headed to Israeli ports. Hassan is defending these people.
That we are confronting the Zionist enemy who's aggressing on Palestine and our homeland. We will continue to confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression in Gaza stops. This is a very important.
My name is not Ali. Thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Oh no, my correspondence game. What's happening? Hang on. Let's go. What's happening here? What's the plan, Jack? This guy's not really in trouble because of that. I can just buy my bishop out, right? And then castle after. I could do that because they'd have to go there to defend that. And no.
Part. We will confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression on Gaza stops. As for the battle in our homeland, we are, God willing, fully prepared and ready for anything from the enemy. If Saudi and Emiratis even think of leading an aggression on us, commanded by Israel and USA, we are present and ready. They've tried us for 9 years. If they want to do it again, we're here and we're ready. As for America and Israel, if they attack our homeland, they will commit foolishness they've never committed before. The response will be fierce from the people and the armed forces.
Yeah, God forbid people attack Yemen. Everyone knows that Yemen, the nation long gone unattacked, will you know, enact a jihad of unimaginable.
Chat was saying base and Giga Chat. What, Hassan's to the Houthi guy? Okay.
Imaginable proportions. If you ever attack Yemen, you know, attack Yemen. You don't say, "Wow, that's unprecedented."
We are with our brothers in Palestine and Lebanon in facing Israel because they're our greatest enemy. We didn't say death to America with
literally
our heads.
All the people in Hassan's chat are just like agreeing with this Houthi commander. Again, slavers, child rapists,
Oh, no.
butcherers of the Yemeni people, openly lying, anti-Semites, supported by Western Nazis, just uncritical support. What? It's not America. It's not America, right? It's not. Hey, this feels very aesthetically leftist. Look, it's a guy in a red beret. It's a guy in a red beret. You know, he must be a good guy. You know.
It's turn. We are serious about it. A lot of Yemenis believe Houthis are not the best and are corrupt in their own sense, but still most can agree that they are not the greater enemy America and Saudi is. Thank you. That's simply my point. My point is always that many people, you can always find someone who will dick ride America. You're gonna find like Kurdish people, for example, or even Turkish people as well, that will be like, no, America really good actually. What are you talking?
We really want to go down this specific route with the Kurds, Hassan Becker. I wonder why the Kurds, who have been butchered and oppressed in all of the countries that they live in, might have some pro-American attitudes when America has at points shown solidarity and military support to them. Not legitimately or authentically, to be fair. We've been very bad allies to the Kurds. But like,
Trump
I wonder when like Kurds are being mistreated in Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Iran. I wonder if there's some kind of common thread here. You shouldn't be surprised about this type of rhetoric. He said some insanely racist shit about Kurds so many times. Yeah, because to him, Kurds are like the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans. The Kurds are like an inconvenient oppressed group, where the oppression they experience is usually done at the behest of anti-American governments. So he has to pretend that the Kurds are like hog people. Oh yeah, the Uyghur Muslims, the Tibetans, they're hog people. They might be oppressed and they might have been colonized or brutalized or murdered, but they're hog people. They're spiritually aligned with the United States.
I'm pretty sure Hassan opposed the Uyghur camps, didn't he? Am I wrong? I don't know. I think his audience doesn't give a fuck, but I'm pretty sure he opposed it. Cause yeah, like Hassan's he's not quite at the same level as like the deprogrammed people, right? He's even he even said he didn't like support like USSR stuff either. So it's just I don't know, but whatever. Just trying to be fair, you know.
Because they don't support, you know, the glorious People's
fair.
Republic of Iran or whatever.
Always.
Talking about
He
so
downplayed
much
it
better.
before?
So much better than the current
Okay.
situation. You go to Iran, there are, you know, Shah riders, which is pretty crazy. Most of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. A lot of the Iranians in diaspora are like that.
I know his China positions are bad. They are very bad. Yeah.
Sorry. But then you have the
Vosh
Shah riders in Iran
anti-education.
still. They ride him super hard, and they say the most embarrassing stuff.
I think that most of the people who have left Iran actually just don't like Iran. I really don't think the majority of the Iranian expats who dislike Iran are Shah riders. I think they just don't like the Ayatollah. You know, like I feel again like we're doing it again, right? This is an effort. It's like, oh yeah, the people who don't like the glorious, you know, humanitarian People's Republic of Iran. Well, it's because all of them simply long for the days of the Shah. You know, that's the only possible reason that they could feel that way. You know. Never mind the fact that the Shah was literally like half a century ago, and that a significant portion of the people who have left Iran or who are within Iran and don't like the Iranian government would have to dislike them based on the behavior of the government itself and the Ayatollah. But, you know, whatever.
You've ever heard in your...
The Shah was pretty base, though. I don't think that's true, actually. No, he had a secret police. The economic inequality was pretty horrible. He imprisoned his political opponent. He was a dictator. I don't know. The Shah was not cool. He wasn't fucking. He was installed. He was actually installed. Like not like a fucking. You know, like all those CIA coups that lefties talk about, and like 90% of them are actually not CIA coups. Iran was a CIA coup. Like the CIA went in there and they like threw out a democracy and put the Shah in. Like, my name is Ali. Thanks for 100 bits. What time is the panel? 6 EST.
Entire life. It's the classic, like, I am Iranian. You need to glass Iran, my friend. We want the monarchy back. Like, that's the type of energy that you get. But
I grew up around Iranian, Persian.
Oh, this is him doing the diasporoid meme, right? You must be a diasporoid. God damn it.
That's in Beverly Hills. Jews who
It's okay to be racist if they're diasporoid, right? Racial stereotyping. I mean, it's not. Doing an accent's probably okay. I don't know.
Fled
Chris Schultz, thanks for the $5 boner box. Briss Schultz. I don't know. Devil's Advocate, thanks for $4.99. I like these, quote, leftists who defend Yemen. The gov with the highest rate of child soldiers. Do you consider 17 a child? I don't think so. No, 17 is a child. Yeah. I don't know if there are particular contexts where you would make it like a gray, like I guess if like for Romeo and Juliet laws. I don't know, but fuck. Generally, a 17-year-old is in Scotland. I think you can join the army at 16. Hang on, is that true? You can get married at 16. It's age of consent at 16. Jesus Christ! But I don't think that's right though. I don't agree with that. Join army age. You can start your application when you're 15.
Loner box. You smart.
But you can't go to the assessment center unless you're 15 and 9. That's too young, man. That's just like exploiting fucking people's COD addictions. Like, I don't know.
Loner box. You smart.
You need parental permission. Is that a good thing though? I don't know. I feel like it depends. Are there many people in who joined the army at 15, 16 and they regret the fuck out of it? Would that be like a trend? I've never heard of that, but
Iran, when it became a hyper radicalized Islamic theocracy. And they don't usually say stuff like, man, I miss the Shah. They usually say stuff like, you know, it sure was cool when Iran wasn't like controlled by Iranian theocrats. Maybe we could do something like that. I've never heard defense of the Shah from any of those people. It's more like
I don't know how uncommon it is, but I feel like boomers who left in the 79 revolution, I feel like a lot of the ones who actually actively got up and left were pro-Shah, weren't they? Is that not true? I've never seen stats. I couldn't tell you, but that's just what I thought. Because that's why you would leave. Or they were Christian, or they were secular, or Jewish, or yeah. But I know that the Shah was like the Ayatollah. Sorry, was he was insanely popular in the 79 revolution. Like that revolution was like women just fucking put their veils back on like willingly. They were just happy to do it. They were fucking mental. I don't know if they feel that way anymore. I feel like the Iranian regime is quite unpopular right now. Although probably the fact that the Israel stuff is happening probably helps them, right? Because it seems to be that when I read about history with the Middle Eastern dictatorships, is that like any country, if they're in trouble, like domestically, all you got to do is hope for a fight with Israel. Because if you got a fight with Israel, you're good. No better way to recover some percentage points at the polls, to recover some public opinion, than fighting with Israel.
Like, damn, it sure does suck how things turned out there. An opinion held by many people still in Iran.
Overall, most people understand.
Hey, Lorna Bucks, how do you personally feel about people calling for a ceasefire? I know your position is that a ceasefire wouldn't lead to much in the long run. It's just, people need to understand that it needs to be bilateral. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It needs to be bilateral. They both need to agree to it. And I don't know, like, how that would be actioned, like what the terms of that would be, like if there's anything Hamas is willing to, because I don't think you can have a ceasefire without Hamas also disarming. There's no fucking way Israel's going to let like Hamas have a ceasefire in the knowing that it's just going to be used to rebuild the army. Like, I don't know, to rebuild the military wing. That's just not going to happen. So I don't know. I have no idea how you get from here to there, but I mean, obviously I think it's still a noble cause to go for, like if it's popular and it can actually be done. Like, but so far it seems like the only good faith efforts to actually bring forth a ceasefire is coming from like Qatar and Egypt. And they haven't been successful so far because neither Israel nor Hamas are interested. Hostages would have to be released. Yep. I don't even know, like, but then the problem is as well is if they're going for a ceasefire, then what should Israel concede to Hamas or to like Palestine? Like, I don't know. I feel like any concessions from Israel should probably go to the West Bank rather than because Hamas can't claim victory for it, but then they probably still could. I don't know. It's really difficult. Yeah, there's just too many. There's a lot of parameters around ceasefire. I haven't actually heard. Maybe I should find like I know there are probably people I know who could be like convincing advocates for a ceasefire. Maybe there's just good arguments for it that for how to push for it that I haven't heard of yet, or for like what it would look like.
Even if they absolutely despise their own current government, as I do for Turkey, they recognize that the American government's involvement is going to be far worse for the country's future.
Really, this again, like this is incredibly reductive. It genuinely depends, like it massively.
Remember when Wick said the Iranian Revolution was non-violent? Wasn't it wasn't it more or less like what you would call like a bloodless coup because it was so popular that the violence was pretty minimal? Apart from like when they got into the presidential, like to the palace or whatever, and then they fucked off the guy. But that's what I thought. How violent was the Iranian Revolution? Am I completely wrong? It's been like 15 years since I've watched this. So, Iranian Revolution. Riots with the Shah's forces killed 3 to 60,000. Okay, fuck off Wikipedia. Oh, it was a violent. There were gun battles. Okay, I was wrong. Where did I hear that it was non-violent? It wasn't from Wick. I don't know. I remember it might have been a documentary I watched that was talking about just how because of how popular the Ayatollah was, that it was relatively bloodless, but I guess relatively can mean pretty big scope. Repression of protesters. What's this? This is from nonviolentconflict.org. Okay, interesting. Polls on Iranian people's views in Palestine. Millions of opponents clogged the streets of Iran cities and work stoppages paralyzed the city. The Shah fled into exile. Strategic actions. The actual insurrection was unarmed, or there's a commitment to it. Protesters were told by the leadership of the resistance to try and win over the troops rather than attack them. Indeed, thousands of troops deserted, some in the middle of confrontations with crowds. Clandestinely smuggled audio cassette tapes of Ayatollah Khomeini speaking about the revolution played a key role in the movement's mass mobilization and led Abul Hassan Sadegh, an official with the Ministry of National Guidance, to note that tape cassettes are stronger than fighter planes. Ooh. Damn, you guys. Khomeini's speeches circulated through such covert methods emphasized the power of unarmed resistance and non-cooperation. In one speech, he said, "The clenched fists of freedom fighters can crush the tanks and guns of the oppressors." There were few of the violent activities normally associated with armed revolutions, such as shooting soldiers, setting fires to government buildings, or looting. Such incidents that did occur were unorganized and spontaneous, did not appear to have the support of the leadership of the movement. One element that contributed to the people's willingness to mobilize under harsh repression was the value of martyrdom in Shia Islam. The movement's emphasis was to save Islam by our blood. Indeed, there are interesting parallels between the legacy of martyrdom inspired by early Shia leader Imam Hussein and the Gandhian tradition of self-sacrifice. As demonstrated by their subsequent rule, the Iranian Revolution's leadership clearly did not support non-violence in principle, but recognized its utilitarian advantages against the well-armed security apparatus of the Shah's state. Okay.
Depends. There are plenty of examples where American involvement with a country has actually helped to enrich it, like depending on the order.
Now, I know the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution was mental because Saddam Hussein fucking declared, went to war with them. So, whoa.
The country or like its associations. The Middle East, not so much historically, but there are examples where that has been the case, for sure.
That's it. America's gravest mistake, which is not even a mistake, it's a deliberate attempt, but America's worst problem is that it has never allowed these countries to develop their own political movements without interference. That is an issue. So because of
Transfemcell, thanks for the raid of 4 people. Wow, I really appreciate that. Wait, you're a chatter? I didn't know you were streaming on Twitch. I know that name. Damn, we got a raid. What the fuck? Cool. I hope you had a good stream. Let's I can't do the fucking exclamation mark SO thing as quickly here, but here's this person. Let's observe the content.
Welcome back, Celestial Citizens. Hope you've refreshed your Celestial snacks, because we're about to dive into an article that's more surprising than finding a wormhole in your pantry.
Oh, shit. Interesting. I've never seen a stream start like that before. Cool. All right, go. There you go. In both chats. If you want to follow that person, go.
Of that issue,
Lacan, can you fucking tone it down? What the
a lot of these nations have become infinitely more reactionary as a consequence of that Western involvement because everybody goes, no, don't touch that shit. What are you talking about? Now we can't even fight our own battles. I know this, once again, from Turkey. America's coup in Turkey literally gave Erdogan a lifeline and another 10, 15 years of mandate. It did. Erdogan directly changed the constitution by referendum, meaning a majority vote gave Erdogan the power to change the Turkish.
Wait, was this a U.S. coup? My understanding was that the Turkey just likes having the military coup its government. They do it for fun.
Did America coup Turkey? Let's see. Did they try to? I don't know about this. America, Turkey. What are you talking about? Turkish coup attempt. Is it 2016? Is it this one? A faction of the Turkish armed forces attempted a coup against state institutions, including President Erdogan. Supported by the United States. Alleged by Turkey. Alleged by Turkey, I see. I love it when there's an alleged coup. That just means it is real, right? You know, I love that word. Interior Minister accused the United States of being involved. Accusation was wholly false from the State Department. Is there any evidence that Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do I need to dive into this to see if there's any merit to the coup accusation? Is there a section in the wiki about it? See the list of headings. Allegations of CIA involvement. Turkish authorities issued an arrest warrant. Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, calling him an agent of the CIA. That he was present in Istanbul for the coup attempt, and that he was one of the key organizers. They issued an arrest warrant for Graham Fuller, an author and political analyst specializing in Islamic extremism after a career in the CIA. Holding the role of vice chair of the United States National Intelligence Council, the prosecutor's office based the warrant on suspicion of Fuller helping to plan the coup. Stated that Turkish authorities believed they had traced Fuller's location before the attempted coup. What happened to this person, though? Was they found guilty or denied his reported role in the coup? So ludicrous they do not even deserve the term science fiction. Americans are so funny. Did they arrest him? Where is this guy now? Let's just find out where he is. Is he in a Turkish prison? He said that he thinks the United States is one of the key creators of ISIS. Interesting. Is he? Where is he now? He's 87 years old. I don't think he's in... okay. Arrest? Seeks arrest. Issues arrest warrant. Did anything happen to this? Why did Turkey issue... He's got a fucking blog. Nice. What happened, though? I guess if he's in America, they can't arrest him? Or, okay. So, I guess nothing's ever happened since, right? That's all I can see here. $50,000 arrested. God. Okay, so that's the first one. He seems like he's survived the allegations. And the other one was Henry J. Barkley. Not from Turkey? This guy's just not even, there's not even anything about this guy. Who's this guy? Fethullah Gulen behind the coup attempt. Evidence against... Where is this from? Setav.org. Who are these people? Who's this guy? A US-based Turkish national. This is the proof that you think this was CIA orchestrated? That he's a US-based Turkish national? Okay, let's see. Where's he now? Still in the US? He's in exile in the US. Let me put him into Google and see what happens. See what the first things are. He's a Turkish Muslim scholar. He's got a, so he's a political opponent, isn't he? Yeah, he's a political figure. Leader of a movement, neo-Ottomanist. State imam. Okay. Is this the guy? So people believe he was a CIA asset. This is okay. Prosecutors accuse him of attempts to overthrow the government by allegedly directing politically motivated corruption investigations, illegally wiretapped the executive office of the Turkish president. Gulen's alleged instigations of the 2016 coup attempt. He's denied the accusations. Turkish criminal court issued an arrest warrant in 2016. Turkey is demanding his extradition in the United States, from the United States, sorry. U.S. government officials do not believe he's associated with any terrorist activity, have requested evidence to be provided by the Turkish government to substantiate the allegations in the warrant requesting extradition, frequently rejecting Turkish calls for his extradition. So they've requested evidence. Nobody in Washington, D.C. believes he's a terrorist. Okay. I haven't seen that much. Maybe there's more. Are we seriously gonna like argue this? Do we? Are people? Is there more? Is there something I'm missing? Or why are people convinced this guy was that this guy's activity was orchestrated by the CIA? How do you? Can someone tell me what we need to? Is there anything else we need to know? Addressing the Armenian genocide. Oh, you recognize the Armenian genocide? What if this is Erdogan's claim as well? Why do we Is there a Newland phone call at least? Because that seems to be the kind of shit that you guys will usually do to say there's a CIA coup. And by you guys, I mean like the 4 people in chat who probably believe this is real. I don't know, but I'm being a miser right now. I'm taking a shortcut. Maybe it is, and I just haven't seen the evidence. But oh God, why? I love it how the wiki ends at the USA requested evidence. And that's where it ends. Oh, fuck me. Oh, well.
Was this a U.S. coup? Turkish minister says U.S. is behind 2016 failed coup. Okay, so a minister said it. Does that mean it's true? The U.S. State Department said the accusation is wholly false. Is there any person who said it who isn't just this person? That's literally an Erdogan talking point. Yeah, real quickly, why does Hassan dislike Erdogan? What difference is there? They're like the worst, most belligerent member of NATO. They align more with like Arab states than they do with the West. Like, why does he dislike Erdogan? Soylu has referred to some protesters as LGBT deviants, and Erdogan said on Wednesday there was no such thing as LGBT. Excellent. Okay, So Hassan is anti-Erdogan, but he's just decided to roll with the idea that Turkey's failed coup was American because one, like, far-right dude in government said it, because it's like an Erdogan talking point. Is there any more, like, evidence to this? Maybe there is. I'd have to look into it.
It's the fact that this guy is like an Islamic dude who is like a neo-Ottomanist. Is there U.S. interest in having a neo-Ottomanist? Moderate Islam, I guess. Oh, anti-communism. We have to crush Erdogan's communism. Oh no. What the fuck is neo-Ottomanism though? What is this? Is it because they want to bring it back? Turkish rule over Syria, Palestina? Why not?
From a parliamentary system to a presidential one. In the aftermath of that coup, there was martial law instituted. This happens all the time.
All the time.
And Americans don't want to listen to someone who is actually from a country like this, or don't want to listen to someone who even looks like them, sounds like them, loves.
Didn't Hassan just do a big rant shit-talking expats from countries like China or Iran? Wait, he literally just shit on diaspora. He literally just did that. How does anyone watch this? What the what? Like, how can you possibly make these arguments?
Is Erdogan against Assad? I don't fucking know. Probably. That seems to make sense. I don't know. Check your fucking find out yourself. Leave me alone. Anti-commie strongman. I don't think America is worried about the emergence of communism in fucking Turkey, bro. I don't think that's an American concern in the year of our Lord 2024. I don't. What the fuck?
Back to back like this. They're diametrically opposed. They're opposites.
Loves America, lived in America for, 10 years plus. They don't want to listen to anybody. They just want to listen to whoever is going to tell them everything America is doing is actually good and righteous ultimately. They're trying their very best. I don't think I can get this across. At a fundamental level, I do not believe that America is interested in the Middle East with honest and good intention.
I mean, if the honest and good intent... The funny thing is that what America is doing right now in the Middle East is probably actually the most upfront and honest thing we've ever done, which is, we want to protect international maritime trade, so we're going to shoot you, which is what we're doing. That's true. I believe them. I think that's honest, yeah.
That's it. I don't believe that. And I think there's enough historical precedent that backs this sentiment. I don't think it's
Iraq
good.
War.
America's involvement in the Middle East has always been bad.
Everything is like the Iraq War. Everything. Iraq War. Did you know that in the Iraq War, George Bush lied? Everything. Iraq War. Boots on the ground. Forever War. World War III. Iraq War. Government lies. Iraq War. Everything is Iraq War. All wars are the Iraq War.
Almost every other country that's outside of the Middle East and its involvement in the Middle East has always been bad. Russia included, or if you want to consider Afghanistan to be another part of it, I guess. I loop Afghanistan into the conflict in the MENA region as well, even though, it's Asia. One of the things is, like, there's not a lot of actors in town. There's regional actors that you can go to. If you're not going to be with America, then you're going to work with someone who's against America. And the regional actors that are positioned against America, more often than not, are going to be like Iran or Russia or China. Does that make sense? You say America should not be happy?
Wait, no, it doesn't. And what Russian regional actors are we referring to exactly? Out of curiosity, what regional interests are we talking about, like, locally from Russia? Do you mean Ukraine? Because he just denounced Russia's involvement in the area. And if we're talking about foreign investment in the Middle East, America takes top gun with our support of Israel. So I don't even know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't even understand. I don't know, man. I feel like this isn't going to top him uncritically reading Houthi propaganda from a person whose Twitter account just 3 hours ago put out an, like, unambiguous JQ argument.
With their government wasting their tax money bombing the Middle East? Why do you dismiss the Yemeni chatter that doesn't want their Houthi government wasting their money bombing ships on the Strait? Beautiful question. Thank you very much. The Houthi government that you are talking about is utilizing resources that is getting from Iran for the most part, okay, on Red Sea commercial traffic that is happening in its backyard. America is using our tax dollars to go fuck those guys up 8,000 miles away.
What? 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 Military spending is okay if it's close? What? The point of navies is that they can go far and trade is global. What does that even mean? It's international trade moves through the Red Sea. It's international waters. They're just as international for the Houthis as America. They're international waters. That's the point. Do you think navies just hug the coast of the country they're from? Vosh are leftists real? I don't know. I don't know. Man, every time I don't watch Hassan for a month or two, I think, man, I should probably stop having so many like mental negative associations. He's probably not as bad as I think. And then I see anything he has to say on foreign policy, and immediately it's like, wait, hold on, wait. This guy is literally like a blight on the Western left. They all are. The main issue is that like it's not just Hassan, dude. It's like literally every leftist online. I'm not even joking. I feel like I might actually be, in terms of large content creators, the lone ship in the sea, so to speak here. I genuinely don't know. Like everyone else, including like squad members, is
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? The Red Sea and the Gulf are international waters. Yeah, that is true. I don't think. If I just look at international waters map on Google. International waters map. What the fuck is this telling me? What? How do you even find that out? Territorial waters map. Let's see. Red Sea. I don't know.
You know, I have no idea. Wild. Now I'm the Juan guy. Yeah. Jesus. Please don't go insane like these people. I think the reason why I haven't.
I mean, it's like here, Israel holds it since both the Red Sea and the Gulf are international waters. This is from the United States Naval Institute. Regional agreements, conventions. What is this here? But here it says the light blue zone is exclusive, so that's not international then on that map. What are they saying about the Red Sea? At least 10 conventions are included within the Regional Seas program of UNEP. What does that mean? So Red Sea is involved in that. Okay. That's not helpful at all. What's it here? Is that what they give you? When you look for that, they give you this? I can see what they say about the Red Sea. Fucking wiki. Jesus. In geological terms, the Red Sea is a young ocean. Today, the people of the region share the same waters with oil tankers. Coastal regulations. That's not telling me fucking anything. Okay, hang on. Jeddah Convention. What's that? Tell me about that, please. Conservation mandate. Okay. The Jedi Convention. Oh. What about like trade? I don't. Let's just ask what it is. A quick answer, please. Come on. Is that going to tell me anything? Pollution. This is about pollution, right? How about trade? Oh, oil. Harvest of it. Okay. I don't know. I'll look at it while I'm watching this.
Gone insane like these people is because I have enough of a personality and like good enough takes and perspectives that I can sort of like project my identity and my analysis without relying on the same tired.
Oh, it's because it's like it's only a certain distance from your coastline. Just read this. All of this. Oh, it's oh. Okay. Okay, I got you. Fuck off, this guy.
Lefty tropes of like, you know, America bad or whatever. People say that I'm a good onboarding or intro to leftism sometimes, but I don't think I am because that would imply that there's anything but me after this. But I genuinely think that if you look at most other so-called orthodox leftist content creators, their takes are more juvenile and insipid than mine ever are, even when I'm feeling particularly spicy that day. Like, you go to other content creators on the left and like a lot of them, like, dude, listen to what we listen to. He's the biggest lefty streamer, dude. What the it literally is like America bad, America bad, America bad, America bad. Like there's nothing beyond that, you know. Any argument from chat, he yells for 5 minutes, America bad. Like that's it, you know. It's juvenile. It's like an unwillingness to critically engage with the complexities of the world, which is
Articles 37 and 38. Whoa. 200 page. You guys are fucking autistic. Transit passage. The section applies to straits which are used for international navigation between one part of the high seas or an exclusive economic zone, another part of the high seas or an exclusive economic zone. In straits referred to in Article 37, all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage which shall not be impeded. Nice. Except that if the strait is formed by an island of a state bordering the strait and its mainland, transit passage shall not be applied if there exists seaward of the island a route through the high seas or through an exclusive economic zone of similar convenience with respect to navigational and hydrographical characteristics. Transit passage means the exercise in accordance with this part of the freedom of navigation and overflight solely for the purpose of continuous and expeditious transit of the strait between one part of the high seas or an exclusive economic zone and another part of the high seas or an exclusive economic zone. Okay. However, the requirement of continuous and expeditious transit does not preclude passage through the strait for the purpose of entering, leaving, or returning from a state bordering the strait. Okay. Any activity which is not an exercise of the right of transit passage. Okay. And does this include the Red Sea? How do we know that? Or is that what it's just like law of the sea? So how do we know they're referring to the Red Sea? Huh? Is that where I have to find out whether or not the Red Sea is an exclusive economic zone or not? Includes all straits. Oh. Straits. Like Straits of Tiran and shit. Okay. And that's transit passage, yeah. But they have to use the high sea. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Is, by the way, again, what made Karl Marx special? You think Karl Marx was the first guy to come up with the idea that workers are mistreated? That idea goes back thousands of years. That's not new. There were slaves in Egypt who were like, yeah, man, I think like we're getting like the rough end of the stick here, you know? Like that's not new. It's like intelligent, engaged, critical analysis that distinguishes like the leftist tradition from just, I don't know, campism or just like partisan bullshit, you know, whatever they end up falling into. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how this pans out, I guess. In international law, the high seas are considered a global common. No, dude. The international waters that are close to your country, it's okay for you to waste dollars attacking civilians there. But international waters elsewhere on the planet, that's not your shit, bro. Even though it's international waters, it's actually national to Yemen. Even though it says it's international, it's actually national international.
Yeah, the Red Sea is a strait. That's what it is. Yeah, okay.
Bomber Guy and Big Joel don't have any atrocious takes as far as I remember. In fairness, they don't do like day-by-day commentary on this kind of stuff. You know, they don't like tweet out their take on every like relevant issue. H Bomber Guy's Dark Souls takes are trash. I've watched that video. No, I think they're pretty good. Man, I don't know. It's just kind of disappointing. It's very doomer. Again, I don't get any like enjoyment from the, you know, from being contrarian on this. It's just so much of the shit that I see from other people. It's just objectively wrong. They're not even. They don't even know enough to like.
Thanks, Hareen Ziga, for the sub. In international waters, tactical N-words are allowed. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I'll look it up later. Okay. Thank you for the sub.
Mount an argument to prove me wrong. I don't know. I think this is largely because sentiment around Palestine's really strong. Yeah, and a lot of people are like weaponizing that in an effort to attack Jews. Seriously, go on Twitter and look at the top trending posts involving Yemen, because there are a lot of people there who are unambiguously Nazis, and they're getting support from lefties too. A lot of horseshoe shit is happening right now, which, by the way, is proving Israel right. You know?
Okay, we've done the Hassan bit. Hey, there we go. Not bad, not bad. That was interesting. It's just not quite as mental as I thought it would be, but there's a few moments in there. Jesus. We learned about another CIA coup that probably wasn't real. Oh God. Can we get some analysis on MLK today? I've done like my longest video on my channel is about MLK. Like, just go watch that. Literally, you'll learn everything you need to about. Not everything, obviously, but it's pretty dense. Oh, bro, I feel so fucked by these meds. Good watch video. Yeah, it was a decent watch video. He goes on for like another hour after that, outside of that bit that we watched. But what can you do, eh? Kyle's video? Oh yeah, we have to do Kyle's video. Do I need to? Is there anything novel in there? Probably. Kyle Kulinski's Houthi video. Let's do it. Have you already covered South Africa at The Hague? Yep. Yes, I did. And Israel. Although that was a pretty intense stream. That was a very intense stream. That was about 20 crashes. Is it this one? Bro, I'll tell you what, as a person, I love Kyle Kulinski. He's a really nice, he's a really cool dude. But it's the face, and it's breaking US starts illegal war with Yemen. Hey, who the fuck said it's illegal? What? Is that the claim? Oh shit. Okay. Budget Zanderhall. Ooh. Oh, so true. Oh. Okay, I need a minute. Ugh. You met him? Only online. Kyle is hungry. He is hungry. Stop. Stop. I think I need more water. I thought you were on Crystal Kyle and Friends. I was. I need more water and a fucking protein shake. That's what I need. All right. Have you seen Vosh's takes in Iran? No. Life's too short to watch Vosh talk about Iran for an hour. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? All right. Be right back. Have you covered Coach Red Pill supposedly dying? Yeah, we covered it yesterday. Yeah. It seems like he is dead. It seems like he got ill in prison, but there might have to be an investigation because he's an American citizen who died before his time. So, Uh-oh. Dylan and Volsha both reacted to this video. That's fine. Right, be right back. All right, sorry guys. Oh, I realized I'm not going to get a chance to properly cook today because that kick or keep is. Let me check. When is it? 6 p.m. EST. EST now is. It's like 3.5 hours to go before the debate panel. So, so I'm going to, and I have to do January 6th prep. I saw there was an attack in Tel Aviv. Yep, there was a guy who ran in. I also saw some Palestinians in Gaza were just getting shot at as they were trying to flee, like civilians. So there's a lot of fucking crazy shit going on. I'll have to look into that. You can cook in 3.5 hours? Yeah, but I'd have to leave the stream on while I do it. I mean, I can do that. I can just put some fucking music on while I do that, but I don't know. Do you think the CIA had a hand in MLK's death? I don't think it's very convincing, but who knows? It's too long ago, and we'll never know. Fuck it. Anyway, so I've decided to make my fucking rabbit food instead. My granola and yogurt. So Do that.
All right, guys, I got some big breaking news that just came
Greek,
out.
yeah.
We're getting reports that the U.S. and the U.K. have decided that they are going to airstrike Yemen. Now, when I say that, I don't just mean sort of tit for tat on the seas. I mean, they are targeting cities and specific targets in Houthi-held areas of Yemen. It's a little difficult in the fog of war to get all, good information right up front here. But here are the names of some of the cities that allegedly they're bombing at this moment. Sana'a, Hodeida, Sada, Damar, Taiz, and Zabid. So if these reports are true, then that is a number of cities, a number of targets in Houthi-held regions in Yemen. Now, I, of course, should point out that the U.S. and the U.K. are doing this. They say that, like, the Netherlands and some other countries are with them with this coalition. But this is always what they do. They'll, like, drag in some other countries and pretend like they're part of this big coalition, but really it's just to get the name down on paper to make it appear more official than it actually is. I mean, the big point to make here is this is illegal. In order for the U.S. to start bombing another country, you need a declaration of war through Congress. That's what the Constitution says. And Biden didn't do that. If you had the time to go talk to the UK.
I don't think, hang on. Do you need war to carry out airstrikes? USA. No, it's not the other way around. It's not that war needs to be authorized by Congress, but it doesn't have to be a declaration of war. Isn't he got it backwards? Provisions in U.S. law give the White House the authority to launch limited foreign military action, experts say. There's not actually a strong case to prevent Biden from this kind of action. Several progressive Democrats who criticized Biden noted that Article 1 of the Constitution requires that Congress authorize war, not the president, one of the checks and balances that are hallmark of the U.S. political system. While the Constitution's Article 2 designates the president as commander-in-chief of the armed forces and gives him the authority to use military force without congressional authorization for defensive purposes. Defensive being the commercial ships. Oh, yeah, this is the executive power thing, yeah. Commander. The president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army of the Navy of the United States and of the militia of several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing or the principal offer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of respective officers, and he shall have the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses. He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties. Where does it say limited military action? Military force. Where does it say that? Read the War Powers Act. Okay. USA? Oh, this is the thing they mentioned in the article. Okay. Congressional frustrations, War Powers Resolution limiting the authority to wage war. Nixon vetoed, Congress overrode, became law. What does this have to do with it? Does this mean he can't do it? Divides war powers. Yeah, it's just that Congress can declare war and appropriate funding, but the president is commander in chief of the armed forces. But where are they saying?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I know we got the UN resolution, but that's different. That's just them condemning the Houthi attacks, right? Fill up vacancies, appoint ambassadors. What's the precedent? Or wait, let's go here, sorry. Did he violate the War Powers Law? In addition to constitutional provisions, the use of force is controlled by the War Powers Resolution, which Congress passed in 1973 as a check on presidential power in the wake of the Vietnam War. That resolution requires military actions without a declaration of war or specific legal authority to be terminated within 60 days. Oh, so obviously, yeah, so if that would have to only exist if Article 2 did give, if being commander-in-chief did give you that power. Oh. So they have to be terminated within 60 days. They only have 60 days. Damn. Wouldn't that make them like want to rush it? Jesus. 2 months to fuck shit up, yeah. It requires the president to provide Congress within 48 hours of an attack, a report on the circumstances that necessitated the action, the authority under which it took place, and the estimated scope and duration of the hostilities. Oh, so Kyle's just wrong then. Like, what would be the point in this act if the president couldn't go past Congress? Huh. What the fuck? Yeah, I know Russia and China could have vetoed it, yeah. The demand to stop the Red Sea, yeah, that's different. Yeah. Yes, and notify Congress. Okay, damn. Okay, we're off to a good start. All right, let's go.
Okay, and go talk to the Netherlands and whoever else was nominally involved here. You didn't go and talk to Congress at all. In fact, I've already seen a number of tweets, and credit to these politicians who are coming out and saying this, but Val Hoyle is one congressperson who says these airstrikes have not been authorized by Congress. The Constitution is clear. Congress has the sole authority to authorize military involvement in overseas conflicts.
Fuck me, I was muted for so long. Oh my god. What a retard. All right. So Biden in 2020 said that Trump doesn't have the authority to take us into a war with Iran without congressional approval. But this is assuming that Trump was considering a war with Iran. He didn't say this about this. Was this about Soleimani? Yeah, I don't care what you guys hear. This is just for me. That bit was just for me. Okay. Seems like he had the power. Seems like he had the authority. I don't know.
Conflicts. Every president must first.
If his tweet about Iran was a bit shit in context.
Come to Congress and ask for military authorization, regardless of party. We have Ro Khanna came out and said a very, very similar thing. And I don't know, I haven't seen any Republicans yet say it, but of course, I know Thomas Massey will come out and say it. There may even be others who come out and say it. I saw Lindsey Graham celebrating what Biden is doing here. But let's understand something, guys. Why is this happening? Why is it the case now that our tax money is going to bomb Yemen? Because Israel decided to do a genocide in Gaza. They've killed 28,000 civilians, including 12,000 children. And we decided...
They're all civilians? 28,000? Why is he making that claim? We can only guess how many people in Hamas have died in those strikes. Israel, yeah, 0 soldiers killed. Yeah. Fuck me. How many Hamas fighters? I think the last number that Israel gave, I saw, was December 29th. So 2 weeks ago, they said they'd killed 9,000. Or 8,000, sorry, Hamas fighters. You can be skeptical of that if you want, because it's not been verified by anyone else. But if it's between this, right, and the Gaza Health Ministry, which says like apparently 0, because they only name it like high ups, like generals and shit. Oh, they've gone to 9,000 on 5th of January. Damn, dude. Okay, interesting.
Yemen decided, we want them to stop that, so we're going to go ahead and block the Red Sea to prevent trade with Israel. Now, by the way, they've been clear every step of the way. If Israel stops doing the genocide in Yemen, we will stop controlling the Red Sea and blocking trade with Israel. And so the U.S. looked at that, and Biden was so outraged and aggrieved by the blocking of trade with Israel as they committed genocide that he decided, I need to go do an illegal, unconstitutional war and go take U.S. tax.
Holy shit. First of all, they were not blocking. They were firing shots at civilian vessels and occasionally boarding them. Like vessels that had nothing to do with Israel, or like a vessel might have come from one country, be flagged to another, and then have like a percentage stockholder of the company from Israel, like that kind of shit. I don't know. It's why do people feel like they need to do this? Why do people feel like they need to inject their own desires and their own ideology and their own wishes onto these like fucking people in Yemen? Like, why do they need to do that? Why is it just like, oh, I think the Houthis they're actually just doing what I would want them to do. Like, what the fuck are you saying? And by the way, when it comes to the genocide, I don't know why people can't just say that for what it is as well, because the Houthis have also fired rockets at Israel, indiscriminate again, because they can't aim their shit. They've all been intercepted. I don't think any Yemeni missiles have actually killed anyone, thankfully, but they could have, because they've tried. It's just like, again, Yemen wants Israel to stop fighting. That's true. They don't want Hamas to stop fighting. They want Israel to be destroyed. They want Hamas to, it's a war. They want Hamas to win the war. That's like what would be their achievement. That Israel, that I guess they're, well, it's not even. I guess if I was being charitable to them, it would be like that they were trying to stop trade so that Israel becomes an international pariah. People want to distance themselves from Israel. People want to, they lose economic partners because of all the chaos that's being caused. And then eventually they just can't like keep up their military strength, and then they just get overwhelmed, and then Israel gets invaded by fucking Hamas. And other like militant groups, and then it just gets taken over, and that's it. It just all becomes Palestine. That's kind of like the ideal scenario for the Houthis. Ultimately, what they really wanted to do was to get involved. That's it. Because if you are a Middle Eastern dictator or a group that's like a government or whatever, the best way to get people who you're governing to be chill with you, to like you, to support you more, is to fight with Israel. That's kind of, I don't think they actually expected sincerely. They're still on the right side? No, they're not actually. No, they're not. They're not on the right side. They don't want what you want. I think you want peaceful coexistence between Jews and Arabs in Palestine. I think that's what you want. Houthis want all the fucking Jews gone. So if you think that's being on the right side, nah, you're a fucking idiot. Like, they they literally hate Jews so much that they mentioned them twice. It wasn't enough to say... It wasn't enough to say, God is greatest, death to America, death to Israel. It was also death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews, you know? It's kind of had to be, both. I think they also deported like the last small handful of Jews that were hanging out that were still living in Yemen. There's one Jew left, and I think that person might be in trouble now. I don't know. They also do like fucking Hitler salutes and shit. I don't know. Why do you project your own ideology onto the Houthis? Also, learner box. Here's what Houthis want. Okay, I'm sorry. You've been around for a while, Brooksa, but that is actually the most fucking brain damaged thing I've ever heard someone say. Yeah, I'm not. That's actually not my ideology. I don't know if you know that. That's me listening to what they say and telling you what they say. How the fuck is that the same as me projecting my... Fuck off. Go away. You need a long break to think about how fucking stupid you just sounded saying that. Jesus Christ. Absolutely insane. Anyway.
Tax money and use U.S. bombs to go after the Houthis. Look, I'm going to say this as straightforward and as simply as possible. And this will be controversial, but it's true, which is why I'm going to say it. The Houthis are correct. The Houthis are right. In fact, you can argue they are the ones who are trying to uphold international law here. When they say, oh, you're going to do a genocide and nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it, well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. So what happened as a result of that? Okay, the insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up.
Just so you guys know, it is not legal to launch projectiles that cannot be aimed at another country, like Israel. It's not legal to go into the Red Sea and to use drones to fire at civilian vessels or to board them and commandeer them. That's actually, you're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. Disruption of maritime trade in international wars. Fuck. Pretty illegal, actually. I don't know. Not that... Why do people say they care about... Why do people act as if they care about the law? I know they're just saying that because it's like... I feel like people don't really know their enemies. And I feel like if you're like a far leftist and you feel like you're appealing to liberals, it's like you just use laws in a really juvenile way. And they're like, oh, wait, if we... wait, these liberals are... They have no morals. They don't care about working class or the Palestinians, but they do care about laws. Huh? If we just say the law, but then they just go on to like... half-ass bullshit a bunch of laws, and then like that'll get them. If I tell them it's a law, they'll come on board. It's so like, it's so naive. I don't know. Dear me.
Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror! How terrible! But do you?
Yeah, it's probably not that terrible for people like me and Kyle because we're, we make money to talk shit on the internet, and we're pretty reasonably well off. Like, but actually, if a pretty frequently used strip of international water is being blocked and people don't want to use it because of they're being literally fucking attacked by non-state actors who are unpredictable, who are using drones to fire at them. If they're doing that. And they have to go all the way around the Cape for an extra 10 days, that increases costs. Aren't we? I thought we were on the left here, like cost of living crisis. That's inflating prices for everyone because the Houthis were not just targeting Israeli ships. They went for like a ship that was they went for one ship that was to do with like Liberia and the Bahamas, one ship from like fucking like India, or another one from Japan, and like these. And the result was that no one wanted to go through the Red Sea. So that affects everyone. No one wants to go through even if they were just going for Israeli boats. First of all, should the rest of the world trust that? Should other people in these civilian vessels take that risk and just go through the Red Sea, which is being policed by non-state actors like the Houthis, like by non-state militants? You want to go through a toll booth with a Houthi in there and just like hope for the best? Yeah, what they're doing is that it's incidentally, it's collective punishment, isn't it? Because everyone suffers for that. International trade's kind of important, you know? It's like how we get our goods. It's how they come at us at a particular cost that we can afford them and shit like that. And if there's disruptions, people will put their prices up. Ugh.
The U.S. would rather protect trade to Israel than protect Palestinian babies who are being bombed on the regular. If you wanted the Houthis to stop, you know what you could have done? Told Israel, hey, you've already been doing this for months. You can go ahead and wrap it up now. 28,000 dead civilians is enough. Bombing, another hospital, another school, another UN building, another marketplace. Wrap it up. I think we got the point. I think the 12,000 dead babies is enough. If you wanted them to stop, Biden could have told them, no more money, no more weapons. We're going to stop this. This is having wide-ranging consequences. Instead, what does he do? Pats Israel on the back, gives them a green light, tells them they're special and they're precious, and then decides to drag the U.S.
Let's say Biden does that to Israel, and then they say, okay, stop. But then Hamas says, you're not getting the hostages back, though. And we've said on television, multiple different people, their spokesman said it, Hania said it. They've said that their intention is to do October 7th again, as many times as they can, and to capitalize on the gains that they made on October 7th. That was Hania's last speech just a few days ago. I don't know. Fuck.
U.S. into another Mideast war on their behalf. I mean, I'm at a loss for words here because I always expect the U.S. to make stupid decisions, to do terrible things. But this is like a level above and beyond.
This was 9th of January, this speech. It was like 6 days ago. I've checked this as well, like with my Arabic speaker and all that. It's like, he said we should hold on to the moment of the victory on October 7th and build upon it. Time is on our side. Donations to Gaza are not humanitarian aid, but financial jihad. Like, this is the leader who lives in Qatar in a fucking 5-star hotel. Like, this is why I don't get the idea, like people like Kyle saying that, oh, if the Houthis, if like Biden can't stop Israel from carrying out operations in Gaza and the Houthis can do it instead. It doesn't affect this. It doesn't affect what Hamas thinks. They just get that for free, I guess. And also, yeah, Israel does not take direct orders from Biden. I don't know. Again, like, I'm not against people who say they want a ceasefire. Like that's what I want. A ceasefire is like, obviously that's the first thing that everyone fucking wants when a bunch of people are dying who don't deserve to die. Some of the least deserving people on earth to die, like kids, stateless kids in fucking Gaza. The problem is that if you want to go for a ceasefire, it's not just one side that has to cease fire. It's not just Israel that has to cease fire. It also has to be Hamas. And there has to be an understanding that they're not going to do shit like this, even though their leaders are literally saying that they want to do it again. Fuck me. And apparently they want to use humanitarian aid to do it. Jesus Christ. Financial aid, yeah. Because I think he's talking about the organization that he's fundraising for here, I think. Islamic Nation. because it has an important role. The Scholars of our Nation have a pivotal role on two fronts. The first front is supporting the resistance. The whole world is pouring weapons on the occupation. The whole world is not afraid to do so. Yeah. Ah, God. I know it's 24K from the Gaza Health Ministry. I think people are adding on the number of people missing as well, because there's like 6 or 7,000 disappeared, like missing people in Gaza, and they're probably dead. Anyway. Whoa.
Was 100 million trillion% avoidable. We don't need to be going to war with Yemen. We don't need to be bombing 10 cities in Yemen. We don't need a hot war with the Houthis. And by the way, another really important point, this makes Americans less safe. Because now you are begging for retribution and retaliation because the U.S. is doing Israel's dirty work for them. This makes us less safe. It absolutely makes us less safe. We are not a target of Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas. But you know what? When you keep sending money and you keep sending weapons and you keep greenlighting a genocide, maybe eventually they go, hey, they are the problem. You know, they're the dealer.
I hate going back to the slogan, but the second line on it is death to America. I don't, Houthis don't like America. I don't. Okay. Wow.
It's giving Israel, the addict, their fix. And now you go and you bomb Yemen. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Houthis are correct. Their action of blocking the ships was correct.
What? Okay, if you think it's correct, just call it what it is. It's not blocking ships. It was commandeering and firing at ships, civilian ships. Yeah, just say that's correct. Why are you couching it if you think it's correct? If you're going to stand by it, if you're going to fucking giga chat it and plant your fucking flag in the ground and rip your shirt up or whatever, like just say, I think they were correct to attack civilian vessels. Why? I hate that. Like, yeah, bro. Yeah, of course I yeah. How did you tell? I think they were justified to engage in a BDS practice against the state of Israel. Like, fuck off.
Absolutely. It should have been the UN that was doing that, right? It should have been the US, if we actually cared about human rights, us doing that. No, Yemen, a super poor country, had to do the right thing and step up, and now we're bombing them as a result of it. Now,
to be fair, Operation Prosperity Guardian to begin with was actually quite a lot of and also the UN the Security Council did condemn the Houthi attacks. So that's why this is the state is next step, right?
Cuck bastard.
It's like United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Bahrain, Canada, Denmark, Greece, Netherlands, Norway, Singapore, fucking Sri Lanka, Seychelles. Do not touch the civilian vessels in the Red Sea, says the Lions of Seychelles.
I should point out there are some reports that are unconfirmed as of this moment that
Lak Chong, thanks for the 4,000 Nigerian. I really appreciate that. Thanks very much.
They went after U.S. ships. So Crystal was telling me that just the other day we targeted a bunch of their drones. We shot down a bunch of Yemen's drones, the drones that they're using to police the Red Sea effectively.
Yeah.
And there are some reports now that they went after U.S. ships. We don't know the timeline of the events. So in other words, we don't know if the Houthis knew the U.S. were going to attack them, or the U.S. was already in the midst of attacking them, and then the Houthis started attacking the ships, or we don't know if they attacked the ships in retaliation to us attacking their drones the other day. We don't even know for sure if they did attack the ships. There's just some unconfirmed reports that happened. But now that's almost certainly going to happen.
Where are we? So this is from December, early December, 4th of December. U.S. warship shoots down drones fired from Houthi-held Yemen Red Sea. Houthi spokesman said the group's navy had attacked 2 Israeli ships. Remember, not all the ships that were targeted were Israeli as well. We saw that when they said they were targeting Israeli ships, and then the first 3 that they went for actually weren't. Detected an anti-ship ballistic missile exploding near the Unity Explorer, a Bahamian-flagged UK-owned. So actually, there's a UK-owned cargo ship 1 month ago Okay. So we got a reason to get involved. Both of them flagged in Panama, 2 more ships. One of them part UK owned, being struck by missiles. Enabled by Iran. Well, maybe, who knows. Captured armed men who seized an Israeli tanker. Israeli linked tanker, sorry, linked. I don't get it. Why is this okay? I don't get it. Yeah, it was a U.S. Navy ship, wasn't it? They declared themselves part of the Axis of Resistance. U.S. said its warship captured armed men earlier. 2 missiles were fired towards the warship as after they captured men. Yeah. Golly.
And this is what we've been talking about, guys, how everything...
No, none of the ships were under the Israeli flag. The problem with flags is the flag doesn't actually tell you where the ship is from or where it's going. That's not... Like, the way that the system works with ships, it's got like its own... It can be owned by people from one country, but then flagged to another country. Like, it's a weird system that they do.
Escalates out of control, and the tit for tat, it turns into a massive snowball effect, right? And so now, you know, the Houthis...
Sometimes they do, yeah, but it's like, yeah, there's like point of registry is different from... It's not necessarily the same. So it can have an Israeli flag, but it could have like barely anything to do with Israel. Yeah.
Fire back on some U.S. ship. Nobody's died. No U.S. people have died, right? But imagine even one U.S. soldier dies. Then, you know, Joe Biden and neocons and Republicans, all these people could look at that and say, well... The Houthis are just a proxy for Iran, so this means Iran killed a U.S. soldier. Now we got to go to war with Iran. So this is where we're at. Look, of all the horrible things that Joe Biden has done, literally put at the top of the list, the tippy top of the list, green lighting Israel doing a genocide and arming them and funding them as they do it. And now, illegally and offensively...
I want to say, sorry, everyone who postures this hard about law... And again, I don't like, you can disagree with laws. I don't know why, or you can disagree with legal rulings and all that. But if you're going to say be this uncritical about what you think are laws, even though they're not, I don't know. I would wonder, because I imagine if we're talking about law, if the ICJ doesn't implement provisional measures for South Africa's case because they think it's bullshit, if that happens, Kyle's not going to agree with it. He'll just say that the ICJ is like sold out or whatever, right? Like, yeah.
Bombing Yemen, bombing the Houthis in Yemen. This is a country that didn't attack us and was only trying to effectively do a blockade of Israel in a sad attempt to put economic pressure on them to get them to stop carpet bombing babies in Gaza.
Carpet bombing?
I don't know what else to say about it, man. But this is bad.
Is that what the allegation is now? Carpet bombing? Okay.
And so we told you from the very beginning in those long Israel segments, we told you, look out, because this is how giant regional wars start. This is how it happens. You know, it's a little bit of, we're backing Israel. Israel's massacring civilians in Gaza. Then it's Israel doing tit for tat with Hezbollah in one area, and then it's us, the U.S., bombing Shia militias in Iraq, bombing Shia militias in Syria, Israel taking out a Hezbollah commander here, an Iranian commander here, a Hamas leader in Beirut, in Lebanon, wildly illegal. You can't just bomb Lebanon. They did. And then...
I don't know if I think that's very ethical to do, but is it illegal? Is it? I think it might... That one might be. Yeah, fucking. I don't actually know. Because it's basically an assassination. I think it was only Hamas people who died in that strike. But is it okay to assassinate, like, by bombing a house, by bombing, like, the flat? Even if it's like a precision bomb that only kills the people? I think it was like a Hamas leader, like 2 commanders, and then just some party members. Is that legal? Why not? That's not really a good answer. I just want to know if it's legal or not. Because they are at war with Hamas, and Lebanon is at war with Israel. Is Lebanon at war with Israel, though? Or like, because obviously Lebanon, the government is different from Hezbollah, the military, which that gets a bit complicated. I don't know. I would be interested to see what the legal opinion is on that.
Now we are in a hot war, bombing Yemen, completely illegal, completely unconstitutionally.
Damn.
And for what? We know the answer. The thing that we're doing it for is to continue to allow Israel to carpet bomb children. Never been more disgusted than I am right now.
This characterization is so fucking mental, man. I guess you would, if you haven't stopped for 1 second in your busy day to think about, is every death in Gaza really a civilian? Like all 24,000 of them, or 28,000 if we're taking Kyle's numbers? Has Israel just missed Hamas the whole time? I guess if they're doing a genocide, maybe they're so precise with their surgical bombs that they just they skip past Hamas. I don't know. Jesus. Oof. Yeah, interesting. What a strange segment. So, I mean, what's the recap there? It's not illegal to do military action. It's just that you're only allowed to take limited military action for a set period of time. I think it was 60 days. It's just the 73 War Act. Okay, so it's not illegal. It's what else? What the Houthis are doing absolutely is illegal, and it's not a blockade. They're not blocking ships. They are attacking ships and boarding ships. That's not just Israeli ships. It seemed to be quite random whether they were choosing ships. It results in everyone having to go the long way around, and that is not just like, oh, civilian trade, maritime trade. No, that affects people's lives. That affects the prices of goods in a, I guess what Kyle would say is a cost of living crisis. The Houthis don't want a ceasefire. They've never wanted a ceasefire. They want Israel to cease fire. They don't want Hamas to cease fire. Hamas doesn't want a ceasefire. They seem to be quite intent on continuing October 7th, doing it again, using what people call humanitarian aid to fund what is actually a humanitarian jihad. That's what Hania called it a few days ago. So, there's quite a lot of... It's like, don't project your own standards and ideologies onto like fucking brown people, like the Houthis. It's just, don't do that. I don't know why. Don't do it to anyone. I don't know why people have to add this stuff in. It's like they just want the thing that I happen to exactly want. Yeah, I don't like. No, they do not. They're not like you. The Houthis they're a bit different from Kyle Kulinski. Anyway, would they approve of this here? Probably not.
And by the way, if you turn on mainstream media, whoo, good
Would they approve of his 2011 tweets? Maybe.
luck getting the context. There is not a single channel in mainstream media that will tell you the very basic thing. Hey, why is Yemen doing this? Why are they policing and patrolling the Red Sea? Why are they trying to block
why are they
here? I don't understand. Again, they're doing it to try to stop Israel from doing a genocide. Putting economic pressure on them to try to stop them from doing a genocide. That's why. Now, when you hear that context, it's a lot harder to critique it, isn't it?
Well, that's not what... Yeah, if you put it that way, if that's exactly what was going on. It's just that they don't want to stop a genocide. That's not really true. If they want to stop a genocide of Palestinians, they might want to stop that. No, they want Hamas to win the war. That's what they want. They want Israel to be destroyed. That's why their slogan has death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews. They're making sure you don't think it's just anti-Zionism. It's not anti-Semitism. No, it's anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. It's both. It's kind of both. And also death to America, yeah. And they're not just blocking... Again, it's like, if you're going to defend it, just say what it is. They're attacking civilian vessels. It's quite fortunate that no one died because they were using means to stop those boats that could have got people killed, like drones that had to get intercepted by Rule Britannia, Guardian of the Sea. Oh God, can you imagine if like Britain succeeds in this endeavor and they restore they restore safe passage to the Red Sea. Like Rishi Sunak could literally ride that into an election victory. That'd be disgusting. Conservatives love. They get the fucking boner that British boomers get over the thought of any kind of revival of the glory of the British Empire. If we actually emerge from this, if Rishi Sunak emerges from this as the guardian of the Red Sea of international trade, oh God. World War I literally started, okay? The seeds were sown for World War I because another country thought they could have as many boats as Britain could. Germany. The Kaiser thought he looked at Britain and he was like, I want that many boats. So he started building boats. And then Britain was like, mate, what? What are you doing? What did you say? So Britain built more boats. And then they didn't like each other. And then they escalated over the Balkans and there was a war. That's basically what happened. Straight facts. In the end, Britain did build more boats. We built 19 dreadnoughts. Kaiser only built 13. Cock. Get fucked! Ooh. Pretty rough out there. Pretty rough. I'm trying to imagine just like British patriots how fucking excited they are about it. You shall not pass. These vessels shall be awarded safe passage across the Red Sea. Love international maritime trade. Love it. Quality, son. Hey, Houthis. Simple as.
And by the way, Hassan Piker was saying on Twitter that he turned on CNN and they were describing the U.S. illegally bombing Yemen as a de-escalatory action. Oh, man. Holy shit, man. This is bad.
Shit.
This is bad. Lord only knows what happens from here. Lord only knows how long we'll continue to bomb Yemen. Lord only knows now what they'll do in response, or if Hezbollah comes in more, or Iran comes in more, or if now, Lindsey Graham starts screaming about, let's go invade Iran. But Biden's probably close. If he was going to green light a war with Yemen illegally, then why not go all the way and do Iran? Imagine blowing your chances at re-election so that you continue to allow Netanyahu to do a genocide.
Okay.
Imagine being that fucking stupid. Imagine being that fucking stupid.
That's what the kind of person who's thinking of defecting to the Republican Party is thinking. Anyway, yeah, as far as we know, they hit 73 targets, 73 sites, and what was it? Five dead, 6 injured. I don't think. Is this the article that had it? Hang on. I don't think any civilians have been reported dead yet. So, I don't know. Maybe Israel can take some fucking pointers from this. I mean, I know Yemen's a slightly different environment, but still, god damn it. This was a couple of days ago. I don't know if things have changed, but that was like in the first 73 strikes. At least this article's got it right. Look, like, what are you talking about the mainstream media? They have conducted, this is actually what the Houthis did, they conducted 27 attacks against international shipping in the southern Red Sea area since mid-October. And what they say is a concerted campaign to target ships with Israeli links in support of Hamas in Gaza. They're in support of Hamas. There we go. Not, incidentally, not in support of a humanitarian ceasefire on both sides. No, that's actually not what they went for. No. Many of their attacks, however, have been directed at merchant ships without Israeli links, prompting the US and a coalition of allies to dispatch warships to the Red Sea to protect shipping lanes, see off raiding boats, and shoot down missiles and drones when necessary. Wait, missiles and drones? What are you talking about? Mainstream media. Why? What missiles and drones in this supposedly peaceful blockade? Okay.
That's what we got in Joe Biden. So, by the way, final point, all you Republicans, oh my God, let's do 74 hearings on Hunter Biden's cock and balls. You want to talk about impeaching Joe Biden? You want to talk about accountability? Here you have a clear-cut example of an illegal bombing campaign. The Constitution is super clear. The president can't just willy-nilly go around and start bombing whoever the hell they want for whatever reason they want. No, you need a declaration of war from Congress in order to do a war. This is an act of war. It is 100% illegal. This isn't, vital for necessary defense of the nation at the last minute. No, not at all. Nobody makes the argument that, oh my God, the Houthis are taking down Cleveland if we don't act. Doesn't happen. So here we know this is offensive, this is aggressive, this is illegal, this is unconstitutional. If you want to go after Joe Biden for anything, here's your chance. But they're not going to do it. You want to know why? Because they agree with Biden. They agree with Biden 100%. Absolutely pathetic, terrible breaking news. This thing keeps getting worse and worse. And I don't have much hope that it's going to change.
Okay. I don't even debate. I could ask him. He's streaming now to 3,000
intensive
people.
care unit in darkness as doctors warn patients would soon die if electricity was not restored.
What's he saying here? 100K Gazans killed. Missing, wounded. Oh, wounded. Okay. In 100 days. 130 attack. Where's he getting that from? It could be. That wouldn't surprise me, actually, if that many had been wounded. Why did people keep saying hi, Keffels, when she's not in chat? Oh, is it because she's there? Is that why? Okay. Fuck me. Freaking me out here. She was on thumbnail duty, true. The debate pervert in attack mode. It's good for the content, isn't it? Good for you guys. Hi, Lauren Southern. What? Hello, Corporal Punishment. Hello?
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 Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in just to point out that whoever that guy you were watching talking about the constitutionality of Biden authorizing strikes, he on himself not understanding it. He said that the Constitution, he's correct in saying the Constitution doesn't allow the president to declare war, but he certainly is allowed to conduct acts of war. And the guy you were watching, even said that this is an act of war, not a declaration of war. So anytime you hear someone making claims about the constitutionality of strikes like this, you can pretty much rule them out. It's pretty well set that the president enjoys a wide range of authority when it comes to directing the military, up to 60 days, at which point then you would need a declaration of war from Congress. Even the idea of a notification doesn't need to be immediate, and that notification doesn't even necessarily have to have a huge justification. You just have to tell Congress, this is what we did, and here's why we did it. So yeah, anytime someone's bringing up the law, you can pretty much discount them unless they're actually a lawyer. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All good, man. Right. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Castle bro, please. No, fuck you. Why? Because of what threat right now when I can win a pawn? Look, if I take this, he would take there, and then I'd take the bishop, and then I'm up a pawn. What does this knight do over here? Nothing. then I castle because he does that. Oh, that maybe. That's an option. But if he does that, I just go here and we're good. Or even just castle this way because this file's open for me now. Right? Am I wrong? Why? If I castle first, he might take this and then I've lost the plan. The problem is that this bishop is protected by this knight and I can move this defender out of the way. Look at it. Because I'm threatening the queen. They have to react to that. And if they don't take me, then I take them and get a check, and then I've killed the defender anyway. The fuck? Do a barrel roll. Okay. Look, it's fine. Did I say bishop wrong? Fuck you guys. I think it's fine. I think it's a good move. What are they going to do? They go here. Oh, I can't even like that. They go here. I just take, and then the defender's gone. Da da da. Go. The only fear is this coming next, but I can just stop it with that. Okay. Oh, that was a decent move. Can you analyze in this mode? Not until we're done, I don't think. Hello, sexy Jedi.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, good, yeah.
What can I do for you?
I just want to say, I don't know if you catch it in the chat earlier, but I want to say I either heard on a podcast I listened to or read somewhere, so I can't substantiate it, but that the U.S. or coalition strikes on Yemen was like clearly telegraphed beforehand. Like they said, we're going to go here, 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 like days in advance, just so that they can infrastructure. Which makes it seem real silly why people are reacting crazy about it, because they're not even going after people, it seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wacky, isn't it?
Yep. Anyway, I didn't know if that's been said, so I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Yep. Bye.
Take care. Bye. I think this is a viewer. Is this a viewer who's challenged me here? Uh-oh. I never saw that coming. Now I'm busted my position. You're the guy. I am. Well, you're 800 rated, so if I lose, I'm going to look like a fucking dipshit. I'll probably lose a bunch of rating as well. Ooh! Stream sniping. That is true. I can't really, like, use my arrows on stream, can I? I was really hoping that Pisco would have got back to me about what the fuck I should be reading about January 6th. But alas, I haven't been given that yet. Now, what does this mean? Okay. That's just vibe. I don't like something going on there, but you can't really follow up. And like, this is just a free piece, isn't it? It's completely free. So, okay. How do you get a person 830? Because they requested a game. They're like a viewer who just challenged me. Oh, shit. Now, do I just capitalize? Do I just build pressure? What would I even do now? See if I can get like the quickest possible. Not really anything going on there. But there is an idea, because all the white squares are taken, the light squares are all taken, so I don't really, this bishop's not doing much. So there is an idea of going here, letting them take, and then I use my bishop there to get some movement. This bishop's fucked. Just does not gonna do anything. Yeah. That's fine. And then I can go here and just keep stacking. Okay, now what? Is there a quick win? Oh, because this is this. And then there's like a, no, there's not a knight move that can, oh, then there's that, then that. But the bishop can block as well. I mean, it's something though. So there's that, and that means I can bring my knight here to get some out of the way. Oh, I saw something different. They might be wise to do that, actually. Yep. That's a bit annoying. No, do that. I think this works. If my next move makes any sense. Let's put the sounds on. Oh, it still doesn't work. Oh, they can block. I don't know if I feel great about this execution because it's just quite brutal, isn't it? Okay. And then this is as well. I'm just taking everything. Oh, okay. That's not bad. Oh, they resigned. Okay. Could I have won that quicker? They want to do it again? No, I need to do content. Fuck. What was this? I'll do it again. Fuck it. Let's go white. Scandinavian? Oh, of course, because they're Scandinavian. Ooh. Nice one. I don't actually know this position very well, actually. I don't know it. Do I know it at all? What happens? That's just, it's not loose, is it? That it would be if I did that move there. Is it this? Or is I just castle? I think there's something to do with this, right? Oh, what's the option there? Just block the knight. Yeah, I don't actually know what the best course is for this. I think, oh, is it this? That makes some sense, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not good at this position. There is this. Oh, why didn't I say that earlier? I was so stupid. Should have seen this because it's a fucking pin. You need to get mods up in this bit. I know Twitch chat can die. I don't care. Oh, they saw my plan, the fucker. Okay. Oh, it's because are they stream sniping me? Oh no. I think this knight is pretty inactive. So what the fuck can this do? There? Maybe? I don't know. Oh. Is there like something with I don't know, man. Fuck. I feel like there's an idea going on there, but I don't understand it. Is it hang on. I feel like I'm just making it worse for myself now. This knight is useless. Mm. Oh. That's bold. Is there anything here? Not really. I don't know what to do about this tension either. Well, this I've seen people do this before, this G5 gimmick. It looks disgusting, but I think it works. Look how gross that is. Ugh. Bro, kill me. Oh, there was fuck, I missed the oh shit. Whoops. I think I'm still fine. Like everything's a lot more coordinated, and his rooks aren't really developed. They're not connected. This knight's not really got anywhere to go apart from it's going to go there, but then just down. No, you'd have to go on like a little journey, whereas mine's quite central. The G4 is a problem for sure. Oh god, they saw it. Fuck. But I mean, this still works, right? Anything better? No. Am I really just going to be up a pawn then? Is that what we're going for? Fine. Bishop is probably better than knight. I could actually lose this one. A pawn's a pawn. True. And I have to use the bishop because otherwise I'll get fucked on this pawn. Now, what? This knight can't really go anywhere. This pawn just needs to protect. These three, somehow I need to keep them safe. This might be the next move. Just use the pass pawn to fuck about. Even that. Might just march. Oh. I think that might have been a mistake by them. Maybe. There's still that. This pawn is very overextended. Look at him. Fucking freak. Okay. Protect. Ooh. Oh, that's a fucking hang, isn't it? Look at it. Well. Oh shit, I can't do that. Let's go this. Then there's this. Oops. Couldn't have blocked that. Okay. Oh no! I hanged it. Fuck. Fuck me, man. Fucking idiot, man. I don't know. There is... No, it's not even close, is it? I should have got my rooks further up. I don't know. I'm just gonna win by flagging like a nutter. Hup. Whoa, that could have been a mate. That's really close. Fuck. I might actually just get completely trapped here, wouldn't I? It's possible. Shit, man. Okay. Ooh. Bit of a mistake there. Okay. Jesus. No, not again. Not again. I can't just drop 100 viewers. Let's have a look at the what am I supposed to do in that position? There's that fucking knight there that seems like it's well developed, but it's not doing anything interesting. Like, this is all fine. Oh, that's not fine. There, really? Why? No, this is normal open. I'm not gonna fuck about with that. So it's like the knight should go. Yeah, I should have done that. I said that I was gonna do that. Yeah, I just didn't. So that was fine. That was fine. The G4 thing is fine. You just need to be careful. Okay, I knew that. Taking was good, yeah, because it's better to have a knight than a bishop. E4, okay, that was fine. And then this was where I think I had the pawn could have trapped the bishop. Not really, though, because it would just be a forced trade. But then I would have had this. This is what I missed. Oh, here I was just better positioned in general. But then was it just one blunder? Was it just like okay moves and then the blunder? Okay. So I was actually just doing fine. But the idea, it's when this bishop it's like a Scandinavian and there's like this little configuration and you're supposed to get the knight there because the bishop can't go anywhere. It just has to go, it has to get taken somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. And then the G4 thing was like a right there. Okay. Chess drama box. Yeah, I know the G4 idea is like a Scandinavian thing for white. Like, yeah. All right. What do I read for January 6th? Do I just read the inquiry? Or what? I just don't give a fuck about January 6th, man. Check the videos of your opponents and then fact check them. I know I should do that. That would be a clever boy thing to do. Okay, hang on. Should I see about the Ray Epps thing? Because that's probably all it's going to be, right? Ray Epps. All I know about the Ray Epps thing is that people say that there's a quote where he said he orchestrated it. Like, just stop. Like, that's all it is. Just so dumb. It's just clip chimping. Okay. I know his text was nephew, right? Yeah. And obviously none of the fucking January 6 people who were arrested and were talking to the cops were saying, oh, I was there because Ray Epps told me to. No, they all said they were there because Trump told them to be there. Yeah. Norman Finkelstein predicts genocide. I can't listen to Finkelstein. He talks too slow. He's annoying. Fuck. He speaks a lot of bullshit. No, don't care. Don't care. Actual waste of time. I don't care how many like idiots on the internet think he's like a esteemed scholar of Israel. Like, no. Co-op the debate and make it out of Brexit. True. It's because Trump didn't call in the military. That's the thing. I don't know what the arguments are. That's what I don't know. That's like the main thing. You need to. I don't really need to know that much about the case. I mean, it would help, but Finkelstein isn't that bad. He's insanely bad. He's a hack. Yeah, sorry. Just at least maybe not in his books. I don't know. I haven't read the books, but in the way that he talks, yeah, he lies about sources like all the time. We've covered this like a million times in the stream. Like, well, maybe I'll put one together one day. Who knows? If I ever care to. Six committee report. What happened with Finkelstein versus Destiny? Finkelstein said he doesn't want to do it. He's just strange. No, he makes things up. I don't know. Yeah, he'll cite like a 300-page human rights report and tell you something that's in it that's not in it. Like he'll do that shit. It's like, or he'll take something that's bad and he'll add like 3 or 4 fucking embellishments onto it to make it sound like an act of Satan. And he does that for everything. Yeah, it's just, no, I don't like him. He's just not a good voice on the issue. Did he go to a Holocaust denial conference? I don't know if he did that, but he did give a shout out to David Irving and said he was a great historian, like a very good historian. So that's weird. And he knew who he was talking about because he said, I don't care what Richard Evans says. I'm like, okay, so you know. Like David Irving bragged about being a great historian because he was willing to dig into the archives and all that shit. But like he bragged about doing stuff that every historian is taught to do. Like that was the thing about him, but he managed to get away with it for so long because most lay people don't know what historians are supposed to do. So he just like had this air of being exceptional because he told people he was exceptional. Yeah, it was a whole, the Richard Evans book on it is really good. Why is this PDF taking so, okay, 800 pages? Oh, yeah. The PDF for this is just taking a really long time to get a hold of. Never stops talking about his mother and the Holocaust. Why would he didn't deny it. He just seemed to, he supported and shouted out a historian, quote, historian, who is the most notorious Holocaust denier like in the world. Like, why would you do that? It's not like there's good David Irving works that actually contribute a lot to fucking like the historiography or anything. It's just that he was a Holocaust denier. And he buried it in like a fucking sea of citations. And there's a whole film about it. The film is called Denial. It's really good. Yeah, David Irving's insane. But what I find strange is why he said that. Why did he say that about David Irving? I don't know why. That's just, yeah. Okay, what's the contents page here? Is there anything I need to properly dig into here? Analysis of the attack. That sounds good. Timeline of the attack. Let's go. Wasn't he banned from entering the United States for a while? Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. January 6th. The attack. I would also really like to know exactly what Trump was trying to do on the day with the electors and the approved electors and the electoral slates and sending it back to the states. I know those phrases. I just don't know what any of them mean. Like, that might be valuable as well. Anyway, the attack. Oh, I need to let chat see. There we go. He's trying to do the same thing Hillary did, obviously. I think I want my heating back on as well because it snowed yesterday and today, like proper big thick snow. What are the odds of him going to prison for this? No idea. Honestly, I'd rather Pisco might just hijack the entire thing. Who knows? 1 second. Okay. Funny story, guys. My protein shaker broke, like the top of it, the lid. So when I'm shaking it, I had to just plug it with my hand. Oh god, I've got a new one coming tomorrow, but fuck me, that was difficult. I've got a bit of it here that I could just put on and kind of wedge it together, and maybe that's safe. But fuck. Hey, Killer Chaos, how's it going? Like it had a handle as well that you could like hold it with your finger. Like, but that I dropped a fucking dumbbell on it, like a 20-kilogram dumbbell. But yeah, I'm gonna get one tomorrow, new one, because this one is fucked. This one is dead. Out of sorts. Okay. My brain wants me to start reading this and taking notes. But my heart and soul wants to get distracted by some dumb shit. Okay. By some carry on. Okay. I'm strong and confident and cute and I have good hair. I can do this. I can read this ridiculous fucking story from 4 years ago. Oh god. I can do this. Are you going to be streaming the panel here? Yeah. Okay. Analysis of the attack. Late in the evening on January 6, 2021, a year after, Henry Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, posted a video on his Parler account. The brief footage showed a masked man wearing a black cape standing in front of the US Capitol building. Tarrio titled the 18-second video set to ominous music, Premonition. He offered no further explanation. The clear implication of the brief footage recorded sometime prior to January 6 was that Tarrio had foreknowledge of the events that transpired earlier that same day. Oh. Indeed, Tarrio cheered on his fellow Proud Boys as they attacked the US Capitol. He had been arrested and ordered to leave Washington, D.C. 2 days earlier. Although Tarrio was not physically present, he continued to monitor and communicate with his men via encrypted chats and social media. At June 2:36 p.m. on January 6, Tarrio wrote on Parler that he was enjoying the show, adding, "Do what must be done," and hashtag we the people. 2 minutes later, Tarrio wrote, "Don't fucking leave." Several minutes after that, Tarrio messages Proud Boys, "Make no mistake," and "We did this." Okay. Law enforcement officials subsequently uncovered significant evidence showing that Tarrio and his lieutenants planned to storm the US Capitol. In June 2022, Tarrio and 4 of the Proud Boys were charged with seditious conspiracy and other crimes related to their alleged responsibility for the assault. The U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, has alleged that they conspired to prevent, hinder, and delay the certification of the Electoral College vote and to oppose by force the authority of the government of the United States. On January 6, 2021, the Proud Boys directed, mobilized, and led members of the crowd into the Capitol grounds and into the Capitol, leading to dismantling of metal barricades, destruction of property, breaching of the Capitol building, and assaults on law enforcement. Okay. Put that somewhere separate, I think. Conspiracy? Whoa. DOJ. Conspired to prevent, hinder, and delay. Okay. The Select Committee's analysis corroborates the DOJ's findings and allegations. The Select Committee reviewed extensive footage of the attack, including that recorded by the US Capitol Police's USCP surveillance cameras, the Metropolitan Police Department's body-worn cameras, publicly available videos, as well as on-the-ground film produced by an embedded documentarian. The Select Committee interviewed rioters, law enforcement officers, and witnesses that were present on January 6, while also consulting thousands of court filings. Using these sources of information, the Select Committee developed a timeline of events to understand how the unprecedented attack on the US Capitol unfolded. As explained below, the Proud Boys marched from the Washington Monument to the US Capitol on the morning of January 6, while tens of thousands of President Trump supporters gathered at a rally at the Ellipse near the White House. The Proud Boys prepared to attack. Okay. So in the morning, prepared to attack during Trump's rally at the Ellipse. Okay. Shortly before the joint session of Congress was set to begin at 1 p.m., the Proud Boys instigated an assault on outmanned law enforcement at the Peace Circle, a key location. They quickly overran security barriers and made their way onto the U.S. Capitol's restricted grounds. Throughout the next several hours, members of the Proud Boys led the attack at key breach points, preventing law enforcement from gaining crowd control and inciting others to press forward. Okay. Trump's speech was 10 minutes long then. Let's just go here. 1 p.m. Trump speech. No. So the Congress joint session, we'll go with here. 1 p.m. Congress joint session. Shortly earlier. Always, outmanned law enforcement. The Peace Circle. So, overran security barriers and headed towards restricted areas. For the next several hours, members of the Proud Boys led the attack at key breach points. Okay. Okay. Proud Boys at key points, hindering crowd control and inciting others to follow. Wait, why is YouTube chat gone? Is YouTube chat still there? Or are you guys just not talking? What the fuck? Has YouTube been effed? Oh, is it just Twitch is a lot more busy? Okay. Huh, interesting. That's funny. Twitch is where all the fucking degenerates go to have their arguments. Okay. Quietly listening. Soy. Okay. President Trump finished his speech at approximately 1:10 p.m. Okay, 1:10 p.m. Trump speech ends. Toward the end of his remarks, the president directed his supporters to march down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. Their natural path took them to the Peace Circle, which had already been cleared out by the Proud Boys and their associates. Thousands of rioters and protesters streamed onto the Capitol's restricted grounds in short order. Okay. To the Capitol. naturally taking them to the peace circle, which had already been cleared. That's interesting. Okay, thousands of rioters streamed into third restricted grounds. The Proud Boys were not solely responsible for attacking the US Capitol. As explained in Chapter 6, other far-right extremists and conspiracy theorists prepared for violence after President Trump summoned them to Washington for a wild protest on January 6th. And they joined in the assault as well. 3%ers, QAnon adherents, and other radicals were on the front lines pressing the charge. The Oath Keepers attacked the Capitol, forming two military-style stacks to push their way to the building. The white nationalist groypers... The white nationalist groypers were present as their leader gave an inflammatory speech from the same peace circle where the attack was launched. Like members of the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers, some of the groypers have been charged for their actions on January 6th. Okay. Unaffiliated Americans enraged by Trump's lies rioted as well. The January 6th attack has often been described as a riot, and that is partially true. Some of those people who trespassed on the Capitol's grounds or entered the building did not plan to do so beforehand. But it is also true that extremists, conspiracy theorists, and others were prepared to fight. That is an insurrection. They answered Trump's call to action. Some, like the Proud Boys, deliberately harnessed the mob's anger to overrun the Capitol. Okay. I might just copy more word for word so I can control F it if I need to. What the fuck is happening in Twitch chat? I can just see every now and then people have like really insane fucking shit. I don't know. What's happening? You know, if there's a debate, I might very well just give up on... Okay, no. Stop. During the early hours of January 6, tens of thousands of the Americans from around the country began to gather at the Ellipse at the Washington Monument. They had come to hear President Trump speak, and more importantly, for his wild protest. Nick Quested, a documentary filmmaker, captured the mood that morning. Jacob Chansley, aka the QAnon shaman, proclaimed, "This is our 1776, vowing Joe Biden is never getting in." An unnamed woman from Georgia, who said she had hosted a podcast dedicated to a new so-called Patriot Party, also proclaimed January 6th to be the new 1776. She added an ominous warning: "I'm not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch." Something's going to happen one way or the other. I thought of a good thing because you know how Trump said go peacefully and they don't mention it here? I want to ask the conservatives who think the go peacefully thing basically covers him. Because I want to ask the story about coming upstairs for coffee from that Scottish film, Brassed Off. You know, it's like a guy and a girl are walking, a guy's walking a girl home at like midnight. They get to her door. She nervously asks him, "Do you want to come up for coffee?" And he says, "I don't drink coffee." And she says, "I don't have any." Now, supposing those two end up shagging, who instigated that? She asked him to come up for coffee. Well, did she? Not really. Like, he knew what she meant. It's just, yeah. I don't know. I want to ask someone that. I want to ask someone like, let's say you're on a date, you know, with a woman. And she, it's like midnight. And you're at her door, and she's like, "Do you want to come up for coffee?" I don't talk to women. No, it's too late. Yeah, true. Soy. All right. The Secret Service set up magnetometers to screen for weapons and other contraband, but many rallygoers chose to avoid the screening altogether. Oh. Okay. I remember this. Didn't Trump say, like, don't screen? Or maybe, let me check that. By rallygoers. Is that a word? Magnetometers. Okay. Don't say shag. Fucking Twitch chat. Oh my god. All right. Thousands. Where are we? Okay. At 6:29 a.m., Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers, reminded his group's members that DC prohibited blades over 3 inches and encouraged them to keep the knives low profile. Others were thinking along the same lines. At 7:25 a.m., the National Park Service reported that a significant number of attendees ditched their bags in trees rather than have them inspected. Cassidy Hutchinson told the Select Committee that she heard thousands of people refuse to walk through the magnetometers to enter the ellipse because they did not want to be screened for weapons. According to Hutchinson, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, whose responsibilities included security-related issues, Tony Ornato, told the president that the onlookers don't want to come in right now. They have weapons that they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service. When he arrived at the ellipse that morning, President Trump angrily said, "I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. They can march to the Capitol from here." Okay? Trump. I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. They can... Okay. Approximately 28,000 rallygoers did pass through the magnetometers. The Secret Service confiscated a significant number of prohibited items from these people, including 269 knives or blades, 241 canisters of pepper spray, brass knuckles, tasers, 6 pieces of body armor, 3 gas masks, 30 batons, or blunt instruments, 17 miscellaneous items like scissors, needles, or screwdrivers. Okay, cool. At 8:07 a.m., Secret Service counter-surveillance agents reported that members of the crowd were wearing ballistic helmets, body armor, and carrying radio equipment and military-grade backpacks. Okay. By 9:45 a.m., the Secret Service noted people openly carrying pepper spray as they strolled the streets. President Trump's mob was itching for a fight. National Park Service officers arrested a man who had entered the restricted area around the Washington Monument. Immediately, about 100 people started forming a circle around the officer, threatening law enforcement, as the officer later recounted. The officer retreated into the Washington Monument with a man in custody. The crowd responded angrily, punching the monument's glass windows and continuing to threaten officers. Law enforcement around the Washington Monument felt so unsafe that they locked themselves in a security box by the mall. Rioters nevertheless scaled the sides of the security box and climbed on top of the structure. It was a harbinger of things to come. Whoa. Is it harbinger or harbinger? I don't even fucking know. Doesn't matter. MPD monitored and responded to a stream of threats that morning. 3 men in fatigues from Broward County, Florida, brandished AR-15s in front of MPD officers on 14th Street and Independence Avenue. MPD advised over the radio that one individual was possibly armed with a Glock at 14th Street and Constitution Avenue, and another was possibly armed with a rifle at 15th Street and Constitution Avenue around 11:23 a.m. The National Park Service detained an individual with a rifle between 2 and 1 p.m., between 12 and 1 p.m. Whoops. Far-right extremists brought guns into Washington or the surrounding area. Christopher Kuhn, a member of the Proud Boys, met up with friends on January 5th to discuss their plans for the following day. One person in attendance said he did not travel to Washington just to march around and asked, "Do we have patriots here willing to take it by force?" Kuhn told them he had guns and he was ready to go. During the attack, Kuhn helped prop open Capitol blast doors as besieged law enforcement retreated inside. Guy Reffitt, a 3%er from Texas, attended the rally at the Ellipse and then carried a loaded firearm onto Capitol grounds. Jared Thomas Barger lost his gun that he'd carried from the Ellipse in a We the People holster while scuffling with police on the west side of the Capitol around 2:30 p.m. Barger wanted to be armed, he said, when he went into the belly of the beast. What are people... Oh. Okay. Now, my co-panelists send me their... Okay. All right. I'll get through that momentarily. Whoop. Okay. Mark Andre Mazza drove from Indiana, bringing a Taurus revolver, a .45 caliber weapon that he loaded with both shotgun and hollow point rounds. After assaulting a police officer, he lost the weapon, dropping it or losing it on the steps of the Lower West Plaza leading to the Capitol's West Front Terrace. The Select Committee reviewed Mazza's social media accounts before they were taken down, finding that he shared multiple conspiracy theories, including QAnon material. Mazza later indicated that he intended to target House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, telling authorities that you'd be here for another reason if he had found the speaker inside the Capitol. Whoa. Lonnie Leroy Kaufman from Falkville, Alabama, parked by the Capitol building before walking nearly 2 miles to the Ellipse to hear the president speak. In his car, he had stocked a handgun, a rifle, a shotgun, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, large capacity ammunition feeding devices, machetes, camouflage smoke devices, a bow and arrow. A fucking bow and arrow. Bro. And 11 mason jars filled with gasoline and styrofoam, as well as rags and a lighter, tools needed to make Molotov cocktails. Police found 2 more handguns on Kaufman when he was arrested later that day. Many in attendance were aware of Washington's prohibition on carrying a concealed weapon and made plans accordingly. The Oath Keepers left their guns stowed away in their cars or across state lines for easy access should they be needed. The group staged a quick reaction force across the river in Virginia, amassing an arsenal to come to D.C. by land or by sea. As Florida State Chapter lead and defendant convicted of seditious conspiracy Kelly Meggs said. Oath Keeper Jason Dolan testified at the seditious conspiracy trial that the quick reaction force was ready to go get our firearms in order to stop the election from being certified within the Congress. Dolan further testified that the Oath Keepers came to Washington, D.C. to stop the certification of the election by any means necessary. That's why we brought our firearms. Garrett Miller, a January 6th defendant who traveled from Richardson, Texas, posted on Facebook that he was bringing guns with him, but might just keep one hidden one and store the rest in Virginia after learning about the D.C. law. He also threatened to assassinate Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and predicted a civil war would start. Damn! Many members of the crowd decided against bringing firearms into the nation's capital and armed themselves in other ways. Okay, I'm going to skip this one because it's just what people took. They were prepared to fight. They're building the case they were prepared to fight. Okay. Now this will be the attack, right? As it unfolded. The initial attack. I just want to see if there's anything unnecessary here. This goes on for... Oh, okay. Nick Fuentes. Okay, it's not that long. Where was I? Okay, March of the Proud Boys. While tens of thousands of Trump supporters attended the rally at the Ellipse, the Proud Boys had other plans. On the morning of January 6th, they gathered at the Washington Monument. At 10:30 a.m., the Proud Boys started their own march down the National Mall towards the U.S. Capitol. In total, there were approximately 200 to 300 Proud Boys, as well as their associates in the group. Enrique Tarrio, the chairman of the Proud Boys, was not in attendance. As explained, he'd been arrested. Wait, did I read this bit already? What the fuck? No, I'm not. I didn't know. However, Tario was continued to monitor events remotely from Baltimore, communicating with his men throughout the day. With Tario off-site, the Proud Boys were led by 3 other senior members of the group: Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, and Zachary Rell. Ethan Nordine was a member of the Proud Boys Elders chapter and president of his local chapter in Seattle, Washington. Nordine was regarded as the leader for January 6 after Tario was arrested. In days leading up to January 6, Nordine made ominous comments on social media. In conversations with his fellow Proud Boys, he argued that the presidential election was tainted by fraud and violence was a necessary remedy. For example, on January 4th, Nordine posted a video on social media with the title, "Let them remember the day they decided to make war with us." In another social media post on January 5th, Nordine warned, "We are coming for them." He added a telling line, "You've chosen your side, black and yellow teamed with red, white, and blue against everyone else." The black and yellow is a reference to the Proud Boys, and when Nordine wrote the red, white, and blue, he likely meant the Trump supporters who would be in attendance for January 6th. Joseph Biggs. Sergeant Biggs was a senior Proud Boys member and served as an event organizer for the group. Biggs previously worked with Alex Jones and InfoWars. In late December 2020, Biggs posted a message on Parler in which he explained that the Proud Boys will not be attending DC in colors. That is, unlike at previous events, the Proud Boys would not wear their branded black and yellow clothing, but instead would seek to be inconspicuous. Damn. Fucking, it's Hamas. Ooh. "We will be blending in as one of you. You won't see us. You'll even think we are you. We're going to smell like you, move like you, and look like you. The only thing we'll do that's is think like us. January 6th is going to be epic." Jesus Christ. Tario posted a similar message saying the Proud Boys would go incognito on January 6th. Consistent with his decision, Biggs was dressed in a plaid shirt, glasses, and a dark hat as he led the march from the Washington Monument. Other Proud Boys dressed in a similar fashion. Zachary Rell was president of the local Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Proud Boys chapter. Like his comrades, Rell believed Trump's big lie about the 2020 election. He raised more than $5,500 in funds for January 6. Like Nordine, Biggs, and others, Rell was dressed incognito as he helped lead the group from the Washington Monument. Shortly after 11 a.m., the Proud Boys arrived at the west side of the Capitol near a reflecting pool. From there, they marched to the east front of the Capitol. Surveillance footage shows the Proud Boys passing Garfield Circle on the southwest corner of the Capitol at 11:15 a.m. They walked north toward the Peace Circle next, and surveillance cameras captured them on video there at approximately 11:21 a.m. There was just one USCP officer standing guard at the Peace Circle fence at that time. As the Proud Boys paraded around the Capitol grounds, Nick Quested, a documentary filmmaker who spent the time with the group, recalled them taunting USCP officers. One Proud Boy told the officers to remember your oath, choose a side, and be on the right side of history. By 11:41 a.m., the Proud Boys made their way around the east side of the Capitol, crossing along Constitution Avenue. While on the east front, they posed for pictures with members of their Arizona delegation, who were clearly identifiable by their orange caps. They then walked back across the north side of the Capitol towards the National Mall, where they stopped to eat at food trucks. The Proud Boys stayed by the food trucks until they returned to the Peace Circle at approximately 12:49 p.m. The initial attack. Within minutes of arriving at the Peace Circle, the Proud Boys and their associates launched the attack at the U.S. Capitol. The Circle is the site of the Peace Monument, a statue erected from 1877 to 78 to commemorate naval deaths at sea during the Civil War, with 2 classically robed women, one representing grief covering her face, and the other woman representing history. The woman in standing for history holds a tablet that reads, "They died that their country might live." The Peace Circle's geographical location is crucially important for understanding how the January 6th attack unfolded. It sits at the end of Pennsylvania Avenue, just in front of the U.S. Capitol. Okay. End of. Just at the front of the Capitol. Okay. So the Proud Boys did clear the way for the protesters, knowing that they were going to go to Pennsylvania Avenue. Their shortest natural path would lead them. Wait, what was it? At the conclusion of his speech at the Ellipse, President Trump directed rally attendees to march down Pennsylvania Avenue to the U.S. Capitol. Their shortest natural path would lead them right to the Peace Circle and to the northwest side of the Capitol grounds, also known as the West Plaza. By the time rallygoers arrived, the Proud Boys and their allies had already removed the fencing that stood in the crowd's way. Oh. As a result, thousands of people streamed into the restricted Capitol grounds with relative ease. When the Proud Boys arrived back at the Peace Circle at 12:49 p.m., they still had about 200 or 300 members, and many other protesters had joined them. Shortly after arriving, the Proud Boys incited the crowd with antagonistic chants such as 1776. Officer Caroline Edwards, who was standing guard, explained to the Select Committee that the Proud Boys asked her that the USCP officers if they could walk past the fencing and talk to the officers. No, she replied. The Proud Boys and others immediately turned on Edwards and her fellow officers, referring to them as Nancy Pelosi's dogs and shouting. Ooh. Didn't know that. Guided tour. We can put that one in, I think. Officer. If they can walk past the fencing. She says no. They turn on her and call her Pelosi's dog. Interesting. At approximately 12:51 p.m., Quested captured a rioter named Ryan Samuel with his arm around Proud Boys leader Joe Biggs, who led the chants. Samsel subsequently claimed that Biggs encouraged him to push through the barricades, and when Samsel hesitated to follow through, Biggs flashed a gun, questioned his manhood, and repeated his demand to move to the front and challenge the police. Oh. 51 p.m. Pushed a rioter to challenge the police, flashing a gun and questioning his. Whoa, God. Highly important January 6th clip linked in stream chat. Okay. What the fuck? If this isn't good, I'm going to ban you. Let's see.
HBO has a documentary called The Insurrectionist Next Door, and I'm going to show you a scene that I would have never expected in life, and I almost broke my ribs from laughing so hard. Please hold.
And we ended up being in DC on the same day, seeing that there was a protest, and we're like, well, we've never been to a protest. I've heard about all these Black Lives Matter protests and all these other protests that can end up getting violent. So, you know, a little bit of forethought on my end was at least like, yeah, I wanted to be able to be in protector or get her out of a situation because I'm a very strong individual myself. So I knew if worse things came to worse, I could pick her up and run. And I've learned this because of my parkour.
Bro.
Cannot be real. Cannot be real.
What the fuck world?
No.
What does that do to your ankle biter? That's it.
Oh my god!
Oh God, what a fucking. Listen. Nice try, dude. Nice try. Not the worst try. I'm gonna parkour out of here. Not bad. Not bad. Link in chat. Okay. Good meme. Decent meme. No ban. It's fine. Ugh. Okay. After speaking with Biggs, Samsel breached the outer fencing of the peace circle at 12:53 p.m. The first set of fencing at the peace circle was staged on the 1st Street Northwest, with the second set of fencing not far behind. Once Samsel breached the outer fencing, USCP officers, including Officer Edwards, moved from their posts to meet Samsel and other rioters. In less than a minute, at 12:54 p.m., the rioters pushed USCP officers to the ground, removed the fencing, and quickly stormed eastwards towards the US Capitol building. So they're already doing this as Trump is giving his speech, because Trump's speech ended at 1:10. Okay. Has anyone told him? Has Trump been told? Like, just that, I guess he can't have been because he was doing a speech. Yeah. And storm towards the Capitol building. Speech was 70 minutes long. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that Trump can make a speech last. Yep, he can talk. He will talk if you want him to talk. Officer Edwards was thrown to the ground, causing her to hit her head on concrete steps. Two Proud Boys from New York, Dominic Pezzola and William Pepe, were among those leading the march to the next line of security barriers. Pepe, an employee of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in upstate New York, took sick leave to travel to Washington for the January 6th events. Pepe dragged part of the fence away at the next security barrier, ensuring that USCP officers were left defenseless. The Proud Boys' actions were not spontaneous. Jeffrey Finley, a Proud Boys leader from West Virginia, later admitted there appeared to be a coordinated effort to pull the barricades apart. Proud Boy Jeremy Bertino admitted to similar facts when pleading guilty to seditious conspiracy, stating that he believed that the purpose of traveling to Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021 was to stop the certification of the Electoral College vote, and that the MOSD leaders were willing to do whatever it would take.
We love research streams. Why the sudden interest in Jan 6? Do you think they'll call out you being a foreigner when you argue about this?
Thanks for the $20, Z. I really appreciate that. My God. The sudden interest in Jan 6 because it's a debate panel. That's it. Just preparing. I'm not actually that interested at all. I don't give a fuck about Jan 6. But if they have it going for being a foreigner, I don't know. I can just like, what happens in America affects the rest of the world as well. If fucking Trump was in power right now, he'd probably be drone striking like every Middle Eastern country in the world to get rid of like their top brass. I don't know. I feel like if America is the big bad boy on the world stage, probably not great. If probably not great if it's run by a dictator. Moral conscience, you know. Azrael, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Box boys are standing back and standing by. Hey, including using force against police and others to achieve that objective. Based on discussions he and other Proud Boys leaders had in the lead up to January 6, he believed that storming the Capitol would achieve the group's goal of stopping Congress from certifying the Electoral College vote. Bertino understood that storming the Capitol or its grounds would be illegal and would require using force against police or other government officials. Parallel. Is there any... I don't think this is true, is it? I don't think anyone has said that Trump and sorry, wait, yeah, no one said that Trump had actually collaborated with the Proud Boys to do this, right? Has that been said that him and the Proud Boys collaborated to do that thing where they attack the peace circle and clear the way for the protesters to come later? Is there any evidence that was coordinated, or is it that just out the window? Sort of. There is evidence of coordination. Don't know. No, he coordinated with a fake slate of electors. That I know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. Don't need that anyway. Someone else can do that. That sounds pretty extraordinary, to be honest. Oh, intermediaries like Bannon. Oh, potential. Okay. Yeah. That would be funny. Okay, whatever. Fuck. Okay. Parallel to the Peace Circle, at the Garfield Circle walkway, located at the southeast corner of the Capitol grounds, rioters breached the fencing at 12:55 p.m. Okay. Southeast corner of Capitol grounds. Rioters breach fencing and rush the West Plaza, converging with others from the Peace Circle. So it's kind of, this is the coordination. Okay. By 12:58 p.m., the crowd filled the lower West Plaza of the Capitol just below the inauguration stage that had been built for the ceremony scheduled 2 weeks later. After the initial breaches, the USCP was able to deploy enough officers to stop the rioters from advancing past the base of the inauguration stage. More importantly, rioter momentum was further halted when the first group of MPD officers arrived at the scene at 1:11 p.m. Okay? So it's quite fast this is happening. Just a few minutes. Crowd fills lower West Plaza. So just below the inauguration stage. One 11 p.m. PD officers, first group of MPD officers arrive. Okay. More importantly, rioter momentum was further halted when the first group of MPD officers arrived on scene at 1:11 p.m., almost precisely as Trump finished his ellipse speech. The MPD officers initially pushed back the rioters on the West Plaza, slowing them down before they would later breach the Capitol. Pushing back rioters on the West Plaza, slowing them down before they later breached the Capitol. Okay. A stalemate ensued in the West Plaza before riots were able to make further progress. Rallygoers arriving from the ellipse provided crucial momentum. So this all happens before the people who Trump sent even arrive. Okay. Toward the end of his speech at the ellipse, President Trump made sure an already angry crowd of his supporters stayed enraged. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. The president told the tens of thousands of people who had assembled at the ellipse or in the vicinity. About 1 minute later, President Trump directed those in attendance to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. The president told the people they were going to try and give Republicans, including his own vice president, the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. There's enough people here to storm the Capitol, a member of the crowd said at 1:06 p.m., just as the president was concluding his remarks. Ronald Sandlin, who pleaded guilty to and has been sentenced for felonies committed on January 6, including telling officers in the Capitol that you're going to die, watched the president's speech from a nearby restaurant and live-streamed a video in which he encouraged other patriots to take the Capitol. Sandlin repeated the phrase, "freedom is paid for with blood," several times during the video. This is also, if these people are like just doing the opposite of what Trump asked them to because Trump said go peacefully, why did they all leave when Trump told them to? That's another good question. Okay, cool. We're getting ready to march on Capitol Hill. We're going to go fuck some shit up, Cody Mattis, another January 6th defendant who pleaded guilty and has been sentenced, said while walking to the Capitol. Mattis later added, we're getting up front and we're taking this shit. Ryan Nichols, who was charged with 8 felonies, live-streamed a diatribe as he marched towards the Capitol at 1:40 p.m. Nichols echoed the president's unconstitutional claim, that Vice President Pence had the power to decide the election himself. I'm hearing that Pence just caved. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets, Nichols said. Cut their heads off. Nichols yelled with his co-defendant, Harkrider, before encouraging others to join Republican protesters who are trying to enter the House right now. On the way to the Capitol, Oathkeeper Jessica Watkins chatted with others in a Zello group named Sop the Steal J6. Zello, okay. Watkins said that 100% of the Ellipse crowd was marching on the Capitol because it has spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us. As she approached the Capitol with a contingent of Oath Keepers, Watkins said, I'm probably going to go silent when I get there because I'd be a little busy. Donald Hazard, a 3%er from Texas who claimed to be allied with the Proud Boys on January 6, told a Washington Post reporter that he wanted his face recorded on video as he marched to the Capitol. I want the enemy to know exactly who is coming after them. Jesus. What a fucking moronic thing to say. Kind of doing it to yourself there, boss. Bro. Leaders of the Stop the Steal movement continue to incite the crowd during the march as well. Alex Jones of InfoWars arrived at the Ellipse shortly before 9 a.m. on the morning of January 6. He was there. After some initial difficulty gaining access to the event area, Jones was seated in the VIP section. While Jones stayed to listen to a portion of President Trump's speech, planning for the crowd's march to the Capitol was already underway, and Jones intended to leave the Ellipse early to lead the march. The origins of the plan to have Jones lead the march are unclear. Jones has publicly stated that the White House told me 3 days before, we are going to have you lead the march. Stop the Steals, Ali Alexander, also believed the White House wanted him to lead a march to the Capitol. It is likely that both got the idea from Caroline Wren, a Republican fundraiser who helped organize the Ellipse event. Jones texted Wren at 2:27 p.m. asking when he should leave the Ellipse and begin the march. Whoa. Jones, Roger Stone, and retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn to march to the Capitol, Stone did not attend the Ellipse rally, and so he was not present to accompany Jones on the march was planned. Additionally, while President Trump was delivering his speech, Wren asked Flynn if he was going to march with Jones. Flynn responded, "Hell no, it's freezing." Hey, based. While Stone and Flynn did not march, Jones and Alexander led others to the Capitol, though it is not clear how many people followed them. Jones and Alexander gathered with Jones's camera and security crew just outside the event perimeter near Freedom Plaza to discuss their plans. The discussion, recorded by Jones's film crew, shed some light on what Jones and Alexander knew about the president's plans and what they intended for the march. The group, which included InfoWars host Owen Schroyer, huddled outside the Ellipse security perimeter to discuss how best to proceed. They tried to predict the presidential motorcade's route to the Capitol. The video shows Alex Jones telling his crew, I think the Wren lady, where's she at? She knows what they said they're going to do. Everything she said has been accurate, so we need to call her real quick. They then decided to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue as the president had directed his speech. Schroyer recommended the group wait for President Trump to finish speaking, and they agreed at last to delay their departure from Freedom Plaza to allow Jones to gather a crowd. Jones began speaking from his bullhorn, imploring people to gather and walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. While using the bullhorn, Jones told the crowd that they were experiencing the Second American Revolution and stated, let's go take our country back. Trump is only minutes away. Let's start marching to the Capitol peacefully. Oh, he did say peacefully. Proud Boys were among the crowd Jones gathered during his march. Matthew Walter, president of a Tennessee chapter from the organization, was near the National Mall with 2 other Proud Boys from Tennessee and decided to join Jones. Other, more prominent members of the Proud Boys appear to have been in contact with Jones and Schroyer about the events of January 6th and on that day. Records for Enrique Tarrio's phone show that while the attack on the Capitol was ongoing, he texted with Jones 3 times and Schroyer 5 times. Ethan Nordine's phone records reflect that he exchanged 23 text messages with Schroyer between January 4th and 5th, and that he had 1 call with him on each of those days. Records of Joseph Biggs' communications show that he texted with Schroyer 8 times on January 4th and called him at approximately 11:15 a.m. on January 6th, while Biggs and his fellow Proud Boys were marching at and around the Capitol. Hang on, I actually need to know how long this is so I can plan the rest of my work. Let's see. Hopefully I have enough time. This is a good... They've gone into so much detail though. Fuck me. Oh god, we're not even at the fucking evacuation. No, wait, 669. Okay. There is a rocket attack on US consulate in Iraq. Sorry, dude, we've got a debate. We've got a debate to win. Sorry. Okay. 19 pages. How long do I have? 1 hour and 20 minutes. Fuck, man. Okay. I don't think we can do all of that. What debate? The January 6th debate, the panel. I know I can read it in an hour 20, but reading out loud while taking notes and also having other things to read as well? Let me see. Hang on. What is this? Is this a documentary about the thing? About the event? That's 1 hour 30. Bro, he's giving me all this at the fucking... I can't... This would have been great if I had this in the morning, but... Alas, I could have just looked myself. Or had given myself more than a day to prepare. Trump's role, executive summary. What's this? Oh, this the yeah, the executive summary might actually be a bit more valuable, to be fair. Is Dylan on the debate? Yep. Not be on Twitch? I know, I won't be on Twitch. Fuck. As much as that's like half of our, it's like 90% of our chat activity gone then. Because everyone's on Twitch right now. Can you steal Destiny's notes? Maybe. All right. Once they had marched the length of Pennsylvania Avenue and reached the west side of the Capitol, Jones and Alexander used a bullhorn to continue directing those around them to the east side, making further references to Trump's alleged and imminent arrival. A video recorded by a rallygoer at 1:51 p.m. shows Jones and Alexander standing together as Jones encourages the crowd to proceed to the east side of the Capitol. He tells those listening that we've got a permit on the other side. It's great that this happened, but Trump's not going to come when we've taken this over. We are not Antifa. We are not BLM. Wow. I don't really know what the sentence means, but okay. Jones has also repeatedly claimed that he tried to calm the crowd, but his actions also coincided with 2 police line breaches and 1 breach of the Capitol building itself. At 1:57 p.m., minutes after Jones encouraged rallygoers to move east, newly arrived protesters breached the bike rack fencing used to keep the crowd away from the east side steps. Okay. Jones did not keep the peace, apparently. Okay. Maybe he does later. New protesters arrive and breach the fencing at the east side steps. Jones followed shortly behind the crowd that led the initial east fence breach, and his arrival coincided with the next breach up the east stairs. Okay. Wow, Alex Jones. I was there. Crowd. Then crowd, which reached the east stairs. Publicly available video shows Jones already departed from the west side, rounding the north side of the Capitol on the way to the east side at 2 p.m. As he was walking, Jones told his group, "Those fucking cops need to fucking back off, man." He was then asked about Vice President Pence, to which Jones responded, "He floundered and he was neutral. He passed the ball." At the conclusion of the video, one of Jones's camera crew can be heard saying, "Let's take a break here. Let me talk to this cop to see if I can get Alex up there to de-escalate the situation." Other video released by Jones shows one of his camera crew interacting with USCP officers and asking how Jones can help de-escalate the situation. The Select Committee's review of the evidence shows that Jones simultaneously called on the crowd to fight and start a revolution, while occasionally peppering his rhetoric with the word peacefully. Okay. Talks to police officers. Maybe asking how to de-escalate. Jones rhetoric. Fight. Start a revolution, but also peacefully. Okay. Minutes after Jones' arrival on the scene at approximately 2:06 p.m., rioters breached the new police line and stormed up the stairs towards the Columbus doors. Okay. Oh, have I got this wrong? Hang on. I think I got this timeline wrong. It's like this. That's what it is. Okay. Storm up the stairs. The crowd's cheers and celebration as they move up the steps can be heard while Jones' camera crew negotiates with USCP officers nearby. As explained below, the rioters broke through another key breach point with Jones and Alexander on the scene just minutes later. The mob surges. Far-right extremists continued to lead the charge as protesters streamed into the U.S. Capitol's restricted grounds. On the north side of the West Plaza, there was a scaffold with stairs used by construction workers to build the inauguration stage. Law enforcement officers were stationed at the base of the stairs, preventing rioters from climbing to the Upper West Plaza, where doors to the Capitol building itself were located. At 1:49 p.m., MPD declared a riot at the Capitol. Okay, let's hear. MPD declared a riot at the Capitol. Shortly before 1:50 p.m., rioters gathered in front of the scaffold on the northwest corner of the Capitol. The rioters included Proud Boys and other extremists. One rioter, Guy Reffitt, belonged to the 3% group from Texas. By approximately 1:50 p.m., he stood at the front of the pack near the scaffold, carrying a pistol and flexicuffs. He wore body armor under a blue jacket and a helmet with a mounted body camera. Reffitt advanced the police line, absorbing rubber bullets and pushing through the chemical spray. As he recounted shortly after the attack, Reffitt got everything started moving forward. He started the fire, and the presence of law enforcement was not going to prevent Reffitt's advance. According to Reffitt, there was no reason for me to give up because I had come so far to do what I had wanted, what we wanted and needed to do, and I had a mindset. I didn't mean to actually be the first guy up there. I didn't mean to do that. The adrenaline and knowing that I can't let my country fall. Okay. None of this is relevant. This is just like quotes from Proud Boys and Reffitt. Okay. By 2 p.m., rioters at the top of the scaffolding stairs were only feet away from the Capitol building doors and windows. Okay. What part is this? Scaffolding. Okay. This is a different part of the Capitol, isn't it? Oh, vicinity of the scaffolding. Stairs reach the top of the stairs. There's feet away from the building doors. Okay. The Capitol is breached. Incited by President Trump over the course of the next hour, extremists, conspiracy theorists, and others breached the U.S. Capitol building at several locations. They probed for weaknesses in the building's defenses, battling law enforcement personnel who stood in their way. Once again, the Proud Boys and other extremists played conspicuous roles. The Senate wing is breached at 2:13 p.m. At 2:13 p.m., Dominic Pizzola, a Proud Boy from New York, smashed a window on the Senate wing. This was the first breach of the Capitol building. Pizzola used a riot shield he stole from a law enforcement officer to break through the window. After climbing through, rioters were able to easily open a nearby Senate wing door from the inside, giving them unfettered passage into the building at 2:14 p.m. 2 minutes later, at 2:16 p.m., rioters pushed open a second door, the Senate fire door from the inside. Just as the building was being breached, Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi were ushered off the Senate and House floors, respectively. Okay? p.m. Capitol breached. Lola smashes a window on the Senate wing. Wing using a riot shield. Stolen riot shield. 2:14. Open a Senate wing door from the inside. $2.16. Okay. The first person to enter the Capitol building was a Kentucky native named Michael Sparks. Sparks had expressed his desire to kill people after watching protests in the summer of 2020. Following one of President Trump's calls to Washington, D.C. on December 30th, 2020, Sparks answered that he would be there. As Pizzola entered the building, he was joined by other noteworthy extremists and conspiracy theorists. Robert Geiswin, an individual from Colorado affiliated with Three Percenters who espouse conspiracy beliefs, climbed through the Senate wing window. Doug Jensen, QAnon adherent, was part of this first cadre of people to enter the Capitol as well. Jensen wore a brazen Q shirt. Jensen later told authorities that he intentionally positioned himself to be the first people inside the Capitol building because he wanted to have his t-shirt seen on video so that Q could get the credit. Another prominent QAnon believer, Jacob Chansley, aka the QAnon Shaman, also entered through the Senate wing door at approximately 2:14 p.m. Hey. Wow. White supremacists and Confederate sympathizers were among the first rioters to enter the U.S. Capitol. Kevin Seafried and his son, Hunter, entered the building at approximately 2:13 p.m. through the Senate wing window smashed by Proud Boy Dominic Pizzola. Kevin Seafried carried a Confederate battle flag with him and unfurled it inside the building. Oh yeah, this guy. According to some historians, while the Confederate flag has appeared in the building before, it was the first time that an insurrectionist ever carried the banner inside the U.S. Capitol. According to court filings, Hunter Seafried helped punch out the Senate wing window and then clear the broken glass before he, his father, and others entered the Capitol. Apparently, the IRGC attacked a U.S. embassy in Iraq. Oh. January 6th. That's actually quite crazy. Uh-oh. Kevin Seafried was found guilty of obstructing an official proceeding, which is a felony offense, as well as 4 misdemeanors. The Department of Justice has alleged that at 2:16 p.m., just 3 minutes after the Senate wing was first breached, 5 individuals associated with the Nick Fuentes white nationalist America First movement entered the U.S. Capitol. You called this yesterday. Hey, well done, Clarabelle. The 5, all of whom are in their 20s, have been identified. Joseph Brody, Thomas Carey, Gabrielle Chase, John Lizak, and Paul Lovely. Lovely. 4 of the 5 initially met an America First event and attended subsequent events together. Nick Fuentes and other America First leaders espouse a belief that they are defending against the demographic and cultural changes in America. Online researchers say that Brody is the masked man seen in a photo wearing a MAGA hat and holding a rifle in front of a Nazi flag. The photo was not taken on January 6th. As discussed in Chapter 6, members of the America First movement, commonly known as Groypers, were well represented at Stop the Steal events in late 2020, and these rallies helped pave the road to January 6. Indeed, at least 3 members of the group, Lovely, Lizak, and Chase, attended the Stop the Steal March for Trump rally in Washington, D.C. on November 14th, 2020. On January 6th, Brody and his America First associates made their way to various points inside and outside the Capitol after the initial breach, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's conference room and office, as well as the U.S. Senate chamber. After exiting the Capitol, the group went to the north side of the building. One of the 5, Brody, and another rioter allegedly used a metal barricade to assault a law enforcement officer who was defending the north door. The attack on the north door is discussed below. Brody and Chase also allegedly helped others destroy media equipment. Still, another America First associate, Riley Williams, directed rioters up a staircase to Speaker Pelosi's office and was accused of aiding and abetting the theft of a laptop found there. Other white supremacists were among the first rioters to enter the U.S. Capitol. Timothy Hale Cusinelli, an Army reservist from New Jersey who was identified by a confidential source to law enforcement as an avowed white supremacist and Nazi sympathizer, entered through the Senate wing breach around 2:14 p.m. Hale Cusinelli used tactical hand signals to direct other members of the mob, and he commanded them to advance on the Capitol. Afterwards, he bragged to a friend that January 6th was exhilarating, that he hoped for a civil war, and that the Tree of Liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Robert Packer was also among the first rioters to enter the Capitol. and he made his way into the crypt by 2:25 p.m. Packer was wearing a Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt, a symbol of Nazi hate ideology at the time. Well, it's not anymore. The sentence is different. Yeah. Wow. After breaking in, some of the first rioters headed north toward the Senate chambers. Officer Eugene Goodman, a USCP officer, intercepted them before they headed up the stairs leading to the chambers. Immediately after entering, a rioter asked Officer Goodman, "Where are the members at, and where are they counting the votes?" Geiswein, Sparks, and others stalked Officer Goodman through the halls of the Senate. Oh wait, hang on, I need to get this bit. Into the crypt. Okay, I'll go down here. All right. Stalked Goodman through the halls of the Senate. Jensen demanded that Officer Goodman and other USCP officers arrest Vice President Pence. Sparks chanted, "This is our America." Other rioters who entered through the Senate wing door clashed with police officers at the Senate carriage door located on the northeast side of the Capitol. When the rioters followed Officer Goodman up the stairs to the Senate chamber, they were stopped by a line of USCP officers outside the Ohio Clock Tower. Joe Biggs of the Proud Boys entered the Capitol shortly after the first breach. At 2:14 p.m., Biggs walked through the Senate wing door and moved north. Part of his route was captured in videos posted on Parler, a right-wing social media website. Someone recorded the Proud Boys' leaders shortly after he entered the Capitol and asked him, "Hey, Biggs, what do you got to say?" Smiling, Biggs replied, "This is awesome." Other Proud Boys were seen with Biggs or near him as he entered the Capitol. One of them is Paul Ray, a Proud Boys member from Florida, who appears to have communicated directly with Biggs as they entered through the door. Another Proud Boy from Florida, Arthur Jackman, was seen with his hand on Biggs' right shoulder. Jackman became involved in the Proud Boys to support Donald Trump. Was in Washington on January 6 to support President Trump and stop the steal, and believed the election was stolen. Still, another, Joshua Pruitt, who is clad in a Punisher shirt, entered the Capitol through the Senate wing door around this time. At approximately 2:17 p.m., 3 minutes after entering the U.S. Capitol for the first time, Biggs exited through another door. At 2:43 p.m., law enforcement was able to regain control of the Senate wing door, forcing all the rioters out. But their success lasted for only 5 minutes. At 2:48 p.m., rioters again breached the Senate wing door, pushing law enforcement out of the way. The second breach was one of the more violent breaches of the day, with the mob forcefully pushing law enforcement backwards until the pathway was clear for them to enter. Okay, the Columbus doors. East Rotunda doors are breached at 2:24 p.m. and 2:38 p.m. While the Proud Boys and other extremists were overwhelming law enforcement at the West Plaza scaffolding, another group led the attack on security barriers on the East Plaza. At 2:06, a crowd broke through security barriers and charged a set of doors just outside the rotunda. The mobs, this is here, I've already got this. Yeah. There's toward the Columbus doors. The mob surge occurred just minutes after Alex Jones arrived on the scene. The crowd's cheers and celebration as they move up the steps can be heard while Jones's camera crew negotiates with USCP officers nearby. Once rioters had filled the rotunda stairs, Jones and his team, along with the Proud Boy Walter, ascended the stairs. They moved into the thick of the crowd at the top of the stairs, where Jones began calling for peace, but also revolution, leading the crowd in chants of 1776 and other bellicose rhetoric. Oh, God. Publicly available video shows that Jones reached the top of the stairs at 2:18 p.m. Walter told the select committee that he thought Jones was successful in getting some people down. But I also think that may have created enough space for people to be able to move, whereas before, you couldn't move. Jones gets some people, reach the top of the stairs. And gets some people to go down. Officer claims that this was only to make space for people to move. That this may... It's probably more accurate to say it that way. Apparently, Jones's security team also realized he was not successfully controlling the crowd, as one of his security guards repeatedly told him, "Alex, they're going to blame this all on you. We got to get out of here as fast as possible." By approximately 2:21 p.m., Jones began descending down the stairs. Crew tells him to leave. He starts descending stairs. Despite claiming to make attempts to calm the crowd, Jones further incited the mob as he departed, loudly proclaiming, saying, "We order," and leading the chant, "Fight for." What a fucking sleazebag. Knowing that he'll get in trouble, so he just leaves and eggs them on the way down. Fuck me. At 2:24 p.m., rioters gained entrance to the Capitol through the doors leading into the rotunda. An entrance that was only a few feet directly behind Jones as he was speaking. p.m. Rioters gained entrance to the Capitol through the doors leading into the rotunda. An entrance that was only a few feet directly. Okay. As the rotunda was breached by rioters, Jones and Alexander left the area and decided to leave the Capitol complex area altogether. Jones leaves the area altogether. What the fuck is happening in Twitch chat? Oh my god. Rob is not there, don't worry. Big scary Rob. This is the Capitol complex. Law enforcement officials were able to thwart the initial breach of the doors leading into the rotunda. By 2:28 p.m., they temporarily regained control and stopped rioters from entering. Okay. But their success was short-lived. Within 10 minutes, the doors were breached once again. 2 p.m. Officers temporarily regain control, but only for 10 minutes. Lohirke, what the fuck, was allegedly recruited by Nordine, the Proud Boys leader, for January 6. In late December 2020, Nordine asked Lohirke, what the fuck is this American name?
Remember the Holodomor?
Noble Beauchamp, thanks for the sub. Thanks so much. Really appreciate that. God damn. Okay. Lohirke. Oh god. So they marched from Washington Monument to the Capitol grounds. It's just about 2 people. I don't care about this. When rioters breached the Columbus doors, they were again stopped by USCP officers. But as the officers explained to the Select Committee, the rioters pushed them against the doors and sprayed them with OC spray, known as pepper spray, making it impossible to defend the Capitol. And it's, after Rioters sprayed them with pepper spray. Shortly after Hafner and others assaulted USCP officers, they were able to breach the Columbus doors at approximately 2:38 p.m. A Proud Boys contingent, including Hafner, LaHurka, and Joe Biggs, then entered the Capitol. It was the second time that Biggs had entered the Capitol that day. A military-style stack of Oath Keepers entered through the Columbus doors as well. Okay. 2:38. Columbus doors breached again. Military style. Whoa. Through the doors. The Oath Keeper members attended the Ellipse rally where they were provided personal security details for VIPs in attendance. Afterwards, they marched to the Capitol as directed by President Trump. Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers, monitored the attack on the Capitol from just outside, including during the assault on the Columbus doors. At 2:28 p.m., Rhodes texted members of the FOS or Friends of Stone a signal chat which included Roger Stone, the Proud Boys, and Roger Stone was involved. Oh, Jesus Christ. That he was at the back door of the U.S. Capitol. Rhodes followed up at 2:30 p.m. by texting members of another chat that there was pounding on the doors of the Capitol. At 2:32 p.m., Rhodes held a three-way wall with two other Oath Keepers, Kelly Meggs and Michael Green. 3 minutes later, Meg's group, Stack 1, started pushing through the rioters amassed on the East Plaza steps in a military stack formation, with each person placing a hand on the shoulder of the person in front. This stack entered the Capitol around 2:40 p.m. 1 minute later, Rhodes was caught on camera on the Upper West Terrace responding to a rioter who said the member of Congress must be shitting their pants inside. Rhodes replied, "Amen. They need to shit their fucking pants." Six Semper Tyrannis. Okay. Once inside, Stack 1 moved through the rotunda. Okay. At 2:44 p.m., Stack 1 pushed into the Senate hallway, which was filled with officers blocking the way. Stack 1 pushes into the Senate hallway, filled with officers blocking the way. Push, push, push. Get in there. They can't hold us, Watkins implored the others. However, the officers repelled their attack, pushing them back into the rotunda. Officers repel them, pushing them back to the rotunda. Other Oath Keepers made their way to the Capitol as Stack 1 tried to advance. Joshua James, another group of Oath Keepers, Stack 2, marched through the Columbus doors at approximately 3:15 p.m. Stack 2 pushes through the Columbus doors at 3:15. "This is my fucking Capitol. This is not yours. This is my building," James shouted at officers inside the rotunda who were trying to push the rioters out. Additional breach points. In addition to the breaches discussed above, rioters opened other entry points into the U.S. Capitol. The Upper West Terrace door, which leads directly into the rotunda, was breached at 2:33 p.m. Okay. p.m. Upper West Terrace door breached. Opened from the inside by rioters. Iran just claimed responsibility for an attack on the U.S. consulate in Iraq. Is that a declaration of war? No, a declaration of war is a declaration of war. But damn, that's actually quite crazy, Jack. Okay. Inside the Capitol, rioters broke through the police lines, such as in the crypt, a space located directly underneath the rotunda. The crypt is anchored by a marble compass stone, marking the center of the building, and is lined with 13 statues representing the original American colonies. The rioters quickly moved towards the House chambers and by 2:40 p.m. started to crowd the main doors outside the chambers, moving to the east side near the Speaker's lobby. 2:40. As they as they moved to the east side, rioters opened the East House doors from the inside at 2:41 p.m. East House doors opened from the inside, allowing rioters from the northeast side to enter. The north doors were the last Capitol doors breached. At 3:10 p.m., rioters entered through the north doors, where they were quickly met by USCP. Fuck me. So 3:10 p.m. Last Capitol doors breached. North doors. Rioters quickly met by USCP. It would be good to have a map in the corner while I do all this. Within a minute, the hallway just inside the doors was filled with rioters. At 3:12 p.m., a combination of USCP and MD officers forcefully pushed the rioters out of the doors. So there's forced rioters out of the north doors. However, rioters continued to attack from just outside the north doors throughout the afternoon and evening. Rioters continue to attack from outside the doors throughout the afternoon and evening. The north doors have an outer entranceway that is separated by a vestibule from a set of inner doors that lead directly into the Capitol. Rioters threw bricks at the doors and forcefully tried to stop police officers from clearing the area. Law enforcement officers briefly opened the inner doors to spray a chemical irritant that was intended to disperse the mob. But the rioters continued to fight. For instance, as the crowd held the outer doors open, John Thomas Gordon of West Virginia repeatedly threw a heavy projectile at the inner doors while swearing at the officers. Another rioter gave Gordon, who came to Washington to attend the Stop the Steal rally, a pair of goggles so he would withstand the chemical spray. Gordon kicked the inner doors as he and others desperately tried to enter the Capitol. Law enforcement held the doors, withstanding the mob's best efforts to break in. As law enforcement officers started to clear the building, rioters continued to fight the police officers at the tunnel on the West Plaza. Rioters violently struck officers, including MPD officer Daniel Hodges, and sprayed them with OC spray. Although rioters did not break through the police line of the tunnel, they were able to successfully break a window just north of it. There is no surveillance coverage for this area, so Select Committee staff was unable to determine the precise time of the breach. According to open source videos, however, the breach appears to occur approximately 4:15 p.m. President Trump pours fuel on the fire. Oh yeah, the timestamp for where he actually starts tweeting would be really good. Yeah. After Dominic Pizzola and others breached the Capitol at 2:13 p.m., a mob quickly entered and headed towards the Senate and House chambers where members were meeting. As the crowd moved through the Capitol, they chanted, "Fight for Trump and stop the steal." They also chanted, "Nancy, Nancy," as they searched for Speaker Pelosi. At 2:18 p.m., the House went into recess as hundreds of rioters confronted USCP officers inside the crypt, which is a short distance from the first breach point. Okay. Mob heading towards Senate and House chambers. Confront USCP officers in the crypt. House goes into recess. Okay. So the House goes into recess at 2:18. USCP officers formed a line across the crypt in an attempt to stop the mob's advance. By 2:21 p.m., the rioters had tried to break through police lines, but they were temporarily unsuccessful. As USCP officers held the line in the crypt, inside the crypt, President Trump poured fuel on the fire, tweeting at 2:24 p.m. Trump's first tweet. So he tweets as the Senate wing is breached and they're fighting with cops in the crypt. Okay. And after the House went into recess. Okay. He was there. 1 minute later, the mob violently pushed through the USCP officers in the crypt and continued moving south towards the House chamber. 2:25 p.m. Mob pushes through USCP officers in the crypt and moves towards south towards the House chamber. Whoops. Joshua Pruitt, the Proud Boy dressed in a Punisher shirt, was at the front of the line as rioters broke through in the crypt. Officer David Millard told the select committee that rioters in the crypt claimed they were in the Capitol because their boss told them to be there, meaning President Trump. Officer Millard also recalled members of the mob telling him they were there to stop the steal. Millard says rioters claimed to be in the Capitol because their boss told them to be there. After breaking through the police line in the crypt, the mob pursued USCP officers as they retreated to the U.S. Capitol Visitors Center. Pruitt was among the rioters who advanced into the CVC, where he came close to Senator Chuck Schumer. When the USCP officers attempted to lower metal barriers to halt the crowd's momentum, another small group of Proud Boys immediately interceded to prevent the barricades from coming down. The Proud Boy contingent included 3 men from the Kansas area: William Cressman, Chris Cuihe, and Lewis Colin. Americans. Felicia Canold and Corey Canold, 2 Proud Boy associates from Arizona, joined the Kansas City group while marching from the Washington Monument to the Capitol early in the day and were on the scene. 2 other Proud Boys, Nicholas Oakes and Nicholas DiCarlo, filmed the incident. Surveillance footage shows Cressman using a wooden club or modified axe handle to prevent the barrier from being lowered to the floor. Colin later admitted to authorities that he purchased a modified an axe handle to be used as both a walking stick and an improvised weapon on January 6th. Colin also told authorities that he attended a meeting with Cressman and others on the night of January 5th, during which someone asked, "Do we have patriots here willing to take it by force?" Colin understood that the individual meant that they should use force against the government. The same individual commented that they should go in there and take over. At 2:36 p.m., the mob pushed through a line of USCP officers guarding the House chamber. Okay, 36. Through a line of USCP officers guarding the House. He was there. He was there. Rioters also entered the Senate chamber. Within minutes, the QAnon shaman entered the Senate chamber, making his way to the Senate dais where Vice President Pence had been presiding over the joint session. An officer asked Chansley to vacate the dais? But instead he shouted, "Mike Pence is a fucking traitor." Chansley also left a note that read, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." Surrounded by others, Chansley held a conspiracy-laden prayer session saying, "Thank you for allowing the United States of America to be reborn. Thank you for allowing us to get rid of the communists, the globalists, and the traitors from within our government." Other extremists, including at least one associate of the white nationalist America First movement, also sat in the vice president's seat. While law enforcement fought to contain the mob inside the Capitol, the fighting raged outside as well. Key agitators continued to fire up the crowd. Nick Fuentes, leader of the America First movement, amplified President Trump's rhetoric aimed at Vice President Pence, including the president's 224 tweet speaking through a bullhorn while standing at the Peace Monument. Fuentes shouted, "We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector votes. That's right, you heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Mike Pence has betrayed the president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States of America, and we will never forget." As rioters flowed through the halls and offices inside the Capitol, others broke through the defensive lines of USCP and MPD officers on the Lower West Plaza at 2:28 p.m. Already got that? Oh, wait, actually. Allowing them to take over the inauguration stage. Taking over. According to MPD officer Michael Fanon, MPD officers were then forced to conduct the first fighting withdrawal in the history of the force, with law enforcement seeking to re-establish defensive lines to prevent the crowd that had swelled to approximately 20,000 from storming the Capitol. After surging through the West Plaza, rioters quickly headed towards the West Plaza tunnel. The violence that escalated at 2:28 p.m. on the Lower West Plaza continued as rioters reached the tunnel. I remember watching the videos of the tunnel. Yeah, that was horrible. By 2:41 p.m., law enforcement retreated inside the tunnel, allowing rioters to slowly fill in. Officers will come back. Slowly flow in. Just 10 minutes later, the mob jammed the tunnel, desperately trying to break through the police lines. The fighting in and immediately outside of the tunnel raged for over 2 hours. Everything went on for over 2 hours. Throughout the afternoon, members of the mob struck officers with weapons, shot them with pepper spray, and dragged officers from the tunnel into the crowd. Lucas Denny, a 3%er from Texas who carried a baton on January 6, pushed a riot shield into and on top of police officers at the tunnel. The crowd chanted, "Heave ho," as Denny did so. Jeffrey Scott Brown sprayed a chemical or pepper spray at officers and pushed the front line in the tunnel. Kyle Young, a January 6 defendant with a long prior criminal history, participated in multiple assaults and violence at the tunnel, including using a pole to jab at police officers. Young's 16-year-old son was present during the fighting. Robert Morse, a former Army Ranger who wore a military-style vest, participated in a heave-ho effort in the tunnel where he and rioters had created a shield wall. Peter Schwartz and another rioter passed a large canister of spray back and forth before Schwartz's companion sprayed officers, and then the two joined in the heave-ho. One of the most brutal attacks of the day occurred outside the tunnel when rioters dragged MPD officer Michael Fanon into the crowd and then tased, beat, and robbed him while a Blue Lives Matter flag fluttered above him. Albuquerque Head, a rioter from Tennessee, grabbed Officer Fanon around the neck and pulled him into the mob. "I got one," he shouted. Lucas Denny, the 3%er, swung his arm and fist at Officer Fanon, grabbed him, and pulled him down the stairs. Daniel Rodriguez then tased him in the neck. Kyle Young lunged towards Officer Fanon, restraining the officer's wrist. While Young held him, still another rioter, Thomas Sibic, reached towards him and forcibly removed his police badge and radio. Officer Fanon feared that they were after his gun. Members of the crowd yelled, "Kill him, get his gun, and kill him with his own gun." In an interview with FBI agents, Daniel Rodriguez admitted his role in the attack on Officer Fanon. During the same interview, Rodriguez discussed the influences that led him down the path to January 6. Rodriguez was a fan of Alex Jones's InfoWars and told FBI agents that he had become active at rallies after watching the conspiracy show. Rodriguez was motivated by Jones's decision to support then candidate Trump in 2015. He also began to affiliate himself with the 3%er movement, which he learned about by watching InfoWars. Ooh. The pipeline. Blue Lives Matter attacks the police. Yep. They don't give a fuck. I'm sure some of them do, but not these guys. These guys did not give a fuck about the police. They probably did, insofar as they thought the cops were on their side, I would imagine. But, you know. Okay. And when President Trump called for a wild protest in Washington on January 6, Rodriguez thought it was necessary to respond. Trump called us to DC. Rodriguez told interviewing agents, "If he's the commander-in-chief and the leader of our country and he's calling for help, I thought he was calling for help," Rodriguez explained. "I thought he was. I thought we were doing the right thing." Rodriguez and another January 6 defendant, Edward Badelaine, had began preparing for violence after President Trump's December 19th tweet. They gathered weapons and tactical gear and discussed their plans in a signal chat named Patriots 45 MAGA Gang. "Congress can hang. I'll do it," Rodriguez posted to the chat. "Please let us get these people, dear God." Badalian also posted a flyer titled MAGA Cavalry, which showed rally points for Patriot caravans to connect with the Stop the Steal movement in DC. The same flyer was popular among 3%ers and other self-described Patriot groups. It also garnered the attention of law enforcement. The FBI's Norfolk, Virginia division noted in a January 5th intelligence assessment that the flyer was accompanied by another image titled Create Perimeter, which depicted the US Capitol and other buildings being surrounded by the same caravans. Okay. We got a couple more pages left. Not many. That was actually surprisingly easy. When rioters surrounded the perimeter of the Capitol and reached the Senate and House chambers, members were forced to evacuate for safety. USCP officers responded to both chambers and served as escorts. By the time the Capitol was breached, the Senate and House had split from the joint sessions, with senators returning to their chamber to debate the objection to Arizona's electoral vote. The House remained in its chamber to debate the objection. Starting in the Senate, Vice President Pence was escorted off the floor at 2:12 p.m. and was taken to his Senate office. Just 1 minute before the Capitol was breached. Pence escorted off the floor and taken to his Senate office. Between 2:12 and 2:25 p.m., Secret Service agents worked to identify potential threats and a route that could be used to transport Vice President Pence. One of the issues for Vice President Pence's evacuation was that the rioters were outside the Ohio Clock Tower, which was just feet away from the staircase that Vice President Pence could descend to evacuate. Eventually, after the mob started filling the entire Capitol, the Secret Service made the decision to move Vice President Pence, and he was escorted from the Senate at 2:25 p.m. Evacuation decision made, and by 2:25. By 2:27 p.m., the Vice President can be seen moving toward a secure location connected to the Capitol. The Vice President arrived at the secure location at 2:29 p.m. Arrives at secure location at 2:29 p.m. Following the vice president's evacuation, senators were evacuated at 2:30 p.m. It's 1 minute after Pence. And your location. Okay. On the House side, Speaker Pelosi, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, and House Majority Whip James Clyburn were removed from the House floor at the same time as the Vice President Pence. By 2:18, USCB surveillance showed Speaker Pelosi in the basement hallway headed towards the garage. The surveillance footage also showed Leader Hoyer and Whip Clyburn in the same basement as Speaker Pelosi. At 2:23 p.m., Speaker Pelosi and Whip Clyburn were moved to an undisclosed location. Pelosi moved to a Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was evacuated just after Speaker Pelosi left the Capitol. At 2:25 p.m., as rioters were moving through the crypt and breaking through the East Rotunda door, Leader McCarthy and his staff hurriedly evacuated his office. At approximately 2:38 p.m., the members of Congress on the House floor began their evacuation. Members of Congress can be seen evacuating through the Speaker's lobby when a USCP officer fatally shot Ashley Babbitt at 2:44 p.m. This was after the Columbus doors were breached for the second time and the military stack was going in. Members of Congress on the House floor begin evacuation. Okay. Ashley Babbitt. Shot. RIP. Members and staffers were just feet away when Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered glass door. USCP officers had barricaded the door with furniture to prevent the rioters from gaining direct access to the elected officials. Shot, trying to climb through a broken glass door. So at the end of this corridor that Babbitt's running into, or trying to get into, there are officers, and then is it behind them are the members of Congress? Is that right? Is that what happened? Yeah. Let's go towards a corridor. Way leading to the House floor. Or members of staffers behind the officers. Members and staffers were just feet away when Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered glass door. Fuck. Did Babbitt jump through because she saw the members of Congress? Because I saw she takes a second before actually going through. Was it because she saw members of Congress? And that's why she jumped. She decided to make the lunge. She was trying to get to the floor. Yeah, I mean, I guess she just thought that if she jumped through, then people would join her and they'd overwhelm the cops. But you hear people saying before she jumps to the glass part, you hear people saying they've got a gun. He's got a gun. Like you hear people saying that. So people who are behind her can see that one of the officers has a gun, like pointed at her. So I don't know, fucking retard. Anyway, rest in peace. The congressional members in the House gallery were evacuated after the members on the House floor. Congressional members in the gallery had to wait to be evacuated because rioters were still roaming the hallways right outside the chamber. At 2:49 p.m., as members were trying to evacuate the House gallery, the USCP emergency response team cleared the hallways with long rifles so that the members could be escorted to safety. The USCP surveillance footage shows several rioters lying on the ground with long rifles pointed at them as members evacuate in the background. By 3 p.m., the area had been cleared and members were evacuated from the House gallery to a secure location. So... always with long rifles. Three. Area cleared. Members evacuated from the House gallery to a secure location. Clearing the U.S. Capitol building and restricted grounds. Shortly after law enforcement officers evacuated the House and Senate members, they started to clear rioters out of the Capitol and off the grounds. Starting before 3 p.m., law enforcement spent approximately 3 hours pushing rioters out of the Capitol building and off the East and West plazas. In general, law enforcement cleared rioters out of the Capitol through 3 doors: the House side door located in the northeast side of the Capitol, the Columbus doors, and the Senate wing door, which was next to the first breach point. Whoops. As discussed above, the Proud Boys and other extremists led the charge at the latter 2 locations during the early stages of the attack. Outside the Capitol, law enforcement pushed the mob from the Upper West Plaza towards the East Plaza, crossing the north doors. Eventually, these rioters were forced to exit the Capitol grounds on the east side. The last point where rioters were removed was the Lower West Plaza, the scene of some of the most intense hand-to-hand fighting that day. After law enforcement cleared the tunnel, where violence had raged for hours, police officers corralled rioters to the west and away from the Capitol building. After rioters first breached the Senate wing door on the first floor, they immediately moved south towards the House chamber. This route took them to the crypt, with the mob filling this room by 2:24 p.m. This was also one of the first rooms that law enforcement cleared as they started to secure the building. By 2:49 p.m., law enforcement officers cleared the crypt by pushing towards the Senate wing door and up the stairs to the rotunda. Crypt cleared by officers pushing towards the Senate wing and up to the rotunda. Around the same time that police officers cleared the crypt, they also removed rioters from hallways immediately adjacent to the House and Senate chambers. On the House side, rioters were pushed out shortly before 3 p.m. The House hallway immediately in front of the House chambers door was cleared at 2:56 p.m. The mob outside of the Speaker's lobby was pushed out of the House side door at 2:57 p.m. The USCP officers were able to quickly clear out the Senate chamber, which was initially breached at 2:42 p.m. Rioters were cleared from the hallways outside the Senate by 3:09 p.m. There's cleared from hallways outside the Senate. Surveillance shows officers checking the Senate gallery and hallways for rioters. There are no people on camera by this time. The rotunda served as a key point where the mob settled during the Capitol attack. For example, at 2:45 p.m., hundreds of people can be seen standing in the rotunda. It appears law enforcement officers funneled rioters from other parts of the Capitol into the rotunda. Once they had President Trump supporters herded there, law enforcement started to push them towards the east doors shortly after 3 p.m. Oh. Interesting. Funneled from other parts of the Capitol into the rotunda then pushed towards the east doors. At 3:25 p.m., law enforcement successfully pushed rioters out of the rotunda and closed the door so that the room would remain secure. Okay. Pushes rioters out of the rotunda, closes the door, securing the room. By 3:43 p.m., just 18 minutes after the rotunda doors were closed, law enforcement successfully pushed the rioters out of the east doors of the Capitol. Okay, 3:43 p.m. Pushes rioters out of the east doors of the Capitol. The last rioters in the Capitol building were cleared out of the Senate wing door, the same location where rioters first breached the building at 2:13 p.m. Like the other locations inside the Capitol, law enforcement began forcing rioters out of the Senate wing door after 3 p.m. By 3:40 p.m., law enforcement had successfully pushed many of the rioters out of the door and onto the Upper West Plaza. However, officers were unable to close the doors because some rioters remained in the doorway and attempted to re-enter the building. At 4:23 p.m., a combination of USCP and MDP officers forced these people out of the doorway and successfully secured the door. Officers unable to close the doors. Who had tried to re-enter the doors of the Upper West Plaza were forced out. After clearing the inside of the Capitol, law enforcement officers proceeded to sweep the perimeter adjacent to the building, starting with the Upper West Plaza. After pushing the last rioter out of the Senate wing door, officers started to clear the Upper West Plaza, which is located just outside this same doorway. Wait, did Trump tell everyone to go home after the Capitol building had been cleared? I didn't know that. I don't know when Trump's fucking go home and be peaceful thing, whatever. Yeah. It was still when there were people inside. In the main building? Or in other buildings? I don't know, hang on. After pushing the last rioter out of the Senate wing door, officers started to clear the Upper West Plaza, which is located just outside the same doorway. Law enforcement officers in riot gear formed a line and marshaled the crowd north from the Upper West Plaza. By 4:31 p.m., 8 minutes after closing the Senate wing door, rioters were cleared from the Upper West Plaza. 4:31 p.m., 8 minutes after closing the Senate wing door, rioters were cleared from the Upper West Plaza. Many of these same officers started to secure the north side of the Capitol as they pushed rioters from the Upper West Plaza towards the East Plaza. By approximately 4:32 p.m., law enforcement officers walked out of the north doors, forming additional lines to push rioters eastward. As discussed earlier, the north doors had been the location of violent fighting throughout much of the afternoon. By 4:46 p.m., law enforcement had successfully pushed the rioters from the north side of the Capitol to the East Plaza. 6 p.m., rioters pushed from the north side of the Capitol to the East Plaza. Law enforcement cleared the East Plaza next. By 4:59 p.m., Officers had swept all the remaining rioters from the east stairs of the Capitol. All remaining rioters swept from the east stairs of the Capitol. At this point, the mob that had overrun the Upper West Plaza, the north side of the Capitol, and the East Plaza had been moved off the grounds adjacent to the Capitol. The last areas of the Capitol grounds to get cleared were the tunnel and the Lower West Plaza. Thousands of rioters had packed into the West Plaza just after the initial invasion, led by the Proud Boys and their associates. The tunnel was the location of the day's most violent fighting, and the conflict extended until late that day. After 5 p.m., it appears that law enforcement directed their attention to clearing the Lower West Plaza. p.m. Officers decide to clear the Lower West Plaza, including the tunnel. At 5:04 p.m., police officers in the tunnel shot smoke bombs to get the remaining rioters to back away from the doors. 5:05 p.m., the rioters had all retreated, and the police officers inside the tunnel moved out and started clearing the area. Officers retreated, and officers in the tunnel moved out to clear the area. That tunnel fight lasted 2 hours. Bro, fuck that. At 5:13 p.m., on the opposite side of the Lower West Plaza, officers pushed the mob down the scaffold stairs and to the Lower West Plaza. Mob pushed down the scaffold stairs and toward the Lower West Plaza. These are the same stairs that rioters led by the Proud Boys and other extremists had previously climbed before reaching the Senate wing door. Once the rioters from the tunnel and the scaffold were all situated on the Lower West Plaza, officers formed another line and started walking the mob back towards the grass, which was away from the actual Capitol building. The line appears to have been formed at 5:19 p.m., and the officers started their sweep at 5:30. By 5:37, the police officers pushed rioters back to the grassy area away from the Capitol. p.m. Rioters pushed back to the grassy area away from the Capitol. It was at this time that in or around the Capitol building. What a strange sentence. At 6:56 p.m., a little more than an hour after the Capitol grounds were cleared, Vice President Pence returned to the Capitol from the loading dock. Pence walked up the stairs in the basement of the Capitol to his office in the Senate at 7 p.m. Shortly after 8 p.m., the joint session of Congress resumed, with Vice President Pence saying, "Let's get back to work." Whoa. What a fucking patriot. At 3:32 a.m., the Congress completed the counting of the votes and certified the election of Joseph R. Biden Jr. as the 46th President of the United States. Damn, malarkey's in chat for Biden president. All right, an hour after the grounds were cleared. Pence returned to the Capitol. 8 p.m. Joint session resumed with Pence saying, "Let's get back to work." at 3:32 a.m. Congress completes the counting of the votes and certifies the election of Joseph R. Biden Jr. Just say Biden. Okay. What a fucking day. Now, when did Trump, we love you, when did this happen? I want to put this in the timeline. When did he put this out? $417. This was after people were being pushed out. Trump calls off the riot. We love you. You're very special. Well, are you writing a book? No. Just want to know what happened, and now I know. The attack. Done. Boof. Fuck you. Jesus. Debate in 7 minutes. Okay. And here's the map, I guess. Oh yeah, there's your east, west, the stage, the inauguration stage. Yeah. Interesting. So Ashley Babbitt was shot at 2:44. The hallway is cleared. People are evacuated. The rioters are cleared from the hallways. The Senate's cleared. The north, they're pushed out of the north doors. The rioters are pushed, they've cleared the rotunda. And the east doors are cleared. So yeah, okay, that's quite a lot. Fuck. Quite a lot done before Trump puts his tweet out. Okay. Ooh. Nice one. Oh wait, do I have to go in now? Where is it? Kick or keep? Fuck. Oh, there are already people in the waiting room. Shit. All right, Twitch, you guys fuck off because I can't be seen with this banned streamer. Can't do it. No way. Twitch guys, come into YouTube, okay? Mm-hmm. Destiny's here too. Well, he's hosting the panel, isn't he? It's his show. All right. Twitch guys, there you go. Bye-bye, Twitch. Bye-bye. Go YouTube. Bye. And I should go pee, and then I will go into the thing. Okay, nice one. Be right back. Hey, chat. Hey. Okay. Okay. Hello.
Win or whatever, just turn this on and then you'll be good. All you have to do is press one button and your stream will be on. But I don't think we'll figure it out later, but it's just acting weird.
Stuff like that too.
I don't know what just happened. I don't know what's the matter. Oh, okay. Join.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound great.
Excellent.
How do I sound?
Beautiful.
Did you get a new mic or something? Or is it just like the new positioning sound better? Because you sound better than
Which-
you normally do.
I got it. If you're talking to me, I got a new mic probably.
Yeah, I'm
about
talking to you,
60
Connor.
Yeah, 60 days back.
Okay, I don't think I've done anything with you since then. You sound fucking great. You sound crystal.
Yeah, it's the one that everybody uses. It's like the Shure MX770 or something. Whatever the
Is it the same one I'm fucking using? The Shure
probably.
SMB7?
Yes, there you go. That's the one. So
Yeah,
apparently it's the
well, I mean, it's
the industry standard for kick-ass sound.
it's the best sound you can get where you're not spending a fuck ton of money.
Right.
Like there are definitely a ton of mics that sound way better, but this is the best you're gonna get for just voice for that. Like
Without being literally
sucks for
a millionaire.
instruments. Yeah. Like Joe Rogan's, like obviously his mics are like $5,000. It's like no one. Why? Fucking
Yeah.
why?
Because you can.
If I would, if I could, I would love a $5,000 mic. Yeah.
Who has $5,000
Well,
mics?
Apparently, Joe Rogan.
You guys able to hear me in here,
Joe Rogan's
right?
mics are not $5,000. The SM7Bs.
One of them. No, he had
were just
ones
talking about
before that were super expensive. We were just talking about
Oh, like it's disinformation. I see.
buys SMBs because it's like the best bang for your buck.
I've never seen Joe. I want to know what he was using now. Shit.
I don't know that he was using them for
Keep
all of
bouncing
his
me out.
guests, but I remember some episode where he pulled it out and it was like one of these.
Oh,
I can't remember what it is. One of those ones that has like those hexagonal cages around it.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
this is like a 5,000. And it's like, and he was talking about how he was actually, I think, talking about these mics, or maybe not these ones, the ones that are step up from this one might be the one he's using. I don't remember, but it's been a long time. But he was talking about how, like, yeah, this is not worth the fucking money.
I'm
Not for
sure
speaking,
when you're
no.
at Joe Rogan's stage, they're probably sending him those mics and begging him to use them.
Probably. They probably didn't even buy that mic. It was probably an add-in to be like, this is a great mic, sort of.
Yeah.
Like if you're singing, it makes sense to go that expensive, but not for speaking. Like, there's no need.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, and there's, if you're using condenser mics because you're like, for like instruments, obviously there are a ton of different mics you want to use. But yeah, if you're just doing like a podcasty thing.
Can I test my
We
audio
all
and
have
just
the
make
same
sure you guys all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Awesome.
I need to bust out my sticky notes, don't I?
Your sticky notes? Oh, fuck.
There were notes?
Shit's getting real
those
now.
notes,
We
Yeah,
got
when it's
sticky
a
notes.
when it's a fucking, well, I mean, it's digital sticky notes, but when it's a fucking panel, you got to wait like 8 minutes in order to be able to talk. So you got to have your shit in front of you.
Oh my god. I'm already learning stuff.
As much as like I should be
Learning is
better at this, I still treat this the same way I did in undergrad, which is just horribly sloppily written fucking paper notes. It's like that's all I ever do is just write down shit that nobody else can read. And sometimes 6 months later, I also can't read when I'm like, I had notes on this. Like, oh fuck, what is this?
they're good notes. You were really, really into it. Even a future you can't tell.
Seriously, sometimes my notes are like pictures because the quick picture is easier to convey what I'm going to remember in 5 minutes than like writing something out. I'm sorry that I don't follow that fucking stupid Harvard method that like they teach everybody in undergrad, and you're like, who the fuck has 4 different highlighters that's going through? Like, did any of you guys do that in school? I'm just curious.
No, I took a
did
picture
anybody
of the
like
fucking
use that
notes
method?
before I left. No, I didn't take any notes. I took a picture of them before I left class, and then I didn't read the notes, and I retained like 70 to 80% of it.
Okay, how about the people that went to grad school or the lawyers here? Did either of you use any of that shit?
Use what? Use what?
Like those
Like the Harvard
crazy
note-taking
note-taking systems where it's like you had
organizational
like 4 different highlighters and it was like, these are for this thing.
In law
Lauren
school.
did, of course you did.
In law school,
mean-
everyone did.
It's
You
really
did?
hard
Okay.
to keep. It's really hard to keep things like. So, for instance, you might have different subject matters color coordinated, like torts versus con law versus like contracts versus evidence or whatever. And then within that, you might also want to color coordinate. So, like if you're doing issue fact, like if you're doing issue like Iraq issue rule analysis conclusion, you might want to color coordinate that, or you might want to color coordinate like the different elements within like if you're doing torts, for instance, you might want to, or criminal.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that you would like
You do-
separate it though. Because
Yeah,
like
blue
I went
for-
to grad
blue
school
for
for
facts.
counseling. It was just like I just wrote long ass papers. Like it was way easier than that.
Mm.
Blue
No,
for
I
I was
facts.
just like read these 4 books.
It was pretty universal that it was, at least in my law school, that it was blue for facts, green for issue of law, yellow for the finding of law.
State where you in, because different states have different rules. So like for instance, California wants you to like, I think it's California, I've never taken the California bar, but I'm pretty sure they want you to like underline the word rule or underline the word issue, and different states don't care whether or not you do that.
Yeah, no, they didn't care about that. I'm just saying, like, as far as like in my law school, that's how everyone it was universal. You could look at anyone's notes, you'll see the same color coordination. So I don't know how it got started, but that's how it always broken down. It didn't matter whether it's con law, torts, criminal law, real property. It doesn't matter. It was always
Fuse ready to
blue.
go.
All right, let's go.
Hold on.
I don't know, man.
I'm getting there.
Oh,
1 second. I'll just set my shit up.
Getting there with what?
Shut the fuck up. Don't you have
What
some
the
ships
fuck
to
are
shoot
you?
at?
First of all, let me just say, I'm
here it
impressed.
goes. Oh,
Your
God.
progressiveness impresses me every day. I didn't know you had Blair White on stream today.
Yeah,
I gotta say, I'm a big fan. You know what I mean? I'm a big fan. You know what I mean? Shout out to her. But listen, the only reason I raised my hand is because all you motherfuckers are like 20 years older than me. So I'll be a lot more polite in this. You know what I mean? This episode. So let's have some fun. By the way, you don't have to wait.
I'm curious, real quick, because I haven't gotten your opinion yet. Do you set up my overlay too? Do you support the Yemen indiscriminate bombings of cargo ships trying to pass through?
Okay, you know what? Let me play this game with you. Tell me
Missiles
about
of
them.
the oppressed.
No. Hold on. Tell me, do you support the Jews digging random tunnels in New York? Did you talk about that? Because I'm curious. What the fuck is going on with that?
No,
what's your take on that?
I can walk
What's
you
your
through
take on that? No.
It sounded like there was some autistic fucking dispute over fucking property or some bullshit, and they were trying to dig their way through some dumb shit. I don't know, that's what it looked like, but.
Listen, if that autistic dispute involves
you don't get
any
to
like
talk shit.
Yemenis or like any Arab motherfuckers, trust me, people wouldn't have taken
Listen,
it.
you
the way
don't
that
get
they
to
took it
talk
with the
shit.
Jews. That's all I'm saying.
You don't get to talk shit until we take LiDAR to the Vatican, because I guarantee there's some fucking secret tunnels under there.
Jesus.
I mean, I'm not even going to dispute that. Anyways,
Catacombs.
let's get into the show. Let's get into the
Maybe
show.
they're-
Let's get into
maybe
the
they're
show.
for smuggling kids. Who knows?
Also, by the way, somebody said like you gotta wait 8 minutes to speak. Not really. If you got something to say, just wait for the person to finish the sentence, and then you could cut in. This is not one of those things where you gotta wait your turn to speak. Just don't overspeak or talk over somebody else. That's it. You know what I mean? It's simple. Anyways, let's get on with the show. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After 3 weeks off to episode 24 of Kick or Keep. Today we brought together 8 wonderful contestants that will be going head-to-head in an elimination-style debate show where you, the audience, gets to decide who we kick and who we keep. The rules of the show are very simple. We'll throw out a topic. We'll give you 25 minutes to debate amongst yourself. The contestant... Oh, let me say this. After the round ends, we put a poll in chat. The contestant with the highest amount of votes gets to decide who we kick and who we keep between the 2 lowest voted contestants. So you don't want to be one of those 2 bottom, motherfuckers. That's all I'm going to say. Other than that, there's no other rules. It's simple, just like I said. Don't talk over somebody, and if you want to say something, don't fucking autistically wait 25 minutes and be like, nobody fucking pointed their finger at me. Don't do that, it's cringe. Okay. Other than that, I'm your host. Okay, Corantos. That's Qorantos. Joining me is my co-host, Liz Steve. You want to say hi?
Hi, what's up?
Good job. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. 3 weeks and you're not rusty. Anyways, let's get on with the intros. Top left. You look like
Hi.
that guy. You look like
Yeah,
that
I
guy.
am that guy.
No. It's the other guy. I forgot his name. But he was some Irish
Mike,
dude. The guy.
Mike Vrabel.
The dog. The one that made his dog do the Nazi salute. I forgot his name.
Count Dankula.
Yeah, you look like that motherfucker. But
yeah, I think I'm more handsome than that. That's kind of racist, but whatever. So my name's.
I want to second that. Yeah, the Counterpoint is far more handsome than Count Dankula. What a horrible comparison, Corantos.
Thank
You're
you. Anyways,
unbelievably blind.
So my name is Cotter. I run a channel named Counterpoints, also a channel named Counterfire. Counterfire is where I post all the political stuff. Counterpoints 40K is where I post all the Warhammer stuff. If you're into Warhammer, science fiction, political, philosophy, nerd shit, then come check it out because we're doing pretty good. We're about to break 60,000 subs.
Okay, that's a W. I might have to start watching that shit. To the right, I don't want to be racist, man. I'm not gonna do that. Dylan Burns, please introduce yourself, please.
Wait, how are you gonna be racist towards
Yeah, I
them?
was curious. I was gonna ask, but I.
Yeah, they're white.
Also, wait, you're Corantos. Why would you say I don't want to be racist? What happened?
I'm feeling sick today. I don't know. I'm a changed man. Let me be changed for just one fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, Dylan, please go ahead.
Oh, look at that. See, guys, this is why we project power, okay, across the world. All those aircraft carriers now float near the sky.
Yeah, Listen. Stop baiting me to say some stupid shit, because I will. You know what I mean? I'll bite the fucking bait.
Now that he's in striking distance, he's moderated his position quite a bit. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
My name's Dylan Burns. I'm a Twitch streamer and war journalist. I spend most of my time covering the war in Ukraine, but also other foreign affairs issues as well. If you could keep an eye out for a documentary I'm releasing in the near future called The Dangerous World of Artillerymen, I'd appreciate it.
All right, there we go. Thank you for the intro. To the right of Dylan and above Pisco, we got Fabian. Fabian Liberty Scott, please introduce yourself.
Hey, Corantos, you can be as racist as you want to me. You know, black guy with a mask on, you all look the same to me. You know, the mask. I don't mean the skin color or anything. Yeah, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. That's find me Fabian Liberty everywhere if you want to discuss philosophy or debates or things of that. In that nature, I am kind of the final boss of libertarian philosophy taken to its extreme. And so, you know, if you're a right-winger questioning, come check me out. And if you're a left-winger, I'll probably fuck you up.
Oh, shit. Okay, thank you for the intro. Below Mr. Warhammer 40K and diagonal to Lil Steve, we got. Hold on. You look like Hunter Biden, bro. We got good logic, man. How are you? Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hunter Biden? Really? Really? You confused me with Hunter Biden?
Yes.
My name is Joe Neerman. I'm a New York attorney, New York litigator with a YouTube channel called Good Logic. I live stream nightly from 10 to midnight Eastern time, and I tend to cover law, politics, and philosophy. So that's basically what I do. I try to figure out why it is that our world is as screwed up as it is, and I don't really think it's really the left side or the right side, but I think that it's really a concerted effort from those who have power against those of us who don't, primarily. But that being said, people tend to associate me with being a little bit more right-leaning than left-leaning. And I've had my fair share of enjoyment debating with Pisco and Destiny, and I'm really looking forward to banging heads here. And really for the entertainment of it more than anything, and to maybe learn something. So there you
go. Great intro. Duction. Thank you very much. Thank you. To the right of Good Logic and below Lil Steve, we got, Loner. Yeah, we're already acquainted, you know what I mean? So, but like, to those that may not know, please go ahead and introduce yourself to them, please. Thank you. Now he's got on mute. There we go.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm live stream on YouTube and I make video essays sometimes. I'm the representative from the United Kingdom, Guardians of the Sea. Inshallah, these vessels will be granted safe passage. I love free maritime trade. Hate Houthis. Simple as.
See, I was gonna say shout out to the Houthis, but like sometimes I go to the UAE, you know what I mean? So that's not a good business move on my end. I'm not gonna do that just to play it safe. But to the right of Loner Bucks and below Dylan, diagonal to Fabian, and to the left of Pisco, I'd like to stretch these intros because hopefully the timer's running by now. Let's see. We got Lauren.
Lauren, I am just a streamer and I'm on YouTube. I do mostly interviews. And yeah, and I also have an interest in the law and math.
Okay. Thank you for that intro. To the right of Lauren, we've got Pisco. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks so much, Quantas. It's a pleasure to be on again. Really stoked to be discussing these issues. I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer, also based out of New York. Been talking about the 2020 election and January 6th for a while now, and so really excited to discuss it a little further.
Great. It's great to have you back on. Hopefully it doesn't end the way it did last time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's always good to have you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't hold it against you or the showrunners.
Thank you. It's like I don't know who was pulling him in. It was a mess. Anyways, last but definitely not least, we got Radical Coder. Please introduce yourself. Take your time.
Hey, I'm Radical Coder, or Ryan. I've been watching all these people for a long time, so this is super surreal. I teach math in computer science and stuff like that, and sometimes I argue with people online, and that's what I'll be doing tonight about this, so sounds fun.
I think I may be allergic to my mask. That's why. I'm not sick. I'm allergic to some shit. Anyways, Steve. I told you my internet is acting up, so listen. You got the questions. You take it from here. Round 1 has started, ladies and gentlemen.
What is that? Is that supposed to mean I'm reading the questions off?
Okay, I don't know why you're acting fucking retarded. Like, you're fucking 40, you've been doing this half your life. I sent you the questions. Pick the ones that you like.
What the?
Start off with
Oh my God! I'm busy covering breaking news on Jeffrey Epstein and all my
nice
Democrat
one. The guy
friends,
who's been dead for 5 years. Congratulations.
Oh my God!
You're
You
quick to
kill
review.
people for fucking Muhammad. That dude's been dead for over 1,000 years. Okay, what the fuck do you want me to say? Okay, wow. Oh, okay. Crazy question for the first one here. Ready? Crazy question, guys. Here we go.
Wait, stop. Before you do anything stupid, I literally sent you like
Doing it.
fucking 20 questions.
Yeah, I see
And
the first
you-
one. I'm
and-
ready to read
and-
number one.
First of all, it's only fucking numbered number 1. It's not actually like, yo, start with it just because it's number 1. That's first of all. Second of all, you've been fucking covering this for like way longer than I have.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good question. I'm
So-
just fucking with
so
you. I'm
how
just
was-
making you feel. Yeah, you're okay. It's all right. Take a deep breath. You okay?
Listen, don't take advantage of my
He's
fucking
got that
weeping
fucking
state.
face diaper on.
My God, yeah.
Okay,
Listen.
who said that? Fabian, you're on my dick. I think it was you. You're on my dick. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, your mask's on a little too tight. Okay, take a deep breath as much as you can. All right.
It's gonna be okay.
Number 1, was January 6th an insurrection or a riot, and why?
January 6th
Yes.
was obviously an insurrection by every definition of that word. I'm happy to discuss it further, but if you look at the purpose of what that insurrection was for, it was to stop the transfer of power of the rightfully elected presidency of Joe Biden. We understand exactly the history and usage of the term insurrection, and that it wasn't meant to apply only to these like overwhelming coups that occur. If you look to history, to the Whiskey Rebellion, and to even the Civil War, which started basically based on the fact that the Southern states did not accept the transfer of power to Abraham Lincoln, and the efforts to secede from the Union from there started basically for the same reason, a lack of content of the elections, of the results of a fair and free election. And so there should be no question here that January 6th was an insurrection. Anyone who wants
At what
to
moment?
die on that hill.
Yeah,
Yes,
what's your definition?
Yeah, I was
What's
gonna
your fucking
ask that.
definition?
I was going to ask
Yeah.
that because I actually looked up the definition of insurrection, and you type in definition of insurrection and you scroll down, and a comparable question is, what is the difference between rebellion and insurrection? And it gives the distinction.
And sedition,
And
yeah.
it says an insurrection is an armed rebellion. So were there guns that were used at January 6th by the protesters, Pisco?
The
To your
definition of
knowledge?
insurrection does not depend on gun ownership. Do you agree with that, Lauren?
Well, so the definition is a violent
Wait, can you answer
uprising
that
of-
question? Do you agree? Does the definition of insurrection depend on the possession of guns? Yes.
You
or
state
no?
your claim. Give a positive.
Wait.
definition. Don't grill people.
Well,
on
I'm happy
their
to give the positive.
definition.
I'm passive to give the positive
Give your
definition.
definition first.
Hang on. I'll give the positive definition, and then Lauren will answer that question. The positive
According
definition.
to this-
Hang on a second. I'm going to answer the question. The positive definition I'm using is from the Colorado Trial Court, which is as used in
Which
Section
one?
3.
They gave like
the
5
Colorado.
and they didn't define.
No. The Colorado Trial Court gave a definition. Do you disagree with that, Fabian?
They gave multiple definitions.
Did you read the Colorado Trial Court opinion? Yes or no?
when it came out, and I mean, I'm not the
You read the
lawyer.
trial? Okay, so do you know or do you not know whether they used 5 definitions or 1 definition?
Okay,
there are multiple definitions.
Do you know or not know, Fabian?
Pisco, spit it out. Let's go.
Okay, so then don't speak up.
you're
Don't
trying
speak up if you don't
instead of-
know. Fabian, don't speak up if you don't know. You don't know. The
Did
Colorado
did they give
you-
multiple
you
definitions?
don't know.
Fabian, let him
You
get
don't
it
know.
out so we can actually move someplace.
The Colorado trial court did land on a definition. They did. It's a public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent execution of the Constitution of the United States.
And the Colorado court embarrassed itself.
That's the Colorado trial court. The question for Lauren is, hang on. The question for Lauren is, she's not going to go away from it. Do you think that the definition of insurrection requires the possession of guns? Yes or no?
Thank you for asking the question. Now let me answer it fully without interrupting me. So, according to the Colorado trial court definition, even when you look it up, they admit it's a loosely defined approach to an insurrection. So there are many, many people who could disagree with the Colorado court and still be correct in their legal analysis. So the way that I see that it's defined, it seems to be distinctly different from rebellion by the use of
Lauren, what
armed
was my
forces.
question?
I asked you to let me finish. So your question is about whether or not rebellion requires the use of
No,
arms.
insurrection.
Insurrection requires the use of arms.
Guns.
So according to this, I said arms. And are you specifically
You said
saying guns? So like it can't be Mavlov cocktails or like tanks or anything
Hang on
like
a second.
that.
I
think
said
you could
you
use
said
any
you said
weapon.
they didn't have guns, and I asked whether the definition of insurrection requires guns.
Well,
They didn't use any weapons. Did any of the protesters
Does it
use
require
weapons?
guns? Yes or no? Will you answer that question?
I would
Does it
say,
require
yeah,
guns?
It requires weapons.
Where
yeah.
point to one single definition
I just
where
did.
point to a single definition where the use of guns or the possession of guns is a required element of that definition. Can you cite a single definition?
Yeah, I just did from.
I would like to interject by saying that the rioters did have zip ties, body armor, clubs, flags.
When did they use
took
that?
weapons from the cops.
When did they use that?
When did they use
use
the
Breaking
zip
windows
ties
with
and the
the
body
fire
armor?
as well,
Why the
right?
fuck are they bringing zip ties and body armor to the state
So they
capitol?
didn't
Who were they
use
going to
it?
zip
Body
tie?
armor's not a
Wait,
fucking
they
weapon.
did. We have
body armor's not a
Weapon.
fucking
we have
weapon.
tons. We have
Yeah, what
tons
were
and
they
tons
going
of
to use the
footage
zip
on-
ties
wait,
for?
We have tons
Wow.
and tons of footage online of these rioters using poles to hit police officers, of them using whatever they can get their hands on as a weapon. But I don't necessarily understand why that would even necessarily need to be an element. When we look at other countries, if a giant mob storms like the Capitol building and says, we are now the government, or attempts to stop the government from functioning, we call it insurrections there.
How many
talks
criminal
about
convictions?
For example, if you talk about
how many
the 2014
criminal
protests in-
convictions?
Criminal convictions are not required. Wait, criminal convictions are not
How
required
many
either.
criminal
Logic. That's a bad thing to bring up because, as you're aware, in the
Not a
Civil
bad
Rights
thing to
War,
bring up at all.
in the Civil War, there were millions of people who were involved in the Civil War, and the vast majority of insurrectionists in the Civil War were not charged with a crime. Agree or no?
Just
They don't
because
have
they
to be
weren't
charged.
charged.
Do you
doesn't
agree
mean
with
that? They
that?
weren't capable of
Okay,
being
so then
charged.
criminal charges are not relevant.
No. Stop trying.
It doesn't
overtalk me.
matter.
Okay, stop trying to overtalk me. You claimed
It's
that
their
I was
apartment.
you claimed that I was introducing some false flag or something that's irrelevant, and you try to prove that by bringing up something that is a known as an established rebellion, to say that because people weren't charged there, that's how we know that just because we failed to convict anybody of an insurrection, that you have carte blanche to just label January 6th an insurrection, despite the fact that we saw that this DOJ
Are criminal charges required? Yes or no? Just answer the question.
Stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second. You don't.
You won't. You and Lauren will not answer questions.
I will
Yeah.
answer this question, but you don't win an argument by just trying to overtalk people. Okay, it's childish.
You won't
Just
answer.
let me
Not-
finish.
neither
I
of you.
will. You're still doing it. You're still doing it. You're still doing. Stop. Okay. So, you can't bring an analogy from the Civil War, which was a declared revolution, and saying we're done with this country, to January 6th, where you're trying to say, is this an insurrection or not? Now, at the end of the day, we know that this is a DOJ which was trying to throw the book at every single person who was anywhere in the vicinity, so much so that now they're even trying to charge people, and they announced they're going to be looking into people who didn't even go into the building. They try and they threw out the most harshest, strictest.
Are charges required for insurrection? Yes or no?
What does that mean? Are they required?
You brought up the evidence that no one was charged for insurrection.
Wait.
Will you answer it?
Earlier,
our DOJ knows it wasn't an insurrection. If our DOJ thought it was an insurrection like you do, Pisco,
You
they would have
interrupted
charged people.
me
They
saying
would have
that
charged
trying
people.
to introduce the
Why
legal
did they not
language of
charge
insurrection.
anyone?
Wait, no. You introduced the legal language of insurrection in order to counter me when I was saying when we talk about other countries, we see giant crowds storming Capitol buildings saying, we're going to stop this government. The laws will not be passed. We will not allow it. We call it insurrection there. Everybody says that when it comes to Ukraine in 2014. Everybody says that when it comes to other countries. Why does it not apply to us?
Why'd you bring up charges? Why are you dodging? Does it require charges? Wait, will any of these people answer a question? Can we make them answer a question? Does it require charges? Yes or no? You made a claim.
What does that mean? An insurrection?
Well, you said that in
All right, wait, real quick. Yeah, wait. Okay, real quick. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. When we're asking a question, here's how we're gonna run this. When somebody says something, answer this question, or even if they say like answer it yes or no, you have to give an immediate answer. But then you are going to be allowed time afterwards to explain the answer. Okay. So somebody says, "Do you need this for it to be some bullshit?" You have to say yes or no, or in as many words, like very quickly say it, and then afterwards you can elaborate so that people don't get like railroaded. But it can't be a bunch of rambling. Okay. So
there's two questions on the floor. One is, are guns required for an insurrection as a definitional matter, and the other is, are charges required as a definitional matter? We don't have an answer on either of those yet, and I'd like answers to both.
I answered it. You posed the first question to me. It was whether or not weapons or arms are required.
Guns. I'm talking about guns.
Why specifically guns? Okay, fine.
Because
then
you
no.
said guns.
Then no.
Okay,
no.
so then we can
I
put
did
that
not
aside.
say guns. I said any weapons. The protesters didn't use any weapons in order to get into the Capitol. So, however, there is a distinction between.
Wait, is your position they didn't use weapons? Is it your position that Jan Stitchers did not use weapons?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I have a question? If you steal
Jan Stitchers have weapons.
They use bats and they use poles to hit people.
Those weapons
and windows. They were smashing in windows or something. Like they was.
I've got a question. If you steal a riot shield from a cop and use it as a weapon, does that count as a weapon to you, Lauren?
You have to ask yourself.
Or taser.
Yes or no?
Whoa, fuck it.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So as far as I know, the first breach. I was finished asking my line of questions, bro. Come on. Fuck.
It's to elaborate and not be interrupted when we were in. I try to follow your instructions explicitly. I said yes, and then I wanted to elaborate, and I got immediately cut off.
I know,
there is a distinction between insurrection and rebellion. The distinction between insurrection and rebellion is that insurrection requires the use of arms. So that answers your question.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask. And Lauren, I wanted to ask.
Wait. Did they have arms or not on January 6th? Did they or not?
Some, like for instance,
is the answer yes?
They did not use arms on January 6th. No.
Okay, so is a bat an arm when used against police officers?
Okay. If
I can tell
you, what about a window?
Let me interject here for a moment. Hopefully, we can bring a little bit of.
I would say in this context,
hold on, just for a second. Okay. So maybe Pisco, if you can calm down, and if everybody can answer your questions whilst you calm the fuck down, right? I think there's a little bit of a problem here.
Yes, and one quick problem as a radical coder, I think you're using the wrong microphone. Everybody keeps saying that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it should be fixed now.
Okay, sorry. Go.
Better. Thank you.
So, and I think Dylan inadvertently discovered this, and it kind of got trampled over because everyone was like yelling about questions, which is that there is a colloquial understanding of what we mean by insurrection, right? And then there are the lawyers here who and the people that are very interested in law, that I think their natural instinct was immediately to start talking about legal definitions. And I do think it's important that we might use the word insurrection to mean some form of rising up to stop a law. And it's an extremely vague and open-ended thing that you could apply to many, many things. You could apply it to Black Lives Matter protests. You could apply it to nearly any riot, for example, that is designed to stop some function, or that stops police from doing their job, etc. Right? And then there is a legal definition of insurrection in the American vein, which is tied to the Civil War, designed to ensure that former Confederates don't hold political office. And when we get into like what insurrection is and how it differs from sedition, that's fine. We can talk about that, but I think it's important that maybe the lawyers remember that, to the audience and to a lot of other people, there's two kind of ways that we use this flying around and like immediately screaming about the legal nuances. I think it's becoming like unhelpful.
The reason that the attorneys are thinking that way is because it helps clear any vagueness. It helps lawyers are taught in law school how to. So I don't understand
simply that. It's not. It's really not simply that. Fabian, you're correct. There is a difference between the colloquial usage of the term and the legal definition of the term. The problem is that the colloquial definition of the term has literally no definition. So there's no point. It's a silly.
Yeah.
It's a silly question to try and analyze colloquially.
Can I ask a quick?
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And my point is this.
Just on that, can I ask a quick thing about what you just said? Can I just ask a quick question about what you said? Okay. Is there a legal definition for insurrection?
There has to be. The Constitution has the.
I know the Constitution references
insurrection.
It, but is
so
there
therefore,
a
there's a legal
definition for it?
There's no firm standard that has been put in as to when something rises to level of insurrection on a legal basis. But there have been debates amongst different courts and different legal scholars as to at what point we get to a stage that this is now classified legally an insurrection. My point was that when, I'm not sure your name, Blue Shirt, I apologize, but when he's talking about saying, like, why are you introducing a legal perspective? It's because a colloquial perspective is always going to be 100% subjective. And if you don't like the fact that it happened, you're going to label an insurrection. And if you're not that bothered by the fact that it happened, you're going to say it's not insurrection. That's from a colloquial perspective. So the only thing left to debate is whether legal scholars would qualify this as being a legal insurrection. And that's why those of us who are more familiar with the law immediately went in that direction.
No, I'm not judging you for doing that
state?
so much. I'm not judging you for doing that.
Violent uprising
I'm just trying to say that there is a separation there, and that
Yes, it was,
we
Connor.
should make that distinction known.
Thank you.
No, I don't think.
I'm glad you bring that up.
Was it a violent uprising against the state?
Yeah,
we're saying it's not an insurrection.
Also, I gotta interject one quick thing here. Hold on, I'm sorry, because the lawyers are the fuck out of me for months now. Hold on, wait. Also, okay, if you want to do the legal lawyer thing too, okay, if you want to say that you're citing a legal definition, you need to cite some part of the U.S. Code or some part of the Constitution, because it's not a legal definition unless you're actually citing something.
That's wrong.
You could be citing.
What do you mean? Wait,
You could be citing precedent. You could be citing. Yeah.
Wait. That's fine. Yeah, okay, sure. You could
completely wrong.
Wait.
You should take back what you just said.
That's embarrassingly wrong.
Stop. Or you can cite a prior case, okay? But right now, so what you just brought up, Lauren, I couldn't find that. I Googled it. It looked like that came from Wikipedia. When you said that like an insurrection requires like weapons, is that what is like the case, whatever? You guys should like refer to cases or refer to like the like actual legal code or refer to some part of the Constitution. You have to refer to something in particular, okay? Whatever it is, I don't know what it has to be.
That's why I cited the Colorado trial court opinion. And
was it a peaceful uprising against the state?
Pisco, I understand that you cited that, and that I think that's fair and I think that's good. But then when other people are arguing you about that citation, they need another citation. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're going to make legal appeals, like appeal to something, right? Yeah.
Logic.
I'm gonna
sorry, just in case anyone's still stuck about the thing with weapons as well. Like we know that like the leader of the Oath Keepers on the morning of January 6th was telling his members that you should, if you're going to bring a blade, make sure it's under 3 inches because over 3 is prohibited in DC publicly. And then also we know that the first breach of the Capitol building was literally a guy who stole a riot shield from an officer and used it to smash the window. Not to mention, even it was the deputy chief of staff for operations who went to Trump and said that that these people have weapons and they don't want them to be confiscated. So
no, according to Lauren, they weren't armed. They weren't
I want
armed.
to Pisco. Oh my God! All right, so I want to ask a question to Fabian, Logic, and Lauren. The question is, I asked, was it a violent uprising against the government, which is definitional colloquial insurrection? And if it wasn't, was it a peaceful uprising against the government?
Okay, so I would say that it's.
I'd like an answer to my question.
It was.
I would say it was not an uprising against the government.
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Oh, that was cute.
I would say it's not an uprising against the government, right? Because no one there they wanted to institute what they believed to be correct. At least if you're talking
was
about
that based off of a
false
premise?
No.
The Civil
War
rebellion.
Pisco, stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting a question that was asked to me. I'll try and be brief, okay? Calm the fuck down. So I will say this. The closest definition that I can find to the time period, right, if we're going to try and understand the definition as it was written in 1868, doesn't say anything about armaments, right? That is not a requirement for insurrection. It is just and this is from Webster's 1828. If somebody has a closer time period definition, I'd be willing to accept that. But I would say that Webster's 1828 is going to be closer than
there's some from
our current definitions, right? And so it's but if you have one and you want to pull it up and it says something about arms, let me know. But I haven't found anything that requires armaments, right? So I would say that, that being said, I don't necessarily care whether or not it's insurrection or a riot, but its terms as it's legally defined in the context of American law, I think that does, it's like when you see the Espionage Act used against Edward Snowden, it's like, sure, is it technically true? Yeah, but But
Well,
like,
that matters.
should it
Wait, wait,
exist?
wait.
Is it moral? And also, is that the intent of the law in the first place to go after fucking NSA whistleblowers? I don't think it's meant to go after
that matters.
rioters that got out of
The
control.
technicalities
because
matter
of
here.
police that didn't do their fucking job and all of these other problems.
The technicalities matter here. And so first you started off by saying, well, it's not an insurrection because they genuinely thought they were doing the right thing. The Civil War people thought they were doing
I never
the right
said
thing.
that. I never said that.
Well,
You're
you said that they were
interrupting
they were instituting their vision of what was required or whatever.
No, I said
whatever
that. I
thing
said the
you
difference
said-
between a rebellion. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what happens when you talk.
Okay,
over
okay.
people.
So put aside rebellion. We're talking about insurrection. The question on the table is whether it was an insurrection. Your answer to that was no, as I thought I heard, and your rationale for that was
you started interrupting me again.
Well, hang on.
I claimed it was by the 1828.
Okay, so it is an insurrection. So you agree that it's by the historical, and I agree with your approach to use the historical example. You agree that by the historical examples, it is an insurrection. So who else here doesn't think it was an insurrection using historical example?
Well,
That's
okay.
awesome.
I don't think it's an insurrection because I don't think the people there were there. At least the vast majority of them were there in order to overthrow anything. The vast
What did stop the
majority of
steal
them
mean?
were walking through. So my issue is, like, a lot of the people there were there to listen to Trump speak. As Trump was
Speak about what?
speaking, well, he was talking about the electorates. He didn't think that they were done rightly. Yeah, he was talking about the 2020 election, and I understand that.
Stolen.
A lot of them were there to listen to Trump speak. As he was speaking, that's when the Capitol was attacked by a small minority of the people. Like,
Are we
a
doing it by
small
percentages,
percentage.
Lauren? So if 100 people heavily armed went into the Capitol to try to kill everyone there, would you say, well, it's 100 out of 80,000, therefore
Just let
it's
me
not
finish
insurrection?
my thought process, if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Yeah.
So a lot of people. So once the Capitol was breached, however, Trump was still speaking, and then after he finished his speech, many people walked over to the Capitol because they were trying to protest, or at least let their voices be peacefully heard about the situation
like hell.
at hand. So when they arrived to the Capitol at this point, the vast majority of them saw people walking in and out of the Capitol. They saw police officers not preventing people, not arresting people. They were walking within the red velvet ropes. They weren't being violent. They were saying hi, taking pictures. So a huge portion of these people, they weren't there trying to overthrow anything. They didn't even mean to trespass. They weren't on notice that they were trespassing.
Complete mischaracterization.
I was walking,
I'm sorry, after-
towards the Capitol after the Trump speech, and while I was walking towards the Capitol, I was hearing in the crowd, "Hey, they've broken through the Capitol. They're going in. They're going through the police lines. They're storming the Capitol. Let's go, let's go, let's go." And I heard that from the crowd. Now that wasn't everyone.
And you saw,
to be
did you see
clear.
tens of? Did you
They
see
didn't
tens
know
of
it was
thousands?
There were
illegal.
people, well, let me
They
finish the
didn't know-
sentence. Okay, thank you. There were some people that were doing that. There were other people who were more confused. There were others that were arguing with other protesters saying, "You don't beat up cops like that. These are different cops. These are DC establishment cops. These aren't back the blue cops." And they'd argue back and forth. But I would say then the question wouldn't be, did everybody engage in insurrection? Because not everyone was charged with sedition, not everybody was charged with violence, not everybody went into the Capitol. The
Right.
question would be, who in the crowd did engage in sedition? Who in the crowd did engage in
And
insurrection?
how many charges were there?
That would, but let's
That's-
also
that's
be
a
Back
clear.
to charges.
You
Back
were
to
asked
charges.
to give a blanket.
Of course we're back to
You were asked to
charges.
give a blanket.
But let's
back to
also be
charges.
clear
So there's
that none of this
I would say
could have
at
happened
least one
if the
makes the
stew,
definition
if the chemistry, the combination that Trump put out there with misinformation and disinformation around the election, this would have never happened if he didn't give them the fuel to make them angry. If what Trump said was right, they should have stormed the Capitol and done more than storm the Capitol. If what he said was correct about the election being
Yeah,
stolen,
if those-
because
if
that
those
means our
fucking
democracy
pesky
is
blacks
dying. That's
stopped
what makes Trump's
complaining
lie so
about
pernicious.
George
That's what makes
Floyd, we
Trump's
never
lie
would've
so
had
That's really the
this
scariest thing.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
How dare-
I'm sorry,
how dare
I'm hearing.
blacks
I'm hearing
complain?
rambling from my right side. I can't understand where it's coming from. Anyway, what was that?
Oh my god.
I said, how dare those pesky blacks complain? If those blacks had stopped complaining about George
That
Floyd,
is exactly
we never
what
would
I
have had
said,
the
yes.
BLM
That's
right.
what I
George
said
Floyd
word
was
for
actually
word.
murdered.
You're-
Trump
you're-
didn't actually
you're-
have the election
you're-
stolen.
you're-
Maybe,
Words straight out of my mouth. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
okay.
But it's-
Remember,
how is it
don't speak.
disnow-
Fabian, shut the fuck up when I'm talking, please. Guys, don't speak over each other. Mr. 40K, go ahead. You're raising your hand. Also,
Yeah,
by the
so
way, wrap it up because we're gonna move on to the next topic. And also, I did say in the beginning that we're gonna do eliminations, but then I thought about it, and then I realized if we eliminate the people that disagree with the majority, then we're just gonna have an echo chamber. So for this episode, and we do these every once in a while, we're not gonna eliminate anybody, but at the end, we are still gonna pick a winner. And by
Everybody
the way,
comes to the same conclusions as Hippy Dippy Man.
By the way,
So-
winner gets $500 and a host. By the way, I forgot to mention that in the beginning. So there you go. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
40K.
Yeah.
I was
so-
the only one. I didn't weigh in yet. I didn't weigh in yet as to why it was not.
Okay, good
Logic,
logic. You
can
go
I
after
just-
him. You'll go after him. You'll go after
Yeah,
him.
I'm gonna. So Fabian, do you think that there's an analogous difference between police brutality being real, police brutality being witnessed by the public, and then the public having a reaction to it, versus a small cadre of people basically making up bullshit, stacking bullshit on top of bullshit for months on end, and then conspiring with lawyers and people who are a part of the government in order to literally take over the government based off of information that they should know is false?
Keep going. Okay, so
And
here's
having
the
it informed is false.
Oh no,
Different.
What I'm gonna say, no.
no.
Stop talking. I was asked a question. I'll be very quick. I'm not going. That is such a loaded bullshit question. What I'm going to say is that if people believe that they have been wronged and they presumably have a right to speak up against, or they have a feeling or desire, and then some people take those ideas of being wronged and go too far, there's nothing disanalogous between Black Lives Matter protests when they threw Molotov cocktails and stormed the Capitol and May 20th, 2020, right? And they attacked police then, and they went past the barricades. And other people that happened to be larger, where it happened to get more out of control because they too felt wronged. This idea that you go,
Except whether or not there was
George
a fact of the
Floyd
matter
was
at the
killed.
base that was true. Whether or not there was something true at the core of their
it's
belief.
a bullshit comparison. It's a bullshit comparison. George
One
Floyd
is
wasn't
true,
all of these
one is
people's
false.
cousin, right? Like,
That's
One
not
is
the
true,
question, though.
one
The
is
question.
false.
Wait, the difference
sorry.
is George Floyd was murdered, but the election wasn't stolen.
No,
That's
he
the difference.
wasn't. George Floyd was not.
George Floyd was murdered.
Don't
He was,
leave your
children was found
side.
guilty.
I don't know.
Okay.
He absolutely
I
was.
guess
Come on,
his
Warren.
drug dealer murdered him.
I get into it if I want to, but I'm not
I
gonna.
didn't see a drug dealer choking out on the
shit.
floor.
Actually,
You also didn't watch the trial at all, Lauren.
I
Otherwise,
did
you would
watch
know
it.
different.
Okay, Lauren.
Okay, hold on.
Lauren,
Stop.
Stop. You guys are deviating from the topic. Number one. Number two, good logic. Please go ahead, give your take, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. Thank you very much.
The reason it cannot be an insurrection, at least for the vast majority of people who were there, is because they were all under the impression that they were pushing their political leaders to act within the scope of their powers as political leaders. That was why when they say stop the steal, it wasn't of, oh, we're going to behead Nancy Pelosi and stop the steal that way. It's that we want our leaders to show the backbone and to use the powers that are afforded to them under the Constitution. And specifically in this case, we're talking about Mike Pence and the call for him to at least examine the slate of electors for the purposes of sending it back to the states. That was certainly what the objective was here. And their perspective was not we're committing a crime, not that we're overthrowing the government. It's that we are basically challenging our own political leaders to step up to the plate and fulfill their responsibility and fulfill their duties and their rights in order to ensure that the integrity of a vote which had a lot of shady issues behind it.
Just
And
a
that's
quick
why,
addendum to that.
and that's why it cannot be an insurrection, because they're not trying to overthrow.
No, there's no good faith
wait,
exception
that's
to crime.
I don't think. No, wait. I don't think you.
Almost done. Then you can
Okay.
respond. Almost done. They're trying to ensure that the government is
fair.
operating properly as they understood.
not
it.
an
You can say
excuse.
they're wrong.
Good
logic. That's not
I would like a
breaking the
rebuttal.
law.
I
If
feel
you're not
like-
trying to break the law. That's not an insurrection by definition.
Civil War people didn't think that they were breaking the law. That's not an exception to doing an insurrection.
I feel like
hang on,
all
no,
these-
they
It's an
didn't.
excuse,
Wait,
yeah.
you have,
They
yeah.
knew
So
you're wrong.
there's no
Historically
good faith
wrong.
exception to
You're
insurrection.
historically wrong.
You can't say, well, because I thought it was.
Historically
Wait,
full of garbage.
the
Because if they
rebels
fire-
had
if they
their own.
fire on Fort Sumter, they know they're breaking the law. When they
No,
fire
the rebels, the rebels,
At
by and
the
large,
front of
had
every
their.
insurrection and coup, there are lawyers trying to pave the way.
The rebels all thought that they were legally justified. No one would ever say, "Oh, these poor little babies." I thought it was legal to go and trespass on your home.
And
I thought it was
employ
legal.
illegal
I thought, wait,
people.
let me finish. I thought it was legal to go assault you. I thought it was legal to go steal
not what
your
they said.
your
No one said that.
saxophone.
No
I thought it
one
was
said that.
legal, and so because I thought it was just.
have
Wait,
a
wait.
source for that?
Please go let logic
Let
reply.
logic finished. I'm responding to him.
It's not Pisco. You're
Pisco.
explaining stuff. You're coming from a completely different angle and pretending it's the same when you and I should both know that that's a completely false argument. Because what you're talking about is in the Civil War where they use justification to break the law. I'm saying they were not using justification, say, oh, we're allowed to break the law. Things could be bent here because there's justification. I'm saying that the vast majority of the people who are operating there, the people who went into the Capitol, the people who went to the speech, were all under the assumption and belief that they were acting consistently consistent with what the Constitution allows.
They
Not that
were-
we're
no.
bending, not that we're breaking the law now, so we're firing on Fort Sumter, which is a completely ridiculous.
Their
argument that you
knowledge
know
of the
better.
law. Hang on.
Like the ones who
Their
are fighting with
knowledge or
cops for 2 hours,
non-knowledge
that's
of the
consistent with the
law.
law?
Yeah, and smashing windows.
Their knowledge or non-knowledge of the law is irrelevant to the question that we're assessing. And but by the way, you're just wrong about all the arguments for the Civil War and the secession. All of these people had theories that this pact was easily to be, like, you know, you can break it and it was legal to do what they were doing. In fact, they viewed the
You're
attack from the
equivocating.
northern people. No, there's no
You're equivocating between
What's the
secession and
equivocation?
firing
What's the
on Fort Sumter.
hang on a second.
You're
I'm talking
equivocating between firing on Fort Sumter
So
and the
Fort
right of
Sumter.
secession.
So Fort Sumter, what do you think
Fort
the
Sumter
rebels
in
view
Southern
Fort Sumter as? Fort Sumter was quote unquote federal occupation of part of South Carolina. Why don't you think
that's Southern territory. What the fuck?
Why do you think that do you think they didn't have legal arguments to justify their attack on Fort Sumter?
Do you have
Hang on, yeah.
do you
Their
have a single
justification.
source of this?
Excuse me. Their justification
single
was
source?
South Carolina was sovereign and the Confederacy was sovereign, and that the feds who were there
was still federal land.
weren't there appropriately or legitimately. That was their argument. And just so you know, even if it were true, even if it were true,
The key
even
word
if it
you're
were
using
no,
is justify. What I'm
they
saying
thought that
is
the
January
feds
6th
were
weren't
illegitimate. They
justifying
thought
their
that the feds were legal, and there is no, absolutely
keep
zero
talking about
good faith.
justification.
Excuse me. There's no good faith exception that if you think what you're doing is legal, if you think what you're doing is proper, that first of all, no one thought that when they were breaking windows and hunting for politicians.
For a
But
handful of people,
there is no
except for the
exception.
vast
And when they
majority
did
of people.
that,
They thought they were
and
saving
the
the
people
Who
country.
who
walked over the broken glass
Jesus
and past
Christ.
the broken
Can you be
barricades.
good
Like,
faith for 2 seconds?
I just think it's such a
Like, you
ridiculous.
can't
It's such
stop
a.
bullshit.
It's such a ridiculous defense that this idea that like if you sincerely think your president is the lawful guy, you can't be guilty of
not
an
what I said.
insurrection. Like
That's not what I
maybe
said.
maybe
And
if
you
it's
can
the
shoot
case
bullets.
that, like, even the way that even the
He's
defense that
done-
like Lauren was making of the people going through to the Capitol. Like yeah, we know that the Proud Boys did most of the fighting to begin with and broke down the barricades,
Okay,
but they
guy.
deliberately
Okay,
they
guy.
broke
I
the
know-
barricade. I'm still talking, you dickhead. Fucking hell.
Yeah, let's let
And then
Letterbox talk.
the
He's
barricades
actually-
got broken down, and then they deliberately broke down barricades that linked Pennsylvania Avenue, the end of it, to the Capitol. So they knew because they wanted to egg on people who arrived to go further in. But at the end of the day, like maybe you don't think you're doing anything criminal, but if you're literally like walking past like broken barricades, there's fighting up ahead of you. You're like, oh, at what point is like, oh, I'm just gonna go past these broken windows. I'm trip over like another broken barricade. There's cops fighting in the
Poor
corner. Like,
babies.
oh, I think maybe I am actually just like helping doing this in the service of the
Poor
Constitution.
babies, they
I don't
didn't know
if-
better.
Maybe in America, like you can just like
Have you ever
plead
been to a
retardation,
protest?
but like fuck me.
It was a process of many hours, and not all of the debris was right. Like if you have hundreds of people walking over something, debris tends to go to you're not probably going to notice that. If you're in a huge large crowd of people and everybody's
tear
walking
gas,
in
we
the same
noticed that.
direction,
The
and they were
battle.
walking in between the red ropes, you see the videos of these people just like walking around with their selfie sticks,
Engaged in single
milling
combat.
around.
Yeah,
Did
and
you
I
see
saw
the
another
videos of
hold on,
people
hold on,
in
hold on.
Mortal
Pisco,
Kombat?
Pisco, you're dominating the anti-bullshit side, so I would like to fucking hit this. This is absolute fucking cope. Number one, there's nothing that says the vice president can unilaterally reject votes that have been certified by states. I very much doubt that you can find a single fucking shred of paper that fucking says that shit. And number two, you said that there's a video.
No, but they
there's a
thought he
video.
could, so it's fine.
You want to pull it up? And
12th
then
Amendment.
you want to pull it up and read it to us, and then the second portion. Hold on, there's a second argument. I will be happy to listen to you say it. And then the second portion of that is you're saying, oh, these are just mostly peaceful protesters, and they walked over the debris, and the debris was knocked over. I also watched a fucking video of a person on the other side staring down the barrel of a fucking Glock next to the Senate chambers, saying that we're gonna get in there. You might as well give up now. And if we get in there and we gotta hang some congressmen, then that's just what we need to do. Can we at least
they're
agree
innocent.
that
They're
that
hostages.
one person was committing insurrection or had the intention to commit insurrection? Can we stop coping about that one person maybe? Or are we just going to jump away from that?
Wait, specify again. Which person? The one who did what?
Whoever the fuck was holding a cell phone camera staring down
No,
the
what's his
barrel of a
name?
fucking Glock.
Connor. What's his social security number? Go ahead.
I don't have the social.
Okay.
Do you have the social?
So it didn't happen, right? Good
No,
logic. Are you denying it?
No. I don't know what he's describing. Is it the person with the Glock or the person with the cell phone? You think the person
He
The
clearly
law
said the
enforcement
person
officer-
being aimed
The law
at.
enforcement officer, I'll describe the scenario. The law enforcement officer has a pistol. It's the famous picture of the two guys who are standing behind barricaded stuff, pointing their guns outside of the window. There's human beings outside of the window in the door and all that kind of shit. They're videotaping themselves breaking into the Capitol. One of them says, you might as well give up. You might as well let us in. And if we're going to hang some fucking corrupt congressman, then we might as well do that. So do you think that that person, that one person, forget everybody else, forget the fucking 99,000 people out there, that one person had an intent to commit insurrection?
If they express an intent to kill someone, then I would agree with you. That person probably, I think it's fair
Or to hang Mike Pence.
There's at least one insurrection that day, right? You would agree?
There's just
no.
one.
You don't have multiple insurrections. It's either the entire thing is an insurrection or it's not. It's not you have multiple. You can have one person who's trying to engage in insurrection.
I could expand this to probably a few other 100 or maybe even 1,000 people, but I appreciate you following me on my logic trip.
The thing that gets me about this is a lot of, if you look at like historical insurrections, most of them don't start because one guy was like, okay, we're all getting together and we're all overthrowing at the same time. A lot of them start because they were in a crowd, they were angry about some issue, like the issue in question. And when you get in those crowds, you're basically like high when you get angry in one of those crowds and you're surrounded by people. It really takes you over. And it's not hard for me to imagine that a lot of the people went to the Capitol that day with no intention to storm the Capitol, no intention to fight police officers. Many of them are National Guardsmen. Some of them are former police officers themselves. Then they get in the crowd, they get angry, they hear people chanting, hang Mike Pence, and then they go to the front and start fighting with cops and storm the Capitol building. Those people, at that point, whether they intended to or not, were engaging in stopping the transfer of power from one president to the other. They were engaging in and intending to engage in insurrection.
And what I'm saying
Can you
is
name one?
the same way.
True. What Dylan said.
Dylan, can Dylan name one?
Shaman.
Name one what?
You said a lot of them. You said a lot of them start with people showing up and they have no desire to commit any form of insurrection.
Euromaidan.
They have no desire.
What happened with Yanukovych, originally it was student protests during the nighttime after they tried to go back on their promises in the middle of the night. Student protests went to the Capitol. Then they got brutally beaten by the riot police. Riot police got super angry. Then it spiraled out into eventually the overthrow of the Yanukovych regime.
The Arab Spring as well. Like
absolutely, yeah.
Name five more, Dylan.
I just got a question. I'm just thinking, like, let's say it's only 200 people or 300 people, random number, just who want to commit the insurrection, and everyone else, thousands of people who end up into the restricted grounds, are just there because they're caught up in like mob mentality or like whatever, or they just don't know. Like, does it stop being an insurrection just because of that?
Of course not. This whole notion that like because the
I want to ask
overwhelming majority
the other people if that's all right.
I just think it's interesting that it's classified as an insurrection, but the majority of people were charged with trespassing. And then if you look at the people who were charged with insurrection, like Enrique Tarrio, he was charged with conspiracy, sedition. Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Sedition, yeah.
He received the worst charges, and I think 22 years, and he wasn't even there. He got charged for burning a BLM poster. I mean, it's actually quite wild.
That was so dishonest what you just did.
And the FBI had informants on the defense team.
That's what Lauren is trying to do. That's not what I asked.
No. Everyone needs to understand the incredibly dishonest thing Lauren just did. Lauren, you are just pretending. You are pretending. No, he was not. No, he was not.
Was Osama bin Laden on the airplane? Hold on. No, Pisco, let me just own this shit. Was Osama bin Laden on the fucking planes during 9/11?
Are you saying Enrique was the one who got all those thousands of people to go to the Capitol?
Look at the incredibly dishonest thing Lauren just did. Lauren just tried to conflate Enrique Tarrio's other. Wait.
Dishonest.
Wait a second. Can I talk, Mister? Don't interrupt me. Lauren just tried to conflate the separate criminal matter that Enrique Tarrio had at the moment, which was like him defacing property. You were trying to conflate that.
Enrique Tarrio burns the property of a local black church.
You just tried to say that in the same sentence and pretend as though the conduct for which he was charged with seditious conspiracy related to the BLM property-related offense that he had.
Was it not charged in the same case?
No, they're completely separate cases. You must know that, Lauren.
In the same trial, no.
You must know that.
Why are you bringing up the BLM thing? That was a separate gun case, wasn't it? Didn't he also have a gun case?
Has nothing to do with the insurrection and the seditious conspiracy there. And for you to bring that up, you either have no idea about his charges, or you're just like purposely doing this to try to pretend that the conduct related to the BLM stuff was at all related to the insurrection stuff. And then, of course, Connor's point, which is
why are you
pretending
about this?
that you have to be in the moment, in the place to do a crime. That's fucking stupid. No one thinks that way. No one thinks that way about Osama bin Laden. If someone ordered a hit on you, Lauren, or a hit on anyone you loved, you wouldn't be like, well, I guess he didn't do that.
Yeah, wasn't Tario part of that? Wasn't Tario was part of? Wasn't Tario part of that like Ministry of Defense? Like wasn't Tario? But he was. But he was part of that like Ministry of Defense group chat that he organized with the Proud Boys leaders to organize the attack, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
organized the attack.
He organized. Wait. Have you read the indictment against Enrico Tario, Fabian? Yes or no?
No, I haven't read the whole indictment.
Do you know anything about his conduct? You said he didn't plan the whole event.
I asked you a question, and then your response to me asking you a question is, "Oh, you don't fucking know what you're talking about." Jesus Christ. So answer the question.
So you're just saying,
like Enrico
Tario didn't plan the whole thing. He didn't plan the whole. What are you talking about?
Can you substantiate? If you can substantiate it, then just do.
No, Enrico Tario is not being charged as the person, the master puppet master that manipulated every single individual in the place, as though that
which would make him a little different than 9/11.
But that's not that's not the standard for knowing if someone is either one engaged in insurrection
slightly less involved in this than Ray.
I don't know. I feel like the standard for 22 years in prison, where might be, I don't know, someone actually planning a terrorist attack.
An attack? Wait. You think planning an attack on the Capitol?
The point, though. The point was whether or not you have to be physically present in order to be a part of a crime. That was the only point being made.
I don't think
everyone knows you don't.
I think that's the point. I think that's the point you're trying to make as a means of subverting the fact that Lauren and a lot of other people are upset about the fact that there are double standards, or that the idea that the entire onus of this
lock up all the
conversation
BLM people. I don't give a fuck. Get them all.
It's the entire onus of this conversation. The entire onus of this conversation is it a riot or is it an insurrection? And obviously we go down the legal definition trying to determine that answer. But I think the reason that is a question that strikes at so many people is because so many people, especially on the right, feel that this January 6th thing is this massively overblown thing where the state apparatus has been turned against people in the most vicious way, giving them the most maximum sentences, and has targeted people that if it was any other form of protest or any other type of thing, they would not have this massive double standard.
You said it correctly. It feels. It's 100% feels. It's not based on the substance of the conduct alleged. And if you like,
of course it is.
Of course, that's what I said.
It's all, so it's all based on feels. The double standard accusations are nonsense. Are nonsense.
I got a question for you, feels wise. I got a question for you, feels wise. Okay, since it's all feels, how do you feel it would happen if, I don't know, a BLM activist got 22 years in prison because he orchestrated a protest that turned violent, and then throughout the trial, America learned that the FBI had informants that were privy to the defense lawyers' case, were still embedded with the family.
Look at that shiftiness.
And we're possibly fishing their information.
Look at that shiftiness and dishonesty.
How do you think?
Look at that
there might be a double standard?
I'll answer that. So look at that shiftiness and dishonest. On the one hand, so your comparison, right? You're trying to make an apples to apples comparison of Black Lives Matter if they engage in the same conduct and they plan a protest that just. No. What you're doing
in the experiment, dipshit.
No.
Answer
What's dishonest is your staging of the hypothetical for the BLM is they just planned a protest and, out of the head of Zeus, it just became violent, as opposed to an active, purposeful planning of attacking, which is what occurred.
Pretty different to me.
Okay. So the second dishonest. Okay.
Before you go any further, you admitted to me on the air in front of thousands of people that whatever level of insurrection someone's going to attribute to January 6th, what happened in Portland with attacking of the courthouses, what happened in Chaz in Washington State was clearly much more.
100%. Oh, wait. I did not say. I never said much more.
There were hundreds of charges from the BLM riots.
So wait. I just want to answer that. I want to answer that completely. So I 100% agree. I do not mind in the slightest saying that the erasure of the state and local governments in a certain place because of the occupation of the Chad zone as an insurrection. Easiest bullet to bite of my life. I do not say for a second that the attacks on courthouses wouldn't be insurrections. The hypothetical that Fabian presented was different than the real life insurrections that did in fact occur.
Can I answer Fabian? Can I answer Fabian?
Fabian's hypothetical was totally misleading.
I want to answer Fabian's hypothetical.
No, it's not. You
Hold
fucking
on,
you just called me dishonest and you can't.
If Hisco is agreeing that it is an insurrection for what BLM done on multiple occasions with Chaz and also with blowing up the courthouse and on other occasions as well, attacking the White House, then why is the FBI not using nearly the same resources to determine who was involved in those instances? They did put all like hands on deck for J6 and fully targeted them, and conservatives sat with a year of essentially January 6th over January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, nothing getting done, only 300 charges over the course of a year, and then January 6th happens and over 1,000 conservatives are charged.
So all I hear right now
wait, hold on. I just want to ask a quick question. I'm going to toss out the conservatives, okay? Fuck off, you, okay? I'm just curious because the BLM comparison is brought up a lot, okay? So for all the conservatives that bring up the BLM comparison, can you guys cite just one example of somebody that we know that was ahead of time planning any type of riot or attack or violence at a courthouse?
The Dallas shooter.
Well, so again, when I brought up May 30th.
No, wait, hold on. I just have a very specific question. If the answer is no, Fabian, are you about to give an example or no?
I'm giving an example of a specific protest, right? Not a specific person, but I'm going.
Okay, wait, no, hold on.
No. You're trying to force a gotcha.
No, I'm not. Hold on.
Just let me answer very quickly.
Stop, Fabian.
I'll be very quick.
Fabian.
You're trying to force a gotcha.
I'm not trying to force a gotcha. The reason why I'm asking the question. I'm not, Jesus, just let me do this. I'm trying to make this nice for everybody, okay? Instead of eviscerating you like Peace Cody said, okay? The problem is you don't know the underlying facts of any of these cases. That's why your comparisons are bad. That's why I'm asking a very specific question. I'm asking a very specific question.
Exactly,
people,
yes.
Stop. Come on, let me ask the question. It's a very specific question. If you don't have an answer,
bullshitting.
If you don't have an answer, just say, I don't have one. The question is there an example of a plotter or schemer, an individual that was planning a BLM riot in advance? That's the only question. If the answer is no, then you think,
that's why it's a bullshit question. It's a bullshit question.
Shooter, and the reason it's a bullshit cunts. You're both stupid.
Yes,
the fucking Dallas shooter.
That's not a protest situation, right? So
he
they would just argue that
violence.
that's disanalogous.
No, I'm asking for the BLM protest.
Listen,
yeah.
Yes, he would say it's disanalogous. Listen, it's very simple. When January 6th happened, we only knew a couple of names. We knew Enrico Tarrio because the Proud Boys had their name. The FBI went full force. They went through every fucking Facebook. They put task force together to try and discover and learn who all of these people are. They put none of that power.
Keeping us safe. Keeping America safe from dangerous terrorists. That's what they were doing.
Investigating people that brought Molotov cocktails to that pre-planned violence that brought weapons that the only reason these weapons exist is to burn shit. Okay, and so the reason is that
you're going to compare May 30th. Are you about to compare May 30th?
January 6th, because we've had over and over and over again, we have had investigations and investigations.
Fabian, are you going to compare May 30th?
Massive amount of power.
Is that what you're doing? Wait, just 1 second.
I don't want to jump to another thing.
Yeah,
so I'm
it
just
was May 30th.
Okay, just because that was a simple question. Okay.
Can we just stop right here?
We're going to jump. We're going to do the whole May 30th.
So the comparison, the comparison Fabian is making. Fabian, are you aware that Donald Trump characterized the May 30th, what you're calling an insurrection, as no problem? Never a problem? No problem whatsoever?
I don't even like Trump.
Wait. Do you agree that he said that or not? Were you aware that he said that?
I don't remember what Donald Trump said about May 30th.
Donald Trump himself, so he was in the White House when this happened, right? The violence happened.
Yeah, when he downplayed it, he got moved.
So he said there was never a problem, not a problem, no threat. You aware of that?
Why do I give a fuck about Donald Trump's narcissism and his
asking,
bravado?
Are you surprised that the Department of Justice, which is under the executive branch, under the command and control of the Attorney General, who serves at the pleasure of the president, that when the president characterizes something as not a big deal, that it isn't investigated?
I love how they always
Does that surprise you?
The pleasure of the president.
Oh my God!
And
I want to
president
earnestly answer
Fabian's
question
strings.
from 10 fucking minutes ago. Please allow me to do so. I want to earnestly answer fucking Fabian's question. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me just answer the question super quick then. And
I would like to take the floor after
that. The double standard the double standard that you have is like, oh, it's they serve under the pleasure of the president.
Why didn't Trump go after them?
Of course they. Okay, oh my fucking God. The same people.
You have an
Same
answer for that,
people-
Fabian? Stop floundering and answer.
The same administration, right, that was hounded legally from almost every 3-letter agency in fucking existence during his entire
Go
presidency
general, go
was
general,
saying,
go general.
Why
Yep.
didn't they?
Go general. Anything to talk about the anything but talk about the specifics, right? You don't want to deal with it because it totally flies in the face of your narrative that these are
No, it
comparable
fucking
events.
doesn't,
They're
you
obviously
fucking
not.
dipshit.
They're obviously not.
You're utilizing Donald Trump's bravado and the fact that he said I was fine, everything's okay.
I don't want to go
As
down
opposed
another
to
tangent.
trying to
Hey,
pivot
both of
away
y'all
from the
shut the fuck up.
conversation.
We've been dealing with your
Again.
autism all fucking night. Both of y'all shut the fuck up. I want to answer the question earnestly because I feel like it actually demonstrates something. Okay. Fabian, you asked if BLM had done something analogous to what we are accusing the January 6th people of doing, should they be infiltrated and prosecuted? As an example, I'm just going to describe it real quick. Well, okay, then repeat it for me because that's
real
what
quick.
I have down.
I said, what do you feel like the outrage would be from the American people if BLM had done something comparable to January 6th and one of the major planners, architects of whatever was occurring, they had FBI informants in their family that was privy to the defense team and was there for prayer meetings, etc. And we found that out and they went along with the case anyways and then sentenced them to 22 years.
Okay, I'm going to make it
them
analogous.
never being directly involved in the violence.
I'm gonna make it analogous, even though I don't think it's analogous. Okay, so if we discovered information that there were BLM leaders who were texting each other, signal chats, Discord chats, text messages, whatever the fuck, emails, and they knew that they were going to coordinate and start a protest that would become a riot, and they were going to capitalize on that riot by causing property damage and hurting people. And by the way, this isn't fake. This is real. Like some of this shit kind of happened. I would be perfectly fucking happy with the judicial system taking any means necessary in order to investigate and prosecute those people. Now, before you interrupt or interject, hold on, one more thing. Okay, so I want to answer Destiny's question was there anyone who pre-planned violence on behalf of BLM? That might not have been the thrust of your question, but I just want to say the Dallas shooter was inspired by BLM-style rhetoric, and he murdered, if I remember correctly, 6 police officers as a result.
Okay,
if
hold
there
on.
was
Can I
a
just
group,
ask the
if there
question?
was
Wait,
a
can I
group
just ask
text
the question?
message, if
Can-
there was
hold
a
on,
group text
Cal,
message,
can you
yeah,
just-
go ahead.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you talking about the shooting in 2016?
Yeah.
The BLM riots and everything were like 2020 onwards. I don't know what this...
Eric Garner.
That's
He's not saying he's not saying he planned. He's not saying he
Christian.
planned like a riot or anything. He's just this guy just like did a shooting. He planned that he would do a shooting against
He
cops.
planned
That's
violence
it.
on behalf of the ideology. So
Okay,
here's
I know,
what
but I
finish.
don't. Hold on, I don't know. Wait, I'm just because for some reason conservatives never want to defend anything on J6. They say we can't defend that, so then they pivot to BLM. So
That's
all
not
I'm
true.
asking,
I want to finish the analogy.
I specifically defended January 6th. You know, you're mischaracterizing.
You defend January 6th? You
I
defend
want
what
to
occurred
finish
there?
what the fuck I was saying, you
defended-
fucking cucks. Please let me finish what the fuck I was saying.
Okay.
Hold on, Logic, I respect you. Thank you, fellow centrists. I love you like a brother.
Connor, go.
We will
Connor, you
get
got to do it in
beers
like
later.
Connor. 30 seconds. Go. Wrap it up. What do we got? Make the comparison.
So if there were text messages between leaders of BLM coordinating that attack, I would absolutely want law enforcement to investigate and prosecute that. Finally, was there a double standard?
That's not the
yes,
comparison.
there was. Was there a double standard?
Privy to their
Yes, there
defense
was,
team
and it
after
should have
they're
been
already in
prosecuted.
court.
I wouldn't give a fuck
Completely
if the,
different.
if the,
It's a
if the Dallas
violation of
shooter
constitutional
had
rights.
a family member who was FBI who was spying on him. I wouldn't give a flying fuck.
Right.
And then, by the way,
Informants
he
is-
did
you
get
dumb
punished. He got
fuck,
suicide
is
bombed
because
by
you
a
stop
robot.
giving a fuck about the
Wait,
Constitution.
informants is
bad
violating
guys
your
get
rights?
punished.
Please
Having
tell me the
informants
part
is
of the
violating your
Constitution
rights?
that was violated by Enrique Tarrio, having law enforcement members who were a part of his fucking
Yeah,
whatever.
what's the
fuck.
constitutional violation there?
Tell me the constitutional violation.
So, hold on. So you
Answer that.
okay? So let's go through. Do you have a
What's the
right
constitutional
to-
violation, Fabian?
I'm
Even
I-
the
I
spirit
have
of
to
it.
look up
I'll
the
take the
exact-
spirit, if not the letter.
All right, cool.
What's the
If the
spiritual
spirit-
Get it out.
violation?
Get it out.
Right. Yeah. The idea that you can have informants.
What was violated?
while-
What was
I will
violated?
listen.
What's your
I
right?
will listen.
Ah.
Please go, shut up.
The idea that you can have informants that are in someone's family while a trial is going on that
Yeah,
could
it's,
potentially
uh,
stop attorney-client privilege and make it to where attorneys aren't aware that they're actually sharing their defense strategy and evidence and the arguments that they're going to use with the prosecution because paid informant is still in your family is a giant fucking problem.
Wait, the
Look,
informants.
if all that's true, then like maybe they should investigate that. Sounds like something to bring up in court. Like, but what does that change here?
There's first of all, there's tons of
22 years.
There's tons of Sixth Amendment precedent. You can find it about jailhouse informants, people who after the initiation of formal proceedings against someone.
Ongoing criminal
jailhouse confession is not the same thing as
but what you're talking about,
family that is getting information.
What you're talking about.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me clarify. Hold on. Is Fabian complaining? Is your complaint that an attorney and a client are having a conversation, and that attorney-client privilege is being broken because the client decides to willingly share that information like a fucking retard with family members, and one of the family members might be an informant? Is that what the
breaks the privilege? Wait, no, it would break the privilege anyway if you're going to third party.
If I just want to be aware if that's a complaint, we're dropping this whole topic. That's the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's not the most retarded fucking thing.
It is the most retarded fucking thing. There's no
why are you
attorney-client
pitching?
privilege.
Why are you? Yeah, you could absolutely have attorney-client privilege if you ask, like, if I'm a defendant and I have trusted people, and my attorney thinks that having these trusted people would help my defense.
People that are at your prayer meetings.
The attorney can talk to, if with your consent,
the trusted person
people,
exception.
but those people, no. You know this. It's not called the trusted person exception, but if you are a defendant and a third party is there, so for instance, if there's like a child with their parent, that's like the most common one. But even if you're an adult, like a over 18 person, and you have like a parent or a friend that is reliable. And
you
sure about that, Lauren?
This sounds like a skill issue, to be honest. This really sounds like a skill issue.
We have other on panel. Am I wrong?
So my understanding, and I was only just working on privilege log the whole weekend. That my understanding was that third-party communications, unless there's a common interest issue going on or there's a corporate situation going on, the common interest defense, which is not applicable. Like, oh, I trusted that guy; he was my friend, or is my brother or sister.
No, if it's applicable to legal defense, and these people seem to be like applicable because they were there. Like, I don't know exactly what
I can't wait for the mafia case where the mafioso's on the stand and he's like, but Slimy Jimmy was my friend. I don't know. How can he be
trusted him.
He was it's disanalogous.
No, if you needed Slimy Jimmy for your defense, and he was one of your witnesses, and he was somebody that your attorney and you were working with, and then you find out later that.
But that doesn't sound analogous.
If he's like an agent of your lawyers, or if you're hiring experts, but that's not what's being described. And also like
political.
This is not what people are talking about with informants. This is not what people are talking about informants. The people are talking about with informants. The people are talking about with
Proud Boys attorneys. Informant had contact with defense team and defendants. Like, this is a problem when you have an FBI informant that they don't know about, and they're in direct contact with the defense team. Like, this is absolutely an issue. I'm not saying that in this that we have the details to know that this is like this specific violation, etc. What I'm saying is, because you asked about fifis and you said everything was fifis, I said, how do you think the American public would react if the shoe was on the other foot? And
if law enforcement were going after criminals, I would feel very good about our Department of Justice. I feel very good about our Department of Justice going after criminals.
That's what it sounds like.
Wait, can we ask a question? If the question's about putting the shoe on the other foot, let's put the shoe on the other foot. Let's say instead Trump actually won in 2020, and Joe Biden was like, "Nuh-uh, I didn't lose. I didn't lose at all. In fact, we need to challenge in the courts. In fact, we need the vice president to overturn the results of the election. We need to do this." And then on the day of the election, or the day of the transfer of the power, Joe Biden supporters, after being falsely told that actually Sleepy Joe had triumph over all, stormed the United States Capitol with the intention of trying to stop the transfer of power of the vote. Do you think that administration would then go on to say, you know what, this is just a riot, let's not go after these people, let's let them go, there's no deterrence that needs to be established here, there's no standard that needs to be established.
I'm an anarchist.
Have you seen the way Democrats storm into like conservative halls of justice?
I want Lauren specifically to answer my question, because I think
you want her to answer. Yeah,
I do want her answer.
Yeah, because you keep saying stupid shit and getting caught, Fabian. So maybe take a break.
Yeah, I think that they would brush it off. If
You
it was
think
a
Trump
shooter,
would have been like,
but-
okay, yeah, you guys can all
No.
go. You can
No,
all
no, no.
leave.
I think
No, no, no. I think that
no,
wouldn't-
I disagree.
Dylan,
I think
Dylan,
Trump
Dylan.
would use. I think Trump would absolutely
Okay.
use power to try and go after these people. And
No.
then what you would have is you would have every leftist, every fucking media organization in the country screaming fucking fascism is here, fascism is here. The DOJ, they had people, informants planted in the case. Like you would be, the
Wrong.
mountains
And it'd be
would
as
be fucking
stupid as the
ringing and
Republicans do it right
singing.
now.
I mean, if
wrong.
that
No,
happened,
wouldn't
if
be,
someone
because it
tried
would
to
be
do that to
wrong
Trump,
to
he'd
do
probably
that.
get like fucking
have
martial law. Okay, I don't know.
I have proof that you're all out of your minds and that Lauren is correct on this. And that is the whole chant, lock her up, lock her up. How much, and what happened with Hillary? Nothing. Trump,
Doesn't
that make Trump a
fucking
pussy?
I'm still talking. And while everyone here on the left, and especially, believes that Trump is this crazy, vindictive, tyrant, fascist, Hitler wannabe, at the end of the day, you can't point to a single time that he was acting vindictively and using his DOJ
can.
to go after someone.
Oh yeah, I can. So Trump,
Doesn't that
so
make
do
him
you, do you
retarded?
agree? Do you agree? Yes or no? That Trump specifically called on his Department of Justice to indict Joe Biden.
Doesn't that make him
Did
retarded?
they?
Oh my god.
Wait, hang on. Did he pressure them to do so?
and
Did he
foremost,
pressure them to do so? Yes or no?
Did
The leftists,
they?
if you don't
Well,
use
thank
Did
God, Bill.
they?
Thank
You're
God,
saying
Bill
yes
Barr.
and-
Despite video evidence of the guy saying I used $1 billion to blackmail the hell of taxpayer money to blackmail the hell out of getting rid of Shokin, still they didn't go
Oh,
after
we're back
him.
to that conspiracy theory. So
It's not-
good luck.
It's not conspiracy theory when the
It
guy
is,
admits
it
it on
is.
video. When he admits it
It
on
is.
video, it's
I
not
mean,
conspiracy
it is.
theory.
Shokin, that was, you know what? Joe Biden was based as
Pisco,
hell
hold
for
on,
pushing for the fire.
Hold on,
Shokin,
wait.
good luck.
Pisco got ripped. Wait, hold on, wait. Good luck. You have to answer Pisco's question. Why did Pisco asked? Did Trump make that request of the DOJ?
Of the DOJ.
And then you shifted it to, well, did the
Yes
DOJ
or
do
no?
it? That's not relevant, right? The question is, did he make the
I was
request?
about to say,
right?
doesn't that make Trump retarded or incompetent?
No.
Did Trump call on the DOJ to indict Joe Biden in October of 2020? Yes or no?
Some members of the DOJ claim he did, and it's very
No,
possible.
no. He did it publicly. Agreed? Yes or no?
Oh, publicly it's publicly. Like, are you
So
when you
in-
say publicly? Tell me, is that like when he said, "Hey, Russian"?
That's when it's in public.
No. When he said
Is that what you call publicly?
I saw that. That was a joke.
Exactly. That's my point.
No. In October, and this was tweeted at you, and I don't know why you haven't responded. He called for the Department of Justice and Bill Barr to indict Joe Biden. Yes or no? Do you condemn that?
I don't know that he means it seriously. I didn't see it. You telling me
Oh,
something.
he was joking.
How fucking low is your
It's just a
bar?
meme.
Excuse me.
Wait,
No,
wait,
you fucking no
wait.
way. You guys are from like the
Is it
fucking
not
most
scary
powerful.
that
You
you
are from
don't know
those.
when he's joking or not.
You
We're
are-
talking about
Did
our
they
democracy
go?
and get,
Stop for a
threatening
second.
it.
Did they do it? Who did he seek vindication against?
Well, thankfully,
who did they go after? Tell me one, because I'll tell you.
Bill Barr, who you think is corrupt, and lying to him, and he was a mistake to hire Bill Barr in the first place. Bill Barr and the Department of Justice did not interfere in our election by indicting the sitting president in October of 2020 on nothing, on bullshit. So I'm glad the Department of Justice, who I still think has credibility, and who I don't think is this organization. What are you talking about? Good luck. I couldn't hear you.
He was not the sitting president in October 2020. Biden. He wasn't.
I'm sorry. Donald Trump wasn't the sitting president in October 2020.
You said he didn't indict the. You said he didn't indict the sitting president on October 2020. That's the words you said, and I'm like,
Okay, then if I said that, I retract that. I meant the presidential candidate for the Democrats. If I said that, sorry.
Oh, okay.
But-
I mean the way Biden's DOJ is doing right now to Trump over and over again.
Well, Trump broke the law and Biden didn't.
Did he
so
break the fucking law?
So that's
It's a big difference. Important difference.
that matters. But I'm just a lawyer.
That's a really fascinating thing because there's actually a book that says you commit 3 federal crimes every single day. You want to try and find some sort of ticky-tacky thing that you want to say? That
Name it. Name a crime Joe Biden committed right now.
Well, Hunter should get fucked. We know Hunter should get
Wait,
fucked.
answer the question. Name a crime that Joe Biden committed right now.
Treason.
Treason. The crime of treason.
I'll tell you right now.
Explain that one.
I had this whole conversation with you the other night. Okay, when the guy is helping his son present an illusion that Washington D.C. is for sale. I'll tell you, in my opinion, that's treasonous.
That's
treasonous.
not. Yeah,
If
put that
you-
in court.
If you
It'll
sell
fail.
the notion, if you sell the notion that Washington D.C.
sure
the
it's a
vice
DC
president,
court,
the
lefties.
vice president himself is able to be bought, yeah, then you sell that to Ukrainian
You
oligarchs.
sound
Hey,
unhinged. You
can-
sound unhinged. You're talking
don't
about.
It's not an argument.
That's ad
It's
hominem.
not an argument. Please go and you know it.
That's ad hominem. So I'll tell you could say I'll say you sound unhinged. It's the stupidest thing. You should be above that. You're an attorney, for Christ's sake.
Do we feel the same way? I'm just curious on that treason thing. Would you say the same exact thing about Kushner then, since the deals he cut were even larger than the ones that Hunter Biden cut?
The deals that he cut were the sale of property, not that he's getting paid $5 million a year for doing.
Trump is getting millions while he's in office for his private businesses from China. What are you talking about? Wait. Do you deny that?
Kushner cut a $2 billion Saudi Arabian deal after being in charge of like Middle East peace negotiations for the entirety of Trump.
When was that deal? When was that?
Wasn't it right after he left office? Right after
Trump was getting millions from China. Yes or no? While he was in office.
No, he wasn't getting. He
of course he was.
created a company. He established it, and then
is that him getting money?
Wait, is that him getting money? Are two separate things.
Wait, sorry. So when I make a company,
I just want to say that's the same thing. As like a dude who doesn't speak Ukrainian has no idea what energy.
Hang on a second. I just want to make sure
in any way, shape, or form, and he's getting near 6 figures a month.
Lauren, you agree? Lauren, you agree that Donald Trump? Lauren, you agree that Donald Trump was receiving millions of dollars?
You sound
I agree that Donald Trump had established businesses well prior to him ever running for office, thinking that he was going to run for office, that happened to be located not only in China, but in other parts of the world.
And that makes it okay? Wait. That makes it okay? If it's established, you can funnel tons of foreign money into your business?
If we're going to compare and contrast between Donald Trump and Hunter Biden, who is receiving millions of dollars.
I thought we were talking about Joe Biden's treason. We're talking about Joe Biden's treason.
No. We're talking about.
There's a lot of different corrupt things.
Hold
on. Try and catch up.
Pisco, are you?
Wait, Pisco, can we pick a lane here, because you and I literally switched teams in the past 2 minutes. So like, can we?
He just said Joe Biden committed treason because he called his son. I don't know what to say.
I think Hunter should get giga-fucked. I don't think you would be able to prove Joe. But anyways,
I just want to stop right now. Hunter Biden is being prosecuted for tax felonies by the current Department of Justice under Joe Biden right now. And we are really making this comparison?
Which you argued about against me for about 6 months, saying it was all bullshit and smoke.
Wait, hang on a second. I never said the tax charges against Joe Biden were bullshit. What we were arguing about was the evidence of a double standard or the Department of Justice playing favorites. What I know is that they're going after Hunter Biden and they're charging him with felonies.
Speaking of which, hold on. So speaking quickly to double standards on prosecution, I would love to talk to Destiny later about Acosta and Epstein and double standards on prosecution. Would love to talk about that. But anyways, so getting back to this, can I just get a principled stance from you, Pisco, on whether or not it's illegal or legal? Is it immoral or morally dubious to be raking in millions of dollars into your family while holding powerful public office? Can I get a simple answer on whether or not that's morally questionable, if not illegal?
It's not Joe Biden's action. It's dubious from Hunter Biden's perspective for him to, while his father is the vice president and has some relationship to the ongoing negotiations with Ukraine, for him to take a seat in 2014 on Burisma, that and trading on your family name is always like unsavory, 100%. But we're talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden does not control Hunter Biden. Joe Biden does not control James Biden. They're separate. Wait.
Sorry, I never heard. I never heard what the defense of Kushner was. Why is that different?
There is absolutely no defense of Kushner.
Because he delivered goods and services. It's wildly inappropriate for him to do it while he's in office, but he delivered goods and services.
Do you not think? Do you not think Kushner's actions before he left office matter? Like the fact that he literally fucking defended the crown prince after the murder of Khashoggi.
People argue this shit about Hunter all the time. They say Hunter, no big deal. He can funnel millions of dollars into the Biden family. No big deal. It's all gravy. It doesn't matter. He's not related to his dad.
That's not true. They just say it's only
experience in private equity. Wait, what's Kushner's experience in private equity? Do you have any?
Well, he did some of the most amazingly successful negotiations in the Middle East and North Africa.
Wait, I asked a specific question.
Pretty well.
I asked a specific question. Do you know of any history of Jared Kushner's private equity business acumen?
Have you watched any of Jared Kushner's?
Yes or no? Do you know? You can say no, I don't know. I can say no, I don't know, or yes, I know, and this is why.
I can say no, I don't know. But have you heard him talk about the subject for extended periods of time?
About what? The Middle East or private equity?
About both. About
you're saying Kushner is providing value add. You're saying Kushner is providing value add above and beyond his name and what he did politically as an
crying out loud.
Wait, so Connor, you're saying Connor, you're saying there's no difference, right? with Kushner. So you think they're both condemnable, right? But I wanted to ask good logic.
Yes.
You seem to be saying that like what Hunter Biden or Biden did was treason, but why is it not for Kushner if he was literally like
It was
buttering up the Saudi
better.
crown prince after the murder of
As an
Khashoggi while
official
he was in the
member
White
of
House?
government, by the
Yeah,
way.
whilst he was in the
Official
White
member
House.
of
Yeah.
government.
Is that not selling out
gotta be
America to
By the way,
Saudi
can I just
Arabia
remind
for money?
everybody that Trump's
No,
first
no, I
trip
know, fucking
overseas
contested.
is the first time it ever happened
Is
to
that
Saudi Arabia.
why is what Kushner did not selling out the United States for Saudi money?
Because there's a huge difference between selling something and selling nothing.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
wait,
what
wait,
is-
wait, wait, wait.
His
Let me ask you a
defense
question.
is that
Wait,
the
stop,
crown prince
stop,
was in the
stop,
White
stop
House.
for a second.
Wait,
Wait,
what if
how
he-
do you know that? No, wait. How do you know that? Number one, Trump's first trip overseas was to Saudi Arabia. No American president ever done it. He was the first president to ever do that. Why? Also, he funneled tons and tons of weapons to the Saudis, which he then used in Yemen ruthlessly at a much higher rate than the Obama administration, and pursued policies that were favorable to the Saudis much more closely than the previous and the administration that came after him. So my question is to you, how do you know that he didn't give them anything when he gave them many things?
Okay,
That does seem a little
I can answer
weird,
that.
I
I
would
can answer
say.
this geopolitically. They have 1/3 of the world's proven oil reserves, and they're geopolitically significant.
Counter. My point isn't that there's no significance of Saudi Arabia. My point is you cannot say, oh, it's impossible that all that money that went into his hotels, the $500,000 from the Saudis and the money after didn't have any impact. My only point is you just cannot say, I don't want to hear, no, the Shokin case, horribly corrupt. I mean, there was tons of reasons for Shokin to be fired. He was horribly corrupt. All of Europe wanted him corrupt. Most Ukrainian activists wanted him fired. Everybody wanted Shokin gone. And we can talk about that case, but how is that such a clear cut? Hey, sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, you're rambling right now, and I can't listen because I don't want to. I wasn't done. I can't hear, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just not gonna
let Dylan finish. Okay, let Dylan finish. Then good logic response. Okay, go. Dylan finish. Then good
When
logic
it comes to the
response.
Shokin case, everybody in Europe want him fired. The Ukrainians want him fired. The Americans want him fired. Everybody except for Shokin's corrupt buddies wanted him fired. I have an explanation as to why that can happen. I don't know for sure any corruption went on there because I don't have any evidence of it. Now, I don't have any 100% evidence that the reason why Trump did any of those things was to, suck the hairs off the cock of the crown prince. I don't know that because he got money. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. What I am saying is you're very confident about the Shokin case, even though we don't have hard evidence, but very quick to dismiss the Trump case, even though we do have good reason to believe that he did favor the Saudis over other allies.
Also, heads up, we're gonna let Good Logic and respond to that, and then we are done with the fucking Hunter Biden shit. I don't know how every single conversation about any related Republicans ends up with Hunter Biden.
Always,
we're going back to the J6 stuff,
double
okay?
standards.
Hey man, it hasn't gotten to immigration yet, so consider
okay,
yourself
hold on.
lucky.
So Good Logic respond to Dylan if he wants to, and then back to the line of question related to J6 stuff.
It is irrelevant whether or not every person on the planet wanted Shokin gone, whether every person in Washington wanted him gone. The point is that his son, who had zero qualifications and didn't even speak the freaking language, was getting paid millions of dollars by some of the most corrupt people on the planet. And the only possible explanation for that is, and this is what the left claims, is that they were buying the brand name, the Biden brand name. The only thing that could possibly mean is that they thought that they were having access to the White House. That's what the Biden brand name means. That's the only thing could possibly
They were
mean.
wrong.
And they may have been wrong. They may have been wrong. But I'm not done yet. You do your whole stupid childish blah, 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 like, and think that means you win an argument.
No, I'm with you.
My point is this, that when you go out there and help sell that notion, even if it's in Americans' interest, even if the left and right are both on the same side, that Shokin has to go, he's terrible. The fact is that he is selling
He
to
didn't
these
do that.
these corrupt people
Yes, he did.
the idea.
Joe Biden did that? Joe Biden sold
Let him
it.
finish. We're not talking about Hunter for the first time. Let Good Logic finish. Stop sniping each other.
Helping his son sell the notion that if you give money to Hunter, that your wishes are what are going to dictate what Washington does. Even
He
if
should never
Washington
call
wants
his
to
son.
do it. You know what? You're right. In the middle of 20 times,
never call your son.
Shut up. What a stupid thing to say, never call your son. You're trying to make it as if calling his son in the middle of a board meeting is something normal people do. That's something that's just so standard. It happens all the time in the business world. No, not in the middle of a freaking business meeting. Yeah, we know the guy is
Depends on a lot of things,
he also
right?
said he doesn't know what business his son is in, and yet he's
the
calling
vice
him in
president of the United
business
States. Of course he can call into
I'm
any business
telling
meeting he
you,
fucking wants to.
That's a ridiculous
This is Cope.
perspective because the only reason that he's calling in there is to help sell that notion. He knows what his
You
son
know
is
who's calling who? Is Hunter calling Joe or is Joe calling to Hunter? Do you know?
It happened both ways. That's what
Wait,
Devin
wait,
gives
wait.
a fuck.
So Devin Archer also
the
said.
point
Devin Archer also said there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever he was involved in any way.
what Washington wanted. It doesn't matter whether Shokin was perfect.
That's Devin Archer's
All
testimony.
of that
That's
was
your
lovely, but you didn't
witness.
at all confront your double standard as to why Trump. You can just dismiss that. While the Shokin case,
Oh,
maybe
I
sure,
did.
maybe it is, but
I
the Trump
did.
case, now that it's what.
I'll address
Why?
that.
Trump's
I'll address that
retarded.
as well.
Why are you so
Fucking
aggressive
Dylan,
about
I'll address that
Shokin
as
though,
well.
but not
Dylan,
aggressive at all
I
about
will
Jared
address
Kushner
that
and the
as well.
billions?
I will address that as well.
Okay.
Because there are two reasons that the situation with the Bidens are far more sus than the situation with Trump. The far more sus thing is the video of Trump of Biden admitting that he's basically blackmailing Ukraine into doing his bidding.
That was the right thing to do, by the way.
And the
Being based,
second
yeah.
thing-
I just
and
want to say that was
and
the right thing to
second
do.
thing
For the
is- and the
record.
second thing is Hunter selling his qualifications, which were Zippo, non-existent, for millions of dollars. To compare that to, like, well, there's a big business deal where he saw where we saw Jared Kushner get billions of dollars for the sale of property is ludicrous.
You're
It
leaving
doesn't
out a
make
lot
any
of information.
sense.
You're leaving
Oh,
out
yeah,
a lot of
wait, can I
information.
ask, wait,
Destiny,
can I ask, wait, I know, but I just want, hold on, I got
No,
two
you're
quick
gonna-
things.
you're
He
gonna-
said this,
I will-
I know you will, hold on, but he said this
Okay.
over and over again. Okay, you keep saying selling property. What did Kushner get $2 billion for?
I think it was the property rights on
the private equity deal.
No,
folks.
wait, wasn't this just an investment? Wasn't it just money sent to the hedge fund that he runs?
Let
or
me
that
be
he's
clear.
part of?
He got $2 billion from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund after the board said, we don't want to invest in this because this looks shady. And the Crown Prince overruled them to give the $2 billion
Sure, but hold on,
anyway.
wait, real quick. But the money was not for property, right? Why does it keep being said
No.
for property?
It's
I thought it was.
invest.
I thought it was
It's-
into. I thought it was
yes.
an investment fund. Yeah, it was a hedge fund. So when we keep saying it was given for nothing, I don't know why we
So
keep.
he's buying an interest in a hedge fund. What I'm saying
Yes,
is he could also
and a hedge
put
fund.
billions-
It's
property.
he could
That's
put it
fine.
out the next day also.
And then
That's fine.
exchange,
That's fine.
and
Number
then
one.
exchange,
That's fine.
and
Number
rather
one.
than
No, wait. So it was an investment fund. Number one, not for property. I don't know.
I apologize.
That's okay.
If I
That's
conveyed
fine.
it as
Your
real
apology
property.
accepted. That's
I wasn't trying to mislabel or confuse anyone.
Okay, that's fine.
My
But
point
you
is
made
that
it sound like
he's
buying real
something.
estate.
I
He's buying
apologize.
something. That's correct. And we buy good. You're a lawyer. We buy goods and services, right? Lawyers sell something. It's not a physical thing, but it's a service, right? I hear this said so many times. Why is Hunter Biden on this board? Why is Hunter Biden on this board? Why, blah, 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 blah. Just because you don't have a direct link to the particular business that you're sitting on the board on, things like connections or things like being able to connect you to other people that might be relevant or interesting to you.
Blue
these are
Star
valid
Strategies,
reasons
which
why-
Hunter Biden did.
These are valid reasons to throw somebody on a board. Like
I
100%.
concur.
Wildly immoral.
And I concur. And Hunter had the most obvious connection in the world. That's what he sold. And that's
Okay, and then also third question. and I'm done. Third question. I know, and then I'll get it to him. Third question, then I'm done. Okay, because we keep saying this. Hunter Biden had the most obvious connection in the world. Hunter Biden is probably one of the most investigated private citizens in U.S. history. I don't know how many congressional hearings, how many FBI things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anything serious here? Is there a single smoking gun or anything relating to Hunter Biden, like illegitimately selling his father's business, or Joe Biden, more specifically, Joe Biden working with Hunter Biden in that? Is there anything that connects
Zilch.
that? In all of the investigations, all the hearings, all the committees, all
Good
the
logic says he doesn't need it. Good logic says he doesn't need
No, wait,
any.
I'm just asking one question. Quick question. I just want one thing.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
what. I'll
one
go
thing.
off camera and Pisco will tell you what I'm going to say.
No, I'll tell you because I've had this conversation with you and I know exactly what
Wait,
you're
no,
going to
wait,
say.
then let him
And what
say.
you're
Let him
going to
answer.
say
Let him
is
answer.
he
No,
doesn't
let him
need
answer. Let him
it.
answer. Let him
He's
answer.
here.
Let him answer. Just let him answer.
Let
He's
him
right
answer.
here. Yeah. What is the answer to that?
Logic, go ahead.
You ready?
Yes.
You ready? Right.
I'm lubed up.
Please give me your question. Yes.
Yeah. What is is there any actual evidence of Joe Biden working with Hunter Biden to like sell illegitimate business like interest or whatever? Because Hunter's been investigated so many times, questioned so many times, and so many committees, so many things. Like, is there any evidence of this?
The evidence that we, the public, are aware of are testimony from Tony Bobulinski, WhatsApp messages referring 10% to the big guy, and Hunter Biden also saying, "I'm not going to take a cut for you the way Pop does," and there also was
Smoking gun.
There was also an FD 1023, which was basically saying that the money from the guy who paid it off. So yeah, there is evidence that ties Joe directly. Is it enough to convict him? I don't know.
You said it wasn't even enough to impeach him over. You said it wasn't even enough to impeach him.
I'll stand by what I said to you, Pisco, which is unless he's impeached and convicted, I do not think that he should face criminal prosecution because
that's about the immunity stuff, which you're bizarre, like former crimes.
Even though I think he's a terrible human being, he's very corrupt, and the guy has basically raped our country for his own personal welfare.
Damn. You're accusing him of treason. Treason is a crime. So
he's impeached and convicted. The Constitution precludes him from being able to be charged with any.
Let's
I'm
be
gonna
clear.
cut you
Wait.
off because I let Destiny keep interrupting me, and I let him
Go
go,
for it.
but
Go.
I never got to finish my
Silence.
point.
It's all you.
So to be clear about the Jared Kushner money, Jared Kushner works in real estate, which is why you probably thought the money went into properties because it's what he's known for. But the money he got wasn't for real estate. It wasn't for houses or anything. It was for an industry he has no experience in, and he got $2 billion for it. Now, I don't know if you've ever had $2 billion. I haven't had $2 billion. But if I had $2 billion, I wouldn't give it to somebody who doesn't have any experience in an industry for no good reason. Mind you, the money was from the Saudi Foreign Wealth Fund. So it's not like, oh, it was a Saudi businessman who owns a company in Saudi Arabia. This is Saudi Arabian money. This is Saudi Arabian government money that was given $2 billion to Jared Kushner. After the board of the Sovereign Wealth Fund looked at Jared Kushner, looked at experience, he said, this is fucking stupid. We shouldn't give him a dime. He's going to piss our money down the drain. And then the Prince of the Saudi Arabia said, no, I'm overruling it. He gets the $2 billion anyway. I think that's suspicious. Now, I don't have evidence that Jared Kushner, he was given this $2 billion just because he's corrupt. I'm not finished. He was given this money just because he's corrupt. But what I am saying is that if you don't treat that with the same level of scrutiny you treat the Shokin case, that's partisanship, and that's the only explanation for it. Now, the second case, when we talk about the Shokin case,
I'll ask you, what? No, you can't just throw out that that's partisanship without answering.
It is partisanship. I mean, it is.
What?
If you tell me Biden gets
Let him answer.
One simple question for you. What do you think that Jared Kushner corruptly did while he had access to Trump being in office?
He defended the crown prince after a fucking journalist was murdered.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not only
that's a bit worse than getting rid of a lawyer that likes, right?
Let me run through this stuff again, because like you're saying that because your line was Hunter Biden gets money, Joe Biden does the favors, because Hunter Biden doesn't have the power to do Ukraine anything. So the logic would be Jared Kushner gets the money, Trump does the favors from his position of power. What has Trump done for Saudi Arabia? Again, he was the first one to visit them. He dismissed any of the journalistic murders of Jamal Khashoggi. He gave them tons and tons and tons of weapons. He stood with them more than the previous administration and the administration that came afterwards when it came to the human rights abuses and what he was willing to look the other way with and enabling their actions. Again, I don't have evidence that these two things are connected. I don't have anything to bring them together. But if you look at this and you say, nah, man, I need to look at the Shokin case when there was a reason for Shokin to be fired and there wasn't a reason for Jared Kushner to get that $2 billion, I think that's bullshit.
He also
okay. Can I address this because I can actually address it intelligently?
Kushner also gave the crown prince.
Stop, Loner, stop. I want 40K to go. I want 40K to go. He's been raising his head for 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you kindly. So Jared Kushner, I'm talking but specifically about the Abraham Accords and his interviews around the Abraham Accords. He's been criticized for his lack of credentials. He doesn't have the business experience. He doesn't have the negotiation experience or whatever. Just watch the motherfucker talk about the Abraham Accords. Talk about how they got Bahrain. Talk about how they got Oman. Talk about how they got Saudi to the table in order to talk about development in the West Bank, in order to try to incentivize every partner around Israel in order to normalize relations. Even look at what's happening right now where Palestine is getting giga-fucked, and there's no major Arab or Muslim majority country right now that's trying to fuck Israel right now. This is all because of the past 5 to 10 years of negotiation between the United States and the Saudi government. What did Jared Kushner get the Saudis? He got them a $110 billion arms deal that helped them deal with the conflict in Yemen with the Houthis, who are becoming everybody's problem. No. You can say fucking delusion. We could literally
Kushner's
go watch
the
a
reason
fucking
there's not a
clip and he can
broader
come-
war. Are you giving Kushner responsibility for the fact that it hasn't broken up into a wider war, as opposed to the global dynamics between Iran and the Arab states and factors way out of control of Kushner?
Let me tell you what pisses me off about you. Pisses me off about your smug little fucking face is that you can go and read endless articles about how the Abraham Accords were actually one of the crowning achievements of the Trump presidency, and yet you dismiss it as a retarded fucking pipe dream.
No. You are giving him no. I am not. I am first of all. I'm happy
Who's
with
the
peace.
architect of the Abraham Accords?
Which
countries?
countries?
You son of a bitch.
Which countries are involved in the Abraham Accords? Do you know which Arab countries?
Literally just pulled it up. I think it was like Bahrain, Oman, and fucking Saudi didn't sign, but they were still part of the talks.
Right. So what you're suggesting is if Kushner hadn't been involved, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and Morocco and Sudan would have joined to attack Israel in this conflict with Gaza. Is that
no,
exactly what they were
but they're
geared up to
probably
do.
they're probably holding their people back. Whenever you looked at the conflicts, like in Iraq or Syria, you had presidents and you had prime ministers encouraging people to go there in order to engage in holy jihad. I don't know about you, but all of the media that I've seen coming out of Saudi Arabia is actually challenging Hamas and saying, you fucked up. You brought this on yourself. You would not have seen that 20 years ago. And if you say that you would have seen that 20 years ago, you're fucking lying to my face.
So wait, let me can I put on an olive branch here. I want to give Jared Kushner some credit for this, but this also doesn't just go to Jared Kushner. There are other people in the Middle East who have been pushing for this stuff, like Brett McGurk, who's currently trying to find a solution to the Gaza, the Hamas-Israel war that includes Saudi Arabian normalization. So it isn't just Jared Kushner, but I do need to give them some credit. But I do also want to say that did not come with sacrifices, like us removing our recognition of the people of Western Sahara for them to have independence, to get Morocco to recognize Israel. We also had to give up some things, including respect for human rights and international law, in order to achieve that. And I don't think that was necessary.
Okay, well, pragmatism over fucking idealism. And then, okay, what I want to say, just because I want to extend an olive branch to my fucking lefty friends over here, is he got a $2 billion investment in his hedge fund, probably because he helped negotiate a $110 billion arms deal to Saudi Arabia in order to help them with the fucking Houthis, okay? I'm not saying it. But what I am saying is that it's wildly inappropriate for Jared Kushner to do the good that he did and then receive a $2 billion payout from the Saudi government. It's also wildly inappropriate for the son of the fucking vice president and the son of the now sitting president to collect millions of dollars for effectively being a lobbyist for foreign institutions. And y'all don't have shit to say about that.
No, wait, we do. We literally, Connor, you're literally lying right now. We called Hunter Biden.
Fuck you.
You're literally lying right now. We said it was.
Lying about shit.
You are lying. You are lying.
I'm not lying about shit.
We literally.
If you say
you
lying,
are lying.
I'm going to say fuck you again.
So
I'm not
you
lying
are
about
absolutely
shit.
lying.
Fuck
You're a
you.
liar.
Fuck
I
you.
said that Hunter Biden.
Relax.
Oh my
Lady.
God.
Hunter Biden. I criticized
Don't say
Hunter
lie.
Biden.
Say misinformed if you want.
Okay, then you just forgot about the conversation we just had when you asked me, will you at least admit, is it unsavory will you at least admit? And I said, of course I'll admit that. I'll say, so clearly you misremembered that when you asked me,
Hey,
right,
let's
Connor?
French kiss under a bridge later, you fucking asshole.
Connor, did you forget that we just had that exchange?
Yes, but you and
Okay,
fucking
so
Destiny
you
have been
agree. You agree. Wait, Connor,
so I
real
have
quick.
post-traumatic stress from
Connor.
you and Destiny gangbanging my asshole for 9 fucking months on this specific topic.
Connor, so you agree? Would it be reasonable for me to think that like you were purposely doing it, or do you think that like I should intuit from that you had like the sudden forgetful lapse of memory?
Your point.
Okay.
Hold on.
So,
No. Okay, no.
Stop
It's okay.
belaboring
I
this
can
idea of like
I
we
can
said it was bad.
I can concede this. Okay,
100%.
please go.
Let's go on.
I am
So Hunter Biden
emotionally. Hold on. I'll explain it. I'm emotionally traumatized from you and Destiny gangbanging me on Twitter and on stream about Hunter Biden. I'm very happy that you agree with me that it's at least immoral. I still have post-traumatic stress. If you want to get some wine and make out later, I'll ask the wife about it. Okay?
Wait, I will not defend.
My bad.
I will not defend because there's an appearance of a conflict of interest that it was even recognized by State Department contemporaneous emails. If you look at the emails that were released in FOIA requests and all that stuff, people are talking about it even then. So I don't agree. It's bad. It was a bad look. It was bad to do it. But we're talking about Joe Biden. And what Joe said was he committed treason by even calling his son during these, alleged calls in these business meetings. And he even goes further. He says, I wouldn't impeach him over it, but I'm willing to, on stream say that Joe Biden committed treason. How dare you? How dare you? If there's not enough evidence, if there's not enough evidence to impeach him, Joe, if there's not enough evidence to impeach him over it,
selling influence.
Joe, if there's not enough evidence in your mind, and you said to me there wasn't enough evidence to impeach Joe at the moment, how can you sit here and accuse him of treason, a crime punishable by death?
You asked me what crime I think he's committed. You didn't ask me what crime can he be proven to have committed, and I answered your question succinctly.
Fucking lawyer answer.
So what you're saying is when you said that I think he committed treason, it's not based on any like standard of evidence. It's just you think.
That's not what I.
Yes, it is.
What a false way of framing it. It's like this is how you're so dependent to like false framing everything in order to try and feel like you're winning some sort of argument. It's ridiculous.
I am winning.
I want to zoom out.
You asked me a question and I answered it. Your question was, what crime do I believe he committed? Now, I'm sufficiently honest enough as an attorney to tell you that I don't think there's likely enough evidence right now to convict him. Certainly when you consider the fact that you would have to convince 2/3 of the Senate before you can charge him with a crime. And I don't think that there's enough there right now that you'll ever get 2/3 of the Senate to convict him on impeachment. So no,
why isn't there enough evidence? Why isn't we have the
because
calls? We know there were calls.
You
right?
would need to have video of him walking out. You would need to walk out. You need to find video of him walking out with a suitcase that has $100 bills sticking out.
That's what you would need
in order to get 2/3 of this Senate to convict him.
Wait,
of
but
impeachment.
why is it? You said the appearance. You said the appearance of
I want to zoom out
bad.
because
You said the
Destiny-
appearance. You
Destiny
said the.
pulled us
You
away
said the
from this
appearance.
and
You said the
said, like,
appearance.
40
You
minutes
said
ago that we weren't
you
gonna-
yourself
we weren't
said
gonna
that-
talk about
you
this.
said you
Yes,
yourself
thanks,
said.
So like
Fabian.
I want to. So I
Hunter
do.
had
I
a
do.
nice
I do
talk.
want to. I do want to zoom out and kind of bring this back to January 6th a little bit.
Wait,
I find-
Fabian, 1 second. Before you do that,
Let Pisco rant and attack. for
No,
like another 5 minutes.
no. Pisco, you're doing great. Don't listen to all the naysayers. You know what I mean? Keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? But like, let me ask 40K and good logic and the rest of you guys' discretion, right? So when it comes to Hunter Biden, do you believe that Hunter Biden is only being investigated due to public pressure?
Oh my God! Wait, are we really doing a Hunter Biden? We're really doing a full-on.
First of all,
Right, like,
before
you
answer, let me
start a whole
no, stop. No, but first of all, you fucking midget. You don't have the right to fucking bitch about the questions at this fucking point, okay? 4 rounds in, I already told you, hey, let's keep it
Listen,
on
the
January 6th.
conversation was good.
You said it
Here's-
was
listen,
no,
here's the
you
issue.
liked
Wait,
it, but
okay,
it got
stop.
somewhere you didn't
Listen,
like.
hold
I
on.
don't care.
This is the issue. This is the issue with
I had
like
a good segue.
Here's the issue with the Hunter Biden stuff. I think this is the frustrating part. Okay, and I could be wrong. Okay, but I think I speak for every left-leaning person here when I say, do you think it was fair for an investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server? Was that a fair investigation? I think every left-leaning person would say yes. Is it fair that Hillary Clinton had to answer questions, even on a public committee relating to Benghazi? I think every single person, every left-leaning person here would say yes. Was it fair even to have investigations into Hunter Biden and the stuff related to him and Joe Biden? I think every single person would probably say yes.
Absolutely
Even if the launching point
No,
was
investigation,
kind of
100%, I agree.
Maybe Radical Code say no. Okay, I don't care. He's done his own. That's his far left. Okay, sure, that's fine. Okay, right? All of us say yes. Okay. When we say, is it fair that even the did Merrick Garland appoint a special prosecutor for the Joe Biden classified document shit? Yeah. Okay. Even that. Yeah, sure, fine, okay.
Get to the fucking point. Could you do that?
I'm doing
Could
this
you
just
do
so
that?
we can skip all the Hunter Biden shit, okay?
No, we're not
All
gonna
the
skip it
people-
because I would
we are
like to
gonna
hear
skip it.
good
We are
logic.
gonna
No,
skip
we're
it.
not.
We
We're
don't.
not gonna skip it. No, we're not gonna skip it because you said all the left-leaning people. I don't
Hold
give a fuck. I'm
I'm
trying to hear
saying
what
that-
good
I'm
logic
saying
and
that
40K have to say
all-
about
okay,
it too.
Thank you. I'm saying we all agree.
Yeah, thank you.
But then as
Okay.
soon as you say something like, do you think that there were probably legitimate questions asked about Trump's campaign about like Russia collusion? It's like game over. Is there any conservative here that believes that was an okay investigation?
It was proven to be ridiculous.
There's literally right
That's,
there.
there you go. Okay, that's what I mean. So that's the issue. That's the issue.
No,
okay?
no, I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you. No,
no,
it's
hold
not
on,
the
let me-
issue. That's not the issue. They spent 2.5 years to find that there was absolutely nothing when the entire thing was predicated upon a DNC.
I'm sorry, but Mueller's
Oh, was it
investigation.
okay?
I'm
Was it
sorry,
okay?
but Mueller's investigation
Exactly.
turned out how many credible indictments versus the Benghazi shit versus the Hillary email
my-
shit? Can you answer that question?
Listen,
Oh my god.
Exactly.
What were those
Exactly.
indictments
Exactly.
for?
Exactly.
What were those
Wow.
indictments
This
for,
was
Stephen?
astonishing.
What were the indictments for, Stephen?
What do you mean? What were the indictments? The
let me
indictments
put
were
a bow
proving
on
a
this.
high level of Russian penetration into U.S. media. I think the indictments gave us a lot of insight into how some of the
100%.
IRA, especially, and a lot of the social media accounts operated in the United States. How much did we
Yeah,
learn relating to the
2,000
Hillary
fucking
Clinton
Twitter accounts.
Wasn't
email? How much
17
did we
of the
learn?
21 indictments for Russian nationals that lived outside the United States? Wasn't the remaining
Yes.
4,
Yep.
except for
People
Paul
who attacked our
Manafort,
election?
not
Yep.
related to
I'm
his
sorry,
conduct
yes.
during
And
the
how many
Trump years?
credible indictments
Wasn't
from the Hillary
Paul
Clinton email
Manafort
stuff?
the only? Wasn't Paul?
How many
Manafort
credible
the
indictments from the Hillary
only
Clinton
person-
investigation? Counterpoints.
Huh?
How many credible indictments? Here's two really fun numbers. One is how many credible indictments came from the Hillary Clinton investigations? The Benghazi one and the emo one.
What do you call
Zero to my
Yeah.
knowledge.
How many times did Hillary
Scope
Clinton
of these
plead the
investigations.
How many
Yeah,
times?
when
How
they're
many times?
Wait,
How many times?
wait. Whether or not there should have been is a
How many
different
times?
question. Whether or
How
not
many
there should
times?
have been
Don't
is a
care.
different
Don't care about that. How many
Yeah.
times did Hillary Clinton plead the
I know
fifth
you don't
when
care
she was
about the
answering
truth.
questions relating to Benghazi or the email stuff?
Zero.
Okay, exactly. Okay, it's like it's not even. You guys are in another world. Sorry. Continue
no,
on your shit.
listen to me. Listen. So
No,
I was trying to. I was
by
trying
the
to
way.
7
hold
guilty
on,
pleas,
hold
by
on.
the way. I looked it up.
So,
37
Fabian talk,
indictments.
real quick,
Better than no
real
indictments,
quick,
eh?
real quick. Hold on. So, I mean, I'll set aside the fact that those two investigations are completely different scope with a much larger net. But we'll set that aside. I find January 6th, Benghazi, Ukraine, Burisma, corruption, they all have a common thread philosophically that I find really interesting. When looking as like kind of an outsider
I'm gonna fucking
towards
kill myself.
conservatives. I'm not a centrist, right? I'm an anarchist, a right-leaning anarchist, right? And so when I look at these, what I notice is somewhere along the way, conservatives forgot that the reason they were limited government is because this is how all government functions. It doesn't matter if it's left-wing bias. It doesn't matter if it's a right-wing bias. And so what ends up happening is you have the left and the right having these like contentious debates about like, oh, Jared Kushner, he's actually one of the good
Okay,
guys.
wait, do we
right?
need the
And then you
20-minute Fabian libertarian rant right now? How is this furthering any argument on any side?
It's not. It's not a thing. If you have another question you want to bring because you tried to
I
pull
do
it
have
away
another
from
question.
it,
Can we go back?
then go ahead and do that.
I think we should go
Let
back
me
to the
finish
very
my
beginning
point
thing.
real quick.
Yeah, we
I
know
agree.
your point.
Finish my
All
point real
government is
quick.
corrupt and bad, and it should all be small. That's the point you're making. We understand. You're a libertarian.
Yeah, I understand that you have a limited understanding of libertarianism because you're too afraid to debate me one-on-one.
Yes.
And you always run and
I am true. I'm running
never on the panel.
We
called you a man.
He is correct. He is correct. I am afraid. I am too afraid to debate libertarianism. That is correct. Okay, and because of that, okay, we're gonna recenter on the January 6th.
Did you mute him?
Which
Abuse
is
of
what?
power.
Yes, because I'm afraid of debating libertarianism. It's way too hardcore for me. Okay, I don't have anywhere near enough time to memorize that many different age of consents. All right. Okay, so on the J6 stuff, you guys were arguing over the insurrection stuff, over the plotting stuff, over the BLM stuff. What was our agreement on? Did we ever even agree at the very opening of the show of what an insurrection is? Did we even agree with that? Do we have an agreement that all of us?
I was the only one to propose a definition, and the reason is, and I'll give them an
You're not
opportunity.
the only one to propose a definition. I
Hang on a
proposed the
second.
1828 Webster one, and then agreed.
No, but okay. Sorry, you're right, Fabian. I'm sorry, you're right. Fabian and I both.
Hi,
agree on
Erudite.
that.
Welcome to the stream.
The reason why I think Lauren and Good Logic will not propose a definition is because anytime if they propose a definition, we can attack that with a bunch of historical examples and show that it can't mean what they're saying, because if it did, it would disqualify things that were obviously considered to be insurrections.
The
by
definition
people-
that I gave you last time was from, where was it from?
Also, Lauren, your mic is popping a lot. I don't know why. There's like a
Oh,
connection.
sorry.
the definition you gave
it's
me, Lauren-
from Oxford's English Dictionary.
Yeah. So that definition is broader than what the Colorado
Is that
District Court
better?
did.
But yeah, it's from Oxford's English
Yeah,
Dictionary.
that definition that you gave us was broader than what the Colorado court used, right? So
No, it
if you're
wasn't.
using,
It's narrower.
yes, it was. You were citing a definition, which I don't know. Like, you can cite a definition, and you haven't given a reason why we should use that definition. At the very least, the Colorado courts have gone through an analysis to like assess why
Okay,
this is the
so
correct
why do you want to
definition.
use the Colorado definition?
Because they've cited contemporaneous dictionaries. They've cited, most importantly, I think, case examples of what were considered insurrection at the time. Any position that says those are irrelevant is the same as saying, like, we don't care what the framers of this amendment wanted, and we shouldn't even be involved in the inquiry, or this was only meant to apply to Confederates, when it clearly wasn't. They could have said, this applies to the late insurrectionists or
what case
the
studies?
recent.
What case
So-
studies were they using? Like,
So
what?
the Whiskey Rebellion is an example that you all can't get away from, because this is obviously considered an insurrection by the people who framed that amendment. And so any definition of insurrection that you offer, if you care about the intent of the framers,
what?
needs to include.
Do you have
both-
evidence for that?
Yes,
Just
of
curious.
course.
Do you have evidence that they that when they used the term insurrection, they
It was referred to
were
as an
referring that
insurrection.
Whiskey-
It was referred to as an insurrection.
some people
contemporaneous
called
at
it
the time.
insurrection at
It
the
was
time.
it was
Yeah,
known at it was known at the time. It was absolutely, there was no debate over whether it was it was the most prominent example of an insurrection at the time, because George Washington himself had to put it down.
At the time, the most prominent example would be the Civil War, because that's
pre-Civil War.
Right, yeah, I'm saying, do you have any evidence that the Whiskey Rebellion was in their minds when drafting this legislation, using
100%,
the terminology of it?
Wait,
What
100%.
evidence do you have?
Yeah, so they're referring to, and they're using terminologies in the public meaning at the time, terms like insurrection, rebellion, that were known to the framers at the time, that to include some things.
You have
right?
evidence.
So
you're just
Yes,
making a claim.
dude,
You have
I
evidence.
literally read the writing of the 14th fucking amendment, and there was literally a stipulation where one of the people was like, I don't want the definition to be so narrow that it exclusively applies to the Civil War. This needs to apply to rebellions now, and it needs to apply to rebellions and insurrections in the future as well. It's almost a direct quote from one of the authors of the 14th Amendment.
But again,
Right, so
to
get
his
to meaning
claim,
of text,
your claim,
to get
do
to
you
meaning
have
of
any
text,
evidence?
Yeah, so to get to meaning of text, right? What is standard practice for legal interpreters, for judges to do, is to use at the meaning of words at the time, right? There was, at the time of the enactment of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, you can look to what? You can look to public discussions, you can look to proffered definitions in dictionaries, and you can use examples,
Every
historical
single
examples.
definition includes an attempt to overthrow the government in one way or another. Every freaking one.
And
That
if you stop
Do you
it,
not
you
think
should-
there were people out there that felt that way and were attempting to do
There
that?
must be the
That's
mens
what happened.
rea intent.
There
of
were
their-
people
of-
out there
There is
intending
an
to do
intent
that.
must
here.
be a mens rea intent.
Explicitly.
What I'm
Wait,
saying
there
is,
was at least
if you-
one
if-
person who intended to
if
do that.
one, and here's the thing,
Yeah,
though.
at least
If
one we all agreed on.
If 1% of a crowd has an intent that the rest doesn't have, to broadly refer to the entire thing as an insurrection.
Let's charge that 1%.
But but then
Wait,
we
wait,
would
can I
say,
ask a
wait,
question about
wait,
that?
wait,
A
no,
bunch
no,
of fucking
let me ask
useful
you
idiots
first.
joined
That's
them. Like
the-
what?
that's-
Being
come on, we get
thrown
it.
out. That's purposefully being thrown out for an agenda of trying to label the entire swath of everyone on the right as
Wait,
a crazy
okay, wait. I
What
don't
percentage of the
So
people
that's
there need to have
essentially
trans
BLM.
rights?
I'm being too broad here. If we
It's just a
both
little
acknowledge,
insurrection.
though,
Same
wait,
thing with
if
BLM.
we both
That was the whole
acknowledge
argument,
that at
mostly
least
peaceful
1% of
protests.
that crowd engaged in
No,
violence,
that's not
and
what
was
most of
attempting
these
to
people meant.
engage in an insurrection, then how could we not say, for example, then okay, 99% didn't engage in insurrection, but there was an insurrection amongst the 1%. That was an insurrection.
Exactly, 100%. Dylan's right.
That seems to be what you're arguing.
Of 20 people. I'll
And
tell you right now.
Wait,
You can have it. You absolutely can have an insurrection of 20
Can I ask a
people.
specific
Yes, you
question?
There have
could,
been
yeah.
many
Wait, wait, wait,
insurrections of
can I-
like 20, 30,
can I have
40,
a-
50 people.
Can I have a specific
There's no
question
rule
on this?
about it.
If there is 1,000 people protesting and 100 people out there are rioting, are you not allowed to call it a riot because 900 of the people aren't participating in the riot?
This is from the crowd that told us it was all peaceful riots.
Answer
It
the
was
No,
all-
question.
you
Wait,
fucking
wait,
stop.
wait,
peaceful.
to be clear,
No,
to be
come
clear,
on.
to be clear, to be clear,
Can I
hold on,
ju-
wait, to be clear,
No,
to be clear, stop, hold on, wait, stop,
All peaceful.
stop, hold
Why
on.
are you
To be
making me
clear,
agree
when
with
people
this?
said mostly peaceful protests, they meant most of the protests were peaceful, not
That's not what it
most of any
Over months.
protest was peaceful, and some of it was a riot, right?
Actually, I had that question
no, I
before January
disagree.
6th happened. I had the question on what you're touching on right now. When they would say 95% of them are peaceful, I was like, does that mean that every one of them is fine for 95% of the time, and then they turn violent? Does that mean that out of every
No.
100, 5 of them are crazy violent? It was very unclear. I'm hearing static.
It was
Wait,
not
my
clear at
understanding
all.
was-
It
my
was if
understanding
there are
was
100
online, there
riots.
was a
Yeah.
database. My understanding is online there was a database where you could look at every single. There was like over 1,000 of like the
Lauren,
BLM
mute
protests or
yourself.
whatever. Lauren, your mic is going crazy, right? There were like over 1,000 of these things, and they went through and they looked at how many people were like charged with like violent offenses or whatever, or for things like criminal breaking shit. What the fuck am I thinking of?
Breaking and
Yeah,
entering?
like breaking
Vandalism?
shit or violence or whatever, right? And that's how they determine it. But
Perfect standard. That's perfect standard, Destiny.
So by the
what
same
percentage of the
logic,
people-
January
what
6th.
What percentage of the people? What percentage of the people were charged with insurrection? Those were the
none
ones.
of
that-
them.
What are you talking about?
Wait, stop. Wait. No, that's such an easy question. Good logic. So if you've got 1,000 people at a protest, and let's say that it turns into colloquially a riot, let's say that 50 of them are charged with acts of violence, but none of them get charged with rioting, the legal charge of riot. Would you say then that wasn't a riot if the actual rioting charge wasn't levied at any of the people that were arrested for it?
Depends on the nature of who's charging.
Okay, hold on. Wait. No, wait. Just right now. That's great. That's a great answer. No, that's a fine answer. And I think even Pisco, for as much as he laughed, he would agree with you. That it probably does depend. Sure.
No,
But what we can say is-
I would not agree with that. Just to be
Okay,
clear.
I don't care.
What he's saying is,
No,
you don't care. Okay.
just a very narrow thing. Okay, so you agree then that whether you charge them with a riot or not probably isn't really relevant to what we would consider it to be a riot or not, right? Like if there's a bunch of people and there's shit getting broken, bricks are thrown, buildings are being burned down, we would probably say even if I looked at that and I said like, oh my god, like what a riot, you wouldn't come up to me and go, oh really? Was a single person actually charged with the crime? Right? And I go, well look at these like 100 people.
Laugh at them. You'd laugh at the leftists
you would
who say that.
exactly.
The reason that I raised this over an hour ago is because what we saw flow from January 6th is that the DOJ went after every single person as hard as possible. And despite the fact that they went as hard as possible, they still recognize that there is insufficient activity for this to be labeled a charge of insurrection against any single one of them. The first person who reportedly
insurrection. Wait.
That's why we come back to now.
Insurrection is a crime in Title 18, but
They go as hard as possible.
there's no necessary overlap between the statutory elements of insurrection as a crime and insurrection as defined in Section 3, and also there are different burdens and different procedures required for a Section 3 application. Well, no, I'm not bullshitting.
No, you are, because now you're talking
Okay.
about now you're talking about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, as opposed to was anyone charged under 2383 with actually.
You're the one who's equivocating. You're the one who's conflating terms. What we're talking about.
I'm asking you. You want to label an insurrection? Why the hell were none of them charged with? Not one of them charged with insurrection.
So
because it's not politically expedient to do so.
After not responding to the response.
So there is no connection.
The response was if you have 50 people in the crowd, this was Destiny example, 50 people in the crowd out of 1,000, and they're going out and they're smashing windows, smashing things like rah socialism or whatever they want, and they smash and we look at that, we would all say that's a riot, but none of them get charged with rioting. They may be charged with trespassing, they may be charged with smashing. They can't get them on rioting. Does that mean a riot didn't occur?
Or they don't charge them because listen, they don't charge them because
why would you think they're rioting? Why not?
That is a decision that is totally in the wheelhouse of the prosecutors of January 6th, and it actually undermines your point. Wait. It undermines your point about that they were going as hard as possible on the Jan 6ers. They could be going for those other charges because those are easier to prove, and they have a ton of caseload, and they want to do the easy, like get them on the.
Desperate to have it labeled an insurrection. If they could have nailed one person's
hang on a second.
Wall, it would have helped validate that empty perspective.
Hang on a second.
Didn't bother with it because they knew they didn't have it.
No. So first of all, your incorrect assumption.
Don't you think? Look how desperate the left is to say insurrection, and yet these same prosecutors who are no less desperate never bother charging a single person, the most violent person there, who I'll tell you right now should go to jail for their violence. I don't support any violence that was committed by anyone, left or right, at the Capitol. In fact, I don't support violence.
Real quick response.
Insurrection, no matter how.
Wait, Joe, real quick response. Well, January 6th sedition.
I haven't looked up a definition of sedition. I don't know.
Wait, no. People were charged with seditious conspiracy.
We're charged with sedition. That is true, and convicted.
Joe, people were charged with seditious conspiracy with January 6th sedition.
Okay, so therefore now you're switching. So
I'm using your logic against you.
No. So now you're basically admitting it's not insurrection, but it was sedition.
I'm not admitting that. I'm using your logic.
Why are you trying to
answer the question, Joe? Joe, answer the question. I know. You're going to do anything to avoid it.
I will not answer a question.
I know you won't.
I'm not going to.
I know you won't. It was both sedition and it was insurrection. I don't accept your framing.
Wait, if you just say I have to hold it, break.
Yo, both of you, stop fucking talking over each other. Holy shit.
Karantos, make him answer. Make him answer. So
you invited lawyers.
Joe, if you have a question for me, I'll answer first. In fact, my response is I do not base my designation of this as an insurrection or sedition based on the particular charges under Title 18 that are being brought by the DOJ. However, your logic was, well, if they're not bringing insurrection charges, it can't be an insurrection. So I put that back at you and said, so you would agree January 6th was the sedition, wouldn't you?
No.
Okay, let him answer.
The reason that's an inaccurate framing by you is because they can make up and charge him with anything if they wanted to, and they could probably, if you're in the right jurisdiction, they could probably get a conviction against anything. I'll tell you right now, when we were assessing, I don't want to branch into this right now. When we were assessing the federal charges against Trump, I told you what did I clearly express to you? I said the one he's probably most likely committed out of all the 91 charges was what happened in Florida, that he probably committed obstruction under technical reading.
Let's talk about what we're here to talk about.
And yet, no. The reason I'm bringing this up is this. I said, and yet I told you, I think that's where he's safest, because in that jurisdiction, they will never get a conviction against him. Because when you talk about what's a conviction, you have to look at the jury pool there and whether or not there's any chance that they're actually going to they'll be successful in getting conviction.
Good logic.
There's any chance of acquittal. When
it's very simple. It's very simple.
Washington, D.C., and I'm talking to you about Washington, D.C., and you talk to me about what charges you can raise, and I'm saying even in that completely friendly jurisdiction, I'm answering your question, in that completely friendly jurisdiction, they still didn't bother charging because they knew that that wouldn't stand scrutiny under analysis under the law, that they basically said, to hell with that, we're going to try and see if maybe we can get sedition to stick on them, and maybe they got it to stick. I don't know.
Are DOJ charges instructive or not in terms of defining what this is? Are they instructive or not?
Only to the extent they show us
that it helps you. Only to the extent that it helps you. So when they don't charge insurrection, that's when you cite it.
And of course, that's logical considering who the DOJ is.
Okay, so then why are you appealing to the DOJ? Why are you?
If I make a statement against my own interests, that is admissible in court. If I make a statement against you, that's not admissible in court.
Okay, so your position is.
Let me finish my point, because you don't guess my position when I can just tell it to you.
Okay.
And my position is this, that the charges that are made by the district attorney of D.C. are a statement about their position on things, which their position is necessarily going to be hostile to Donald Trump. So when they charge him with something, that means that's what they're hopeful that they can get him on. but it's an admission against their own interest. It's a tacit admission against their own interest that they recognize there's no insurrection when they don't even bother making the claim. So yes, you're trying to frame it as if I'm talking like some lawyer speak here when I'm simply analyzing logically rather than trying to sit here and come up with how can I try to attack and win an argument. I'm just trying to analyze logically.
Desperate. What you're saying is
the district attorney and that they're necessarily hostile to these J6 defendants and to Trump, that if they don't bother charging it, that means they know they don't have it. And if they do charge it, that doesn't mean it's accurate, or that they, even if they get a conviction, that in that environment, based on everything else I said about my
Can we
position,
get a definition for
You're making it sound like it doesn't matter whatsoever in determining if it's an insurrection or not. If they did charge him with insurrection, you'd say, fuck it, it's bullshit anyway. If they didn't, then you'd be like, well, that proves it isn't an insurrection.
100%.
I understand you're a simple man, so I'll try to explain this to you one more time.
Oh, a simple man.
What
What law school did you go to? University of Phoenix?
What I'm saying is, there's such a thing as admission against your own interest. Do you understand the concept that if you admit something to me about that's negative to your interest, that's far more powerful than if you make a claim against me? When the district attorney fails to raise charges against any of these J6 defendants, that is an admission against their interest.
You admitted the game like long ago. You basically made a situation where if they charge him with insurrection, you'd be like, well, that's the DC court. They're biased. They're going after Trump. They're going after the rest of these guys. If they don't charge him with insurrection, then it's, well, that shows that they don't have it. There was no insurrection. They haven't charged. When it could be because it's easy to get them on the other charges.
It's way simpler than this. It's way simpler than this.
I'm consistent because I admit that if in fact Donald Trump is acquitted in Florida, that's not a sign that he's not guilty. My point is that we cannot ignore the partisanship in any of these localities, whether it's anti-Trump in Washington.
But then the charges don't matter.
Just a good logic to flesh that out. Really quick question to flesh that out. So then you admit then also that if the DOJ wasn't willing to charge Hillary Clinton or Hunter Biden or any of these other people, that they also must not have had any cases, so they weren't willing to charge it, even when it was under Trump's administration?
You're starting with the presupposition.
Because it's a left-wing court.
Wait, no, wait. I want to hear an answer to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Only if you start with the presupposition that the DOJ was hostile to Hillary Clinton. Which it could be. It could be.
They did this burdensome investigation.
Hold on. This goes up. I'm literally gonna back you up here, which I fucking hate doing. Okay, but this is why you bring a libertarian on, because I will at some point in time shit on all of you. And the thing is that like it only takes one case for them to lose where they charge someone with insurrection because the defense had a good enough case to prove that like it was too vague or that this wasn't appropriate, et cetera, et cetera. They only need to lose one case where they charge insurrection, and then every right-winger from across the fucking country will be like, see, they couldn't prove insurrection, so how dare you use that fucking term? As much as I think that there's this DOJ is obviously extremely fucking biased against Trump. But why? Because he's a fucking populist, and they did this the same fucking elites that went after Donald Trump are the same fucking people that went after Bernie Sanders. When people start fucking getting together and start saying that like that the poor fucking matter, that the downtrodden fucking matter, that the masses are better than the fucking elite, they crush these people. And sometimes you have, when these people play politics, they're fucking thinking ahead. It's silly to say that it is an actual argument in that regard.
Two other quick legal questions, because I asked this earlier about like, is insurrection a crime? Okay, so we have the 18 USC 2383. Okay, what they use insurrection in the crime of like whoever does an insurrection is somebody engaging in an insurrection. Has anybody ever been charged under USC 2383 ever?
I think so.
Also, don't you largely charge what you can prove?
Yeah, but also the question would be like, if nobody's ever been charged, to reiterate another question, if they were charged, isn't one of the things that conservatives constantly is, oh my God, these are novel criminal charges?
100%.
Yeah, and wouldn't that be terrifying, because we would be admitting how fucked up it was that somebody tried to seize government. This is like Wile E. Coyote. This is like Wile E. Coyote. I haven't told you 20 fucking that shit. Oh my God. Okay, this is like Wile E. Coyote walking out over the fucking ledge and looking down. We don't want to admit how bad fucking January 6th was, because it would admit that some fucking dickhead tried to fuck up our republic after 200 years of fucking existence. And what was it, like 165 fucking years since the Civil War or some shit? We would have to admit that somebody tried to take power for themselves and didn't give a fuck about the republic. We don't want to admit that a fucking $20 trillion Trump, a $20 trillion fucking GDP was almost hijacked by a fucking buffoon with a fucking tan who likes to fuck whores. We didn't want to admit that shit to ourselves.
No, but he thought he was saving the republic, so it's actually all right, you know.
Well, no. Fuck that. Because hey, fuck that. There were
Susan.
people around Trump. There are people who were at January 6th who thought they were saving the republic. As a matter of fact, I would say probably 90 to 95% of the people who participated in January 6th did believe they were saving the republic. I think that fucking Trump, though, if he didn't know, then he's self-deluding, which is even scarier because he had high up, intelligent, legal professionals over and over and over again saying that your case is based on bullshit every single time that we looked into it. It's based on smoke and fucking mirrors. You don't have anything. You have a fistful of fucking nothing. Okay? And he went for it anyways.
I want to bring something to the attention of Fabian real quick. I just want to just real quick. I just want to bring something to the attention of Fabian. So I found it, and there is a contemporaneous in 1859 book published in Western counties of Pennsylvania by Townsend Ward called "The Insurrection of the Year 1794," where and another one by H.M. Brackenridge, "The History of the Western Insurrection in Western Pennsylvania," commonly called the Whiskey Insurrection. These are contemporaneous in the 19th century, at the time of the framing of Section 3, where they're referring to the Whiskey Rebellion both as the Whiskey Insurrection and calling it an insurrection. So there's the evidence.
I mean, so that's not the evidence I asked for. But I mean, it's fine. I was just curious if you had the evidence. The evidence that I was asking for was when you stated that this was the desire of the.
Didn't you ask that for contemporaneous evidence that they would?
Look, I was just gonna say real quick.
Asking that the word.
Oh my God, radical. Let him go.
I was gonna say one thing. I'm gonna speak up finally. Yeah.
There we go.
Because
please.
As good logic put it, a simple man. And it just seems like on his face, like looking at the situation, looking at like I don't know the legal, like all the legal banter about whether or not it counts as insurrection, whether or not we need people charged as an insurrection, like all this stuff. Like I don't know. I don't know if I care about any of that. It just seems like pretty obvious that like a lot of people there thought that they were overturning the results of an election, whether or not they agreed it was free and fair. It seems like they were specifically trying to do that. It seems like they were specifically egged on to do that by Donald Trump, who was lying about like that he won the election. It just seems like all of those things alone like paint like to me just a normie dude, like it seems pretty obvious that like if insurrection fucking means anything, like that's at least an attempted one in like I don't know.
Radical. So this is a very quick question, very easy question, right? Thought experiment, right? Let's assume for the thought experiment, not in reality, let's assume that the same situation occurred, but all of the evidence was massively in favor that Joe Biden or some other president, right, had stolen the election, right? And like every single piece of evidence was in Donald Trump's favor, but they were still going to certify that election. I would say the stronger argument about the idea of insurrection, right, is the concept which was brought up by Good Logic, which I think was a much better argument that he had for it, which is that if the concept of insurrection is that you're supposed to be overturning the results of the election, as you put it, right? Well, if in the thought experiment, it is 100% a stolen election in the thought experiment, right? Not in reality, air quotes, right?
It's a good example.
And they're only marching for the appropriate legal processes to occur to make sure that the election isn't stolen. Does it then become
it's a justified insurrection?
Yeah.
It's just like the American Revolution. It's a justified insurrection. It's a morally justified insurrection. But just like the American Revolution was justified, it would still be an insurrection. Like
so when a Republican so when a Democrat gets up in 2016 and says we shouldn't certify those votes, by your definition,
oh my God,
I'll tell you why. Because
insurrection requires
statement alone is not an insurrection. No.
He specifically said that if they're working within legal means to try to stop the transfer of power, that's what he's
not
specifically.
stopping the law.
Insurrection requires force or threat of force. That is not met in your example. So no, it wouldn't be an insurrection.
Sedition is also by force.
But if the people on January 6th, if the people on January 6th genuinely believe that the election was stolen, and they genuinely believe And there is some legal argument, right? I know that you would say that there isn't one, but obviously,
okay, Fabian, we
at
all
the
agree with
time
you.
there was some.
But the problem is you're arguing for the left now. We agree, but like whether you think it was justified or not, you're saying that basically it wasn't insurrection, but it was a justified insurrection. That's still an insurrection.
No. I'm not talking about justified. What I'm saying is if the definition of insurrection requires that you're trying to stop a law from occurring, right? You're trying to stop something from occurring, as opposed to rebellion, which is to overthrow the government. Right. If you're trying to and the whiskey rebellions fits this as well, right? Because you're trying to stop attacks. You're trying to stop people.
Stop enforcement. Yeah.
Right. Stop enforcement of a specific law. If you're there and you believe that you're trying to have your quote voices peacefully heard, or, you're part of the group that's fucking violently doing this. If your entire purpose is to get them to force them to follow the law, not break the law, but force them, in your opinion, to follow the law, which is to stop the certification because Texas v. Pennsylvania, for example, was shot down and all because of all of these other issues, right? And you believe that is what's going on. I don't know that it necessarily fits the definition of insurrection because you're not trying to overturn a law.
Wait, to be clear, it's not even an argument. We shouldn't even waste time on this. It's vigilantism, what you're talking about. That's it, right? If you think, for instance, that
no, that's not vigilantism.
No.
Are we taking the law in your own hands?
If you think that somebody should have been executed, they murdered somebody, you witnessed it, the courts failed to convict them, and you want to go and make sure that they're held to account for justice because you think that's real justice because the courts failed to deliver that justice, you're going to go kill that person, and that's really just you're just delivering what the court should deliver. That's vigilantism.
That's not what I said. So no. To make this analogous,
pressure public officials in order to follow the law is what he said.
Right. To make this analogous, it would be more like all of the evidence shows that person A murdered person B, and there's a trial going on, and the media and everyone in power is talking about, they're probably going to let this guy walk. They're going to let this guy walk. And let's say it's a serial killer or it's Epstein, for example. And then a bunch of people go to the courthouse and say, we all know, all of the evidence shows it. Do your fucking job and make sure you convict Epstein or make sure you convict this murderer.
That's protest. That's fine. That's fine.
That's fine. And then 2% of the people try to break into the courthouse and kill judges.
Yeah, they're trying to lynch. That's a lynching. That's an attempted lynching, and we don't allow that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the pro-insurrection. I'm just trying to be fair to the argument.
No.
If that's like an unjust law, then that's the idea. That's like the American tradition. You break an unjust law.
It's not about an unjust law. It's not about an unjust law. It's about whether or not
enforcing
someone
the law
thinks
as it should be.
Their protest
subjective beliefs. No. It's not about subjective beliefs. Everyone thinks that they're justified or legal. Like everyone will come up with an argument for why what they're doing is actually allowed and legal, and it's a citizen's arrest, and it's this or that. Everyone has those. So the definition of insurrection has never depended on one's subjective beliefs about the propriety, legality, formalities of the action they're doing. As I said before, and there's no response to this. The Civil War insurrectionists thought what they were doing was legal. They thought what they were doing was a defense of their country. They're
arguing against what I said.
Fabian, I want to come your way.
Why do
you pretend there's no response when I gave you a response? I gave you a response. It was like they were.
Wait. What is the response? Let him state it again. What is the response? Restate the response.
They were clearly engaging in what was obviously illegal activity when they fired on Fort Sumter.
They did not think so. They had legal justifications for it.
Well, you keep coming back to that word justification, meaning they're doing something that otherwise
you keep moving it into.
No. Their subjective belief at the time they're doing it is that what they're doing is legal and justified.
You can keep making the same empty argument.
You keep trying to push it into another
My
place.
point is you're calling it that their justification, and the point that I'm making and that Fabian was making is that this is not a justification that we think that something wrong happened and we're justified in what we're doing.
You don't understand me.
Hold on. Fabian, I want to unkink the stroke that's building in Fabian's brain and come his way a little bit. Okay. So I agree with you that 98% of the people, either through ignorance or whatever, if they believe that they were going to put protest and public pressure on people to follow the law, not break the law, those 98% of people on January 6th did not participate in the insurrection. However, what I'm going to say is that conservatives cope, and they say that the 2% that showed up with body armor, that had zip ties, that talked about hanging people, that broke in past cops with guns, that fucking hit cops in the head with fire extinguishers and flags, they pretend that 2%.
There's no way it's 2%.
No. They pretend that 2% either.
Lauren, you're being muted this whole time.
The fire extinguisher thing never happened. That is such a bold-faced lie. I'm actually embarrassed for you that you brought that up. That was
because I didn't
compared.
watch. Okay, hold up.
think it did happen. It just wasn't.
Lauren,
it was different.
I
but-
parasocially,
Yeah, they
I
sprayed the hallway as
parasocially
opposed
love
to
you,
actually beating
but I'm
someone.
just going to ask you an important question. When I watched an insurrectionist grab a door and intentionally close it on a cop's head and shoulder, or
Well, is that
when
a
I
fire
watched, hold on,
extinguisher?
or
Is that a fire
when I
extinguisher?
or when I watched another series of January Sixers beat someone in the head with metal flagpoles.
Was that a
is that
You brought up
substantively?
you
Is that
specifically brought up a fire
substantively-
extinguisher because you know Brian
substantively-
Sicknick
is
was
that
accused.
substantively? Is that substantively different? As a matter of fact, I'll ask you as a lawyer. I'll appeal to your expertise. Is that substantively different in charging?
The real crux of the
Charging.
argument. No, fuck that. The
In
real crux
battery,
of the argument.
Hold on. I want a clear answer from Lauren.
You
If somebody
brought
got
a
hit in the
fire
head,
extinguisher.
if somebody got hit in the head with a fire extinguisher, or if somebody got hit in the head with a metal flagpole, what would you charge that person with? Please answer the question.
You brought up fire extinguisher knowing
Yes.
that it was falsely reported
By the way, it
that
wasn't falsely
Brian
reported.
Sicknick
Wait.
was
By the way,
murdered
somebody was
with
attacked with a
fire
extinguisher on January
extinguisher.
6th.
That is incorrect. That
there
is
was
a
a
lie.
A guy got 4 years
and
in
that
prison.
you
He was
purposely brought
sentenced
that up.
last year for it. You're just
Yeah, but-
the guy was attacked with a fire extinguisher.
I
Guy
don't
got
even
4
care.
years for it.
I don't even care. Let me be
That's the real crux of the argument, isn't it? Like that's the real crux of the argument is whether or not there were any fucking fire extinguisher attacks. Like,
Even if I'm right, even if I'm right, let's
this is
pretend
the
I'm
problem.
wrong. Let's pretend
His name
I'm
was
wrong.
Robert Stanford.
Shut
That
up.
was the guy who attacked with a fire extinguisher.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
Shut the
there's
fuck
two
up.
separate incidents.
Let's pretend
They're
I'm
two
wrong.
very separate incidents.
Pretend
You
I'm
are wrong.
Okay,
Okay,
so
it's
let-
easy to pretend that you're wrong because you are.
You don't even
Joke's
don't
on
even
you,
know,
guys.
You don't even know what incident I was talking about.
One
Okay,
fire
hold on,
extinguisher
wait a second.
attack.
Somebody was attacked with a fire extinguisher and then jumped on it and is going to move Brian Sicknick.
Stop. Oh my God, we waste so much time on like irrelevant words. Okay, whether or not Counterpoint says right or wrong, I think what he's saying is he saw videos of people attacking cops, some with weapons, some with not. We saw that. Continue from there. Okay, whatever they attacked them with, we're
Lauren,
good.
yeah,
Okay.
because they have a fire extinguisher.
I'll continue from there. I'll make this point. The big difference. The big difference.
You're continuing when we haven't finished.
You know what?
Let me finish.
I'll let you.
We need to get to the
You're
bottom of this
edging me.
fire extinguisher.
Stop
Go
edging me.
ahead.
Lauren,
your point, and then I'll
if
respond.
somebody hit another human being with a fire extinguisher, or if somebody hit somebody with a metal pole, what would you charge them?
Well, it depends if they saw it happening or not. If they saw it happening, then I would charge them with assault. And then if it actually was success on contact, then I'd probably charge them with battery. If they didn't see it happening,
then,
I would just charge them with battery.
Okay, so if a fire, so then let's say that the fire extinguisher or the metal pole, because both of these items can reasonably cause serious injury, what would you charge them with if they cause serious injury?
In theory,
I mean, it depends. You could. It depends. There's
Depending on
plenty of things that you could
jurisdiction,
charge
but
them
we
with.
would probably
You
charge them with
excessive
aggravated battery, right?
You
This
could
is
do
aggravated jurisdiction. Depending on jurisdiction.
I don't
Depending on
know.
jurisdiction. Okay,
I'd probably
I
like
would
maybe
say
attempted homicide or like maybe
Okay.
or manslaughter.
Where are you going
attempted
with this? My
manslaughter,
point.
but
This is my point. I am getting to my point, and then I'll shut the fuck up for 10 minutes so you guys can talk. A metal pole and a fire extinguisher are both capable of causing the same injury. I don't give a flying fuck if some of the J6ers used a metal pole instead of a fire extinguisher. My point still stands.
The reason that that is purposely deceptive, though, is because the fire extinguisher was used to talk about specifically for the murder of Brian Sicknick. That
You're
did not
presuming-
happen.
you're
and
presuming
no January 6er
malintent.
murdered. Hold on, no January 6er murdered a Capitol officer, and so for you to elicit that specific event, knowing that it's
No,
false,
he
is
didn't.
purposely.
He just said
is
somebody was attacked with a fire extinguisher, and someone was. You don't know what event you're talking about.
Let me clear this up. Let me clear this up. You said you were going to shut up.
You and
literally said you were
Pisco.
going to stop for 10 minutes.
You and Pisco.
What did I do?
Have presumed that I lie. I haven't fucking lied in the past 4 years of being a part of Twitch politics. Don't presume I'm lying. Presume I'm stupid or misinformed. Thank you.
I take back when I called you a liar.
So hold on.
I feel like I just got to
very
hear
quick.
the right wing
problem-
equivalent of 40 beheaded babies, but okay.
Okay, hold on. Stop. So the problem here is what you were doing is you're not equivocating, sorry. What you were doing is you were introducing that a certain portion of people, you say 2%, the percentage isn't necessarily, it could be 1%, it could be 5%, right? Are violent, right? And then what you're saying is that since that group was violent, this is insurrection. The problem with that is that the violence isn't the key factor that I was discussing. The key factor that I was discussing is, are they there on January 6th, right? Do they have mens rea, right? Not actus reus of doing all the bad things, right?
But that's required. That is required, though.
Right. Do they have the thought that the reason they're committing this violence is to go in and stop these people from doing something legal? And so the fact that there is violence, right? Plenty of these people that were violent could have been. There was a very when you look at the
Fabian,
first
wait, agree on this? Fabian, can you
No,
answer
no,
this
no, no,
question?
no, no, no. Let me
because we all agree. Violence is not enough. We agree. We need the intent.
Dude,
Violence is not enough. We need
every
the intent.
time I start to make a fucking
Because
point,
you
interrupt
don't
me
make
and
the
get
point.
mad.
You're going to ramble for 5 minutes just to say that. Oh, just because they did violence doesn't mean they were.
Briscoe has rambled like this whole
Okay.
goddamn
Wait,
time.
Fabian's analysis.
Let's see if he does something different. Go ahead.
I'm very quick. Like, look, when you look at the initial breaches, when you look at how these things occurred, and then when you look at individuals that were stuck there, and the police were supposed to use LRADs and things of that nature to tell them to leave and give them egress to leave.
You're not going to
and
blame the
instead
cops
they start
here.
gassing them,
You're
and
not going to
instead
You're not going to badmouth these cops that defended our democracy.
I don't give a fuck
about. You're not going to badmouth them.
Get the fuck off. Listen,
I let
I'm almost
counterpoint
talking. Just
finish.
stop interrupting me.
Oh,
Just stop interrupting me. And let me listen. The fact that the situation turned violent, there are many ways that you can describe why the situation turned violent, but that does not pertain necessarily to whether or not the intent applies for them to overturn a legal proceeding.
Justice Summary was completely correct. Justice Summary was completely Justice Summary was completely correct. You just rambled on and did the same exact thing.
He does it every fucking time.
100%. And you're not going to blame or do a little, cute way the cops for the violence inflicted upon them. Okay, the cops are not responsible. The insurrectionists are, and
Yes, they
we're
are.
not.
That's
Okay,
what
wait,
cops
we
are.
understand that. Okay,
When they
cops, yes, good and bad.
violated
Okay,
department
Fabian
policy.
yes, Fabian hates cops. Peace hates cops. Good logic. You were going to say something. Go.
I can put a bow on this. Counterpoints was just pointing out that he's like, perhaps 98% of them are not insurrectionists and 1 or 2% are insurrectionists. And for that, now we're sitting here and we're looking at the entire event and saying, should we label this an insurrection? In that scenario, we have 1 or 2%, let's say, who are arguably committing insurrection and 98% who are not. And I think what seems most logical is to look at how the crowd reacted to those attempts at violence, to see what the overall objective of the crowd was. And what we saw time and again was them being stopped and yelled at, saying, that's not us, that's not what we do, we don't attack cops. We saw that over we saw that over and over and over again, which is a reflection of what the crowd thought, which is, we don't want to be committing crimes here. We want to do this lawfully. So that's why
we also saw a 2-hour fight with cops in the fucking tunnel, and we saw like a Proud Boy asking a cop if he could go past, and he called her a fucking dog if she said no.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Rather than engaging on this point, hold on. Rather than engaging on the point, good dialogue. That has literally nothing to do with any of this. If they went and they killed every single cop, it still might not have been an insurrection. Maybe they just wanted to kill cops and leave. If they went in and they didn't kill a single cop or attack a single cop, it still could have been insurrection. No part of our definition requires violence against cops. I don't think it has any part of
the point
violence.
is as far as committing violence. The point is as far as how they felt about committing violence. And
yes, but no, but it was it's not about just wait.
Much
more. It's not about hold on. It's not about violence. It's to what end the violence is to accomplish. And when we were trying to determine that,
violence for insurrection.
What did Pisco fall back on over and over again?
arguing.
He's like, what did Pisco fall back over and over again when we talk about insurrection? That it's that there's an element of violence to it,
or threat of force. He said about cops. No. Stephen just specified cops.
He's saying that was necessary but not sufficient, and he's not saying violence against anything. We all agree that
element is missing. As far as when we're assessing the crowd, that element must be missing, even if 1 or 2%.
Violence? No. Hold on. No. The violence. No.
When it was violent, the crowd was trying to stop them.
Stop. No. When we talk about violence, stop. When we talk about violence, okay, things like breaking an entry is a form of violence. It's violence against the Capitol with the goal of disrupting the process.
Riots get violent.
And become insurrections. Yes, and that's what
was the goal.
Yeah, the goal is that they were trying to delay.
The goal was to stop the steal. The goal was to fight for Trump. Listen. You guys are like, we live in this crazy. We live in this crazy. Stop. I'm talking. Fabian. We live in this crazy world. We live in this crazy world. Hang on a second. I never have been part of the diluted opinion of good logic that a subjective belief about the lawfulness or propriety of what's going on somehow is an excuse.
never
All
said
right,
that once.
whatever
Never said
your
that
whatever your
once.
framework
Why
is
reframe what I
bullshit.
say?
Guys, stop talking over
Motive
each other,
doesn't matter in
please.
Yo, let me finish. So
I don't have to have you restate what my opinion is for the purposes
okay, but
of
not
making-
anyone who would say that, not good logic specifically, has a much smarter way to approach it. Okay, so it's not about the we know what these people wanted, right? These people were fighting for Trump. These people were trying to stop the steal. That is, in their opinion, stop the certification of votes. Whether they thought it was justified or not, you guys are sitting here talking about Joe Biden's intent from calling his son. And we know it was to facilitate these deals and to corrupt the country. But when people are literally admitting on live television what they want to do, you will not accept it at face value that was their specific intent.
And I want to add
true.
to this, the 95% or the 98%, whatever number that we want to lie on, they are basing their actions on a false belief that is intentionally planted by the sowers of the violence. So the people
talk about Ray
know,
Epps like
they know that they're
You're
full
out,
of
Ray.
shit, and yet they're choosing to actively say, logic, please challenge me on this. Tell me that Trump didn't know or should have known that he was going to lose these appeals if it got kicked back to the states. Please tell me that. I would love to hear it.
Which appeals? What does that mean?
Okay, he wanted to send the electors back to the fucking states as like false electors.
Before we even get to the electors plot, I'm just so curious, okay? Because this would never stand in any left-leaning march, okay? If they were marching saying kill white people or genocide white people or transgender, blah blah blah, we would all know what they mean. There would be no guessing, okay? I'm so curious.
Bullshit.
I'm
Get
so
no,
curious.
fuck that.
Stop.
Not on
Please stop.
10-7 from the river to the
I'm
sea
so-
and all that shit. Lefties are a bunch of fucking F slurs.
Yeah, and that's
Holy
what
shit.
people are
jerk
accusing
off.
them of being pro-genocide. That's what they're. What do you think all the Jewish people and all the other people on the other side are accusing them of doing? Is they're saying these
Okay,
are genocidal
what happens-
like slogans?
Case
right?
in point,
But
yeah.
when I'm saying
Yeah,
about-
but are we
what
saying that the
when I'm-
left is better at policing?
But what
are we saying?
happens?
I'm not.
No,
I didn't
but
say
what
that.
happens-
Shut
say
up.
that.
No, stop. I'm
I
saying
wanna
that.
understand.
I'm saying that politically, if this was another group of people, okay, if it was a group of black people marching, making a chant like this, right? Go home or go
F
back
the
to
whitey.
Europe or whatever. F the whitey. We tell you, okay, we obviously know what their intent is, right? So I'm curious when you have a crowd full of people and they're chanting
like
things
we'd be
like
gaslit about it.
1776, hang Mike Pence, stop the steal. Okay,
1738.
we all agree that
How did the crowd react?
1776. We all agree that 1776.
How did the crowd react?
They
Well,
broke
like
into
hell.
the Capitol. Hold
They
on.
started
screaming
They broke into the Capitol. Hold on. Stop. One person started screaming "Fed," baked Alaska, and he literally ran into the building. So that's the worst example ever you could use. Okay. Number one.
No.
Number two. When you
Ray
say how did the
Epps
crowd,
did the night before.
you
The
say
night
you say
before
how
when
did
Ray
the
Epps
crowd.
said you had to go
We're not
into
talking
the
about the night
We're not
before.
talking about
We're
Ray
talking about
Sorry,
today.
screaming
Number two,
Fed.
listen,
Fed.
attacking grave
listen, there
hero
were not
Ray Epps.
100,000 people
Fed.
weren't in the Capitol because of Ray Epps. Not a single person cited Ray Epps as the reason they went into the building, okay? So the question is when the people were chanting 1776,
That's not what
when
I
they were
said.
chanting,
Who
hang
did they
Mike
say they
Pence,
were there
when
for?
they were saying stop the steal, what is the goal of this? What is the goal of that?
To stop the political process.
What is the goal?
100%. Anyone who denies that,
The
No, wait, I want
certification
the
of the
answer. I want the
election.
answer. I want the answer. What is the goal?
The goal is to encourage Mike Pence to show his spine.
Yeah.
And
to show a
perform
spine
coup,
and
to coup
cancel the
government.
election.
To coup the
Look at your
government.
characterization. You said to show a
Cancel
spine.
the election. And I'll tell you something.
Show a
You
spine,
asked me
dude.
what my source is for Mike Pence
Disgusting.
to do what to do.
No, wait. No one cares. Wait, don't do this thing. When you said
I want
Mike
it.
Pence show a spine, what do you mean Mike Pence show a spine? To do what?
For him to recognize the alternate slate of electors and send it back to the states.
The fake fraudulent electors.
For him to
Do it,
overturn
sorry.
the election, right?
Sorry, what was there were
For him to-
two people talking?
It was for him to overturn the election, right?
Well, it's not overturn the election
No,
because
send,
he'd
it's
be
not
sending it to the
overturn, it's
states.
just send certification.
Send it to the that's
Pursuant
bullshit. You
to
don't
Oh,
even know.
Constitution.
You don't even know
Pursuant to
the corrupt legal theories that were being promoted in your honor, since you're, I guess, you're MAGA, or I guess you support what Pence was sort of encouraged to do, which is show a spine. They weren't going to send it back to the states. They were going to send it to the House delegation.
I appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate that. That's true. Actually, but let's
That's
say
what I
we
meant by
forget all
this.
that.
That's what I
Wait,
meant.
Let's
That's what I
say
meant.
let's say
That's
we
what it
forget all
is.
that. Let's say we
That's
forget all that.
what
Okay,
I'm
they
about to
wanted
say.
him to send it back. Okay, but he decided
The
not
House
to.
delegations, which is the
Yes.
states.
Yes. Well,
No, it's not.
Republican,
It's
not
federal
Houthi.
representatives in
It's-
Congress.
Yes.
There's no input from the state governments.
Yes, but also
oh my gosh, what a ridiculous! Why do you have to false frame everything I say when you're trying to twist what I'm saying? When I say send it back to the states, that's
I
what
assume
it means.
it's the
in
states.
constitutional-
and not the members of federal Congress. States mean a certain thing, you know.
Yeah, well, you seem to be really confused for someone who's an attorney, because when we talk about representatives in
because
Congress,
states are different
when we
than
talk about
members of
representatives in Congress, that's called the states.
When I talk about states, I'm talking about state government and the states, not the representatives of Congress.
Well, maybe that's why you shouldn't stop trying to put words in my mouth, because clearly you struggle.
I'm using the words as normal people use them.
Hold on. Wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. When we talk about send them back to the states, we're talking about voting. Nobody is talking about Congress. That's
No,
never
not in the constitutional perspective.
Yeah, so when you say send it back to the states,
we're talking about the 12th Amendment. That's what we're talking about here.
Pence was never sending anything back to the states. He was sending it back to Congress.
For crying out loud. The 12th, have you looked at the 12th Amendment? Do you remember
Yes,
anything about what was happening in December and January 2020?
Yes, we did.
Into early 2021.
We do remember, yes.
Well, clearly then you seem to have forgotten that the whole conversation was that there was more states that had a plurality of red seats, and there was an expectation that if neither Biden nor Trump were able to get 270, that it would be sent back to the states, meaning the House of Representatives, the delegates from the House. That's what, and they called it every single time, send it back to the states.
They had Plan B, they had Plan C, they had Plan D, but the main plan was first.
Let them go. Let them go. They're the contestants. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Pisco.
The main plan,
version and stupidity.
The main plan was to get Vice President Pence just to declare victory. Number one, that's not sending back to the states. The second, Plan B was if someone if someone complained, they would just send it to the House of Representatives. Because guess what? The Constitution doesn't specify the states decide. The states already decided. The states had sent their electors.
Even on that, because we don't have much time left. Wait, real quick, because we're talking about the attention of the crowd, and we don't have too much time left. But I just want to hone in on this, okay? So let's say that I'm agreeing with everything you're saying so far, okay? They were trying to get Mike Pence to stand up. Maybe they even thought it was legal. Maybe do something scared it's legal. Maybe we grant all of that, okay? When Pence failed, Donald Trump tweeted that Pence failed, okay? Pence didn't stand up for us. Why didn't the crowd go home then? What did they continue to protest for?
Well, in the Capitol, I'm sure they were unable to get cell service there.
Everybody knew. Hold on,
I don't know. They're announcing his tweets on a bullhorn.
So when the crowd continued to protest,
everyone inside the Capitol heard what's going on in the bullhorn, right? That's
people can pass
they
a
were
message
live
around.
streaming it.
Oh my God! Yes, they were literally live streaming. Don't have a perception, okay? The crowd continued to protest. The crowd continued to protest. What was the goal after Pence failed?
Oh, I don't.
What was the first tweet?
What do we think the goal was?
1:38. The first tweet at 1:38, which was he ended his speech at 1:12.
None of these tweets are going to save you. None of these are going to save you.
Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful.
Yeah, please gamble responsibly.
An hour after the attack, the attack had already started.
Yes, he'd already gotten
the
reports.
The attack had already started. And he didn't ask them to come back and to stop violence. He said, "Stay peaceful." The implication being that you already were peaceful.
The riot wasn't officially declared until 1:49.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry. Okay, this is my last thing, and then you guys could debate about it.
11 minutes.
The riot wasn't declared. Doesn't mean there wasn't already violence. Fucking hell, man! There was already violence.
It's like the most
declared officially. Shit.
It's the easiest causal chain of events ever. Okay,
Donald Trump says you're looking back as if. With like you're looking back as what you see now after tons and tons of videos, investigations.
Yes, the whole world watched this. It was all live streamed. Donald Trump is on Twitter. We're all watching it on national TV, bro. This was not a secret fucking event.
22 minutes of his speech.
You're not going to gaslight us,
okay? I'm not gaslighting you.
You're literally gaslighting. You're pretending like this was happening under cover of darkness, like nobody had any idea what was going on.
We knew what was happening. We knew what we needed.
This is very clearly.
I'm not pretending it was happening under cover of darkness. What I'm saying is that it's chaotic and that nobody really knows all of what we know now.
Newscasters were crying on the air asking for Trump to say something. Newscasters were on the air crying, saying, "Trump, do something. Do something. Get on the phone." Trump should have gone on the phone and said, "Hey, can I help out? I know our thing's under attack. Can you do something?" He had a duty. He had a duty to defend the Capitol, and he failed us. And he fucked us over when he was responsible for the defense of our nation. And he did not do what he was supposed to do. And you're sitting here defending it, and you're sitting here blaming Ray Epps.
If you would have seen it,
you're also
how dare
you're not getting away with this like what we didn't know at the time. Like between 2 and 3 p.m., people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Laura Ingraham, Mulvaney, fucking Trump. Donald Trump Jr.
Trump's son says he has to come out and say something strong.
Ivanka, they were all saying Trump is not doing enough to call this off. He should be able to give a forceful statement, and he didn't.
And while he was not doing that, we
They
had
even
Mike
said
Pence
stay peaceful isn't enough.
Out a video.
At the time.
We had Mike Pence, thankfully, actually showing that he does have a backbone, that he does have a spine, and he did protect our
Mike
country.
Pence, and that day was an American patriot. Mike Pence.
This is like, it's just so clear. Like Trump says our election is being stolen. The crowd goes to the Capitol and they riot there. He says that Mike Pence can save us, and then they don't. They say, hang Mike Pence. They're chanting 1776. They break into the Capitol building. They protest and riot, and then they end up delaying the certification of the vote. And then finally, no, I'm not selecting anything.
Who's they say? You say they say hang Mike Pence.
Jews.
It was not
The mob, the violent mob, the insurrectionists,
the guillotine,
the
they
terrorists.
had to play guillotine outside. Yes,
You
they
mean
did
like
it
did
at
every
the very
fucking
end.
protest?
We don't know every insurrectionist by name.
At the very
We're not
end,
friends with
at
them.
the very
Time
end,
Obama,
at the very
every
end,
fucking
at the
every
very
Obama
end,
protest, there were
no,
guillotines.
at the
and
very
there was
end,
fucking little
at the-
miniature figures.
that's
Like,
great.
nobody fucking went into
At
the
the very
Capitol.
end, they managed to delay the vote, which was, it seemed like the goal the entire time. So they had a goal from start to finish. They literally effected the goal at the end. How can we look at that whole event from start to finish and go, well, it all just evolved organically and happened by accident, even though that was Donald Trump's plan from the very beginning?
Right. Okay.
His
Can I
goal
also
from the very beginning was to
By
have
lying
was
and
to have
misleading
was to
about-
have a fucking a shit show of a fucking of an insurrection.
A coup. That was the goal. Yes, that was the goal.
His goal was a coup. Nobody showed up armed.
Nobody
The fuck
If
you
it was his
talking
goal
about?
from the
Back it down.
beginning,
Back it
why
down.
did he offer 1,000
Time's a
troops
flat
to
circle.
Pelosi?
No, that's a lie, Lauren. That's a
It is
lie.
not a lie.
We don't
It
know if
is
it's
a lie.
Pelosi. We
Just
just
because
know.
Pelosi said it didn't happen.
Source it.
kinda
No,
seems that
wait.
she
We don't
said,
know that.
But
Source
I
it.
believe
Stephen's
Trump
son-
over Pelosi. You
Yeah,
can believe
Trump-
Pelosi over Trump. But then again, even if it's not Pelosi,
Trump
how about
never
Miriam
off-
Bowser?
No, but-
Miriam Bowser.
All right, let's take a Lauren.
Extra.
Okay, Lauren. Let's. This is
extra
real
guarding.
easy. This will be a real exchange. Can you name the only request of the National Guard before January 6th? Who made the only request to the DoD?
Bowser.
Bowser was the only one who actually requested. The
Well,
default.
You just don't
Bowser
believe
turned
Castro
away
now.
guards.
Bowser does not have-
offered guards and then turned them away.
Wrong. False.
Until 3 days before
False.
he turned them away, and
False.
during the attack, she
Whoa.
was offered again, and then she was given that.
Lauren, false. On December 31st, that was the first. I read the entire DoD report.
Okay,
You
I don't
haven't.
care. Read it again. You're wrong.
Wait. Have you read the DoD report on the causality
Just
and
make the point. Don't ask
Okay,
if she's read it. Just make the
so
point.
Lauren, you haven't read it, and the true chronology here.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You don't know shit about the situation, and you're lying to the
don't
entire
know
world.
shit about
You don't-
this situation.
Just
wait,
cite your argument. Don't say it's
okay.
just lie. Just cite it. Say what
So
you're
the
saying.
only RFA,
can't make the fucking
the only RFA made to the DoD was made by Mayor Bowser on December 31st. The DoD was considering denying that RFA, and it was for 300 or 400 troops exactly. Mayor Bowser has exactly zero operational control of the DoD. She can't deny the DoD presence. She has to actively request it, and she did actively request it. And so you framing it as though there were an offer of troops. There was no offer of troops, and you're lying when you say that there was.
I didn't know there was no.
Okay, stop,
Oh, and I'll
stop,
spear
Lauren.
that anyway.
Okay, stop. Thank you for the last take, Pisco. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of Kick or Keep. Soon there will be a poll in chat to select the winner because, listen, we didn't eliminate anybody, but there will be a winner for episode 24 of Kick or Keep. And that winner gets to walk away with 500. So again, listen, your efforts will be rewarded, or at least one of you. Also,
This is gonna
apparently,
be a
listen,
high
Good
effort
Logic has
vote,
2
guys.
minutes to live. I
God
don't know how to
damn it.
like interpret that fucking message. So I don't know. Like, listen, I'm wishing you all the best, but listen, stick around because you might be the winner.
I wanted to thank you. In this crowd, there's no one on the right who's ever going to be a winner, but that's okay. I still had a great time. I really enjoyed your company. Even those of you who are arguing with me, I want to apologize to Dylan because I was a little rude to him when I referred to him as a simple man. I apologize to you for that. I shouldn't have done that. I did want to have. I had a response, and I had a response that I wanted. And a beautiful simple man, and radical. I actually, you said something earlier that I wanted to respond to. I don't remember what it was, but I want you all to know I appreciate having these debates to the extent that they're made in good faith. You know, I think 7 out of 8 of us here are having a good faith debate. Not going to name any names, that might rhyme with Lisco or anything like that.
Okay.
I'm just playing around. I really had a great time, and I want to thank you. And I look forward to being on more panels like this in the future, irrespective of whether I finish in first or last. That's not what it's about. It's about having a good time and sharing thoughts and exchanging ideas. And I appreciate you guys giving me the courtesy of your time and your attention. So, salute, and I thank you so very much.
W. Wade.
Nice meeting you.
Godspeed.
Lil Steve, tell us how's the poll looking? Tell us how's the poll looking? Is it super close like the 23 other
No,
episodes?
it's not close.
Yeah, we have the rigged fan favorites are dominating the poll right now.
Yeah.
I mean, listen. We've discussed how this is
Lead in
always the
insurrection.
case when it comes to these type of votes. Like, if you want me and you could like choose
Not
the
even
winner
close,
between me and you, you know what I
guys.
mean? We
Stop
could do
the
that if you
steal.
want. We could.
You can't change
There's
the
nev-
rules
there's never a way to do these.
halfway through. That's like a total Democrat thing to do. That's why the conservatives are
Didn't we
mad
just
about
have like a
Isn't that
3-hour
what
debate
Trump
about a guy
wanted?
trying to change the vote halfway through? Was that what
I think we should
No, I mean,
stop
like-
the steal and give me the rightful title.
Listen,
I think
radical
Dylan
deserves
Burns.
it. Like,
I think Dylan Burns will agree with me that there's really no right way to do it. Like no matter
Yeah.
what you do, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, the only way that you could really
Just do what
it
makes you the most
is
money.
if you did a vote. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could do a vote in the beginning and then a vote at the end, and even that'll be rigged. But it'll just come down to a
We're actually only like
contest for
100 and
most
bit
things.
behind.
And then if you have a panel of
I-
judges, everyone will always attack you for being biased, no matter what you do.
honestly, no, Fabian, you're
Demon
my
Mama and
you know what I mean?
Creationist Cat need
You
to get in
deserve
here.
the W in my end. You know what I mean? Because you 1v10, 1v9, 1v all. You know, even the host was coming at you. This host, disgustingly biased. You know what I mean? I'm talking about Liz Steve. He was disgustingly biased.
I'm a libertarian. I go against everybody all the time. You're all fucking socialists to me.
I think
That's
the
a
voting is pretty reflective of who did the best, isn't it? Like,
No.
Fuck no.
No.
Hell no.
You
I'm
barely
not watching the
spoke.
stream.
Lower
What is it?
Box,
Like,
you
is it
probably-
fucking
I'm not on
Honestly,
top.
Lower Box, you probably
Wait,
are
I'm
the
not
most
fucking
researched
winning.
person here, and probably
Oh,
should have
I was about
won.
to say, is it Lower Box?
However, you didn't like.
Lauren, I'm not
talk
winning,
that
dipshit.
much.
I'm not winning. I'm not winning.
No, I
you-
mean, you still won, but
I
you
mean,
still got
state-
second.
No, I said
State
the
your
winner
case. I
is the
don't know,
most
maybe-
reflective. I'm second because people like me. That's it.
No.
But Pisco
Look at
won
your
because he's good.
Dude, you farmed content on this one.
Oh my God,
Let's
this
be
is
honest.
retarded.
I know you're
Okay.
right. If only we'd gone to the bottom of how many fire extinguisher attacks there were, that would have flipped everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, zero.
I mean, if
That's
you
all
guys
I
had a
wanna know.
passionate speech, you might have won. Honestly, if you had a passionate speech towards the end of the show, you know what I mean. You might have swayed the vote to your end. Who knows? But should
Yeah, I
we call
started
it or like
passionate
should we
speech,
just
but
keep it?
Destiny had to stop me. You
Yeah,
know?
I saw that. I saw that.
Can't
It's
let
kinda
it.
fucked
Can't let a libertarian say anything.
Look, all I
Fucking
care about
people
is reading
realize that
counterpoints,
democratic
that's all.
socialism is fucking retarded.
Huh?
What?
What?
Huh?
Listen, I should have won.
quality,
That
not
9/11
quantity,
fucking
Lauren.
meme was
Bruh,
banger.
okay. Are we just gonna be
I had,
sitting
like,
here
3
talking about
bangers
why
tonight.
each of us should have won? If so, I'm gonna go. So my name's Lauren. Thanks for having me here. Had a great time. I do interviews. I love the law and math. Peace.
My name is Connor. I love Counterpoints I love Counterpoints 40K where I do science fiction bullshit. So go ahead and check that shit out. Also, I should have won because I had like 3 fucking solid banging ass fucking memes. Pisco over here, he called me a fucking liar twice. I think I said fuck you like 18 times. I offered to make out with him. I did a 9/11 fucking analogy with Lauren earlier. I did the fucking fire fucking extinguisher bullshit and I didn't lose my cool. I did good memes. You know, the fact that DGG is voting against me is fucking it's all bullshit because I hate Hunter Biden. So, you know, fuck you guys.
Based.
W. That's a W. Thank you for coming on, guys.
License your
Listen,
pleasure.
at this point, clearly, I'm gonna go ahead and announce it. Congratulations, Pisco, for being the winner of episode 24 of Kicker Teeth. Guys, don't be
Knew
so
you had it
losers.
in
Please
ya.
clap. Thank you. You deserve that.
Congratulations,
Okay,
Noise gate.
fucking
I'm gonna
asshole.
tell you.
Well done, Pisco.
okay, now everybody else, shut yourself out and fucking skedaddle. You know what I mean? Go ahead, please. One at a time. Shot your socials and all that good stuff before you leave the call.
I'll go
Unless you
quickly.
want to stay here or something.
Connor, Counterpoints 40K. Go check it out. Science fiction, political philosophy, all that shit is on there. Counterfire's linked down in the description for politics shit. Parasocial love to you and yours. I genuinely love this lineup and all of you here. So thank you.
W man's W. Okay. Next person, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Dylan Burns. I'm a war journalist and Twitch streamer. You can find me on Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. That's my main channel. Dylan Burns Live on YouTube. That's where I post my stream content. And I hope everybody keeps an eye out for a documentary I'm going to be releasing hopefully later this month, following artillerymen as they serve near the front. Hope you all have a good one.
Hey, real
Take
quick
care.
question before you go, Dylan.
Yeah.
Are both demonetized right now currently, or is it just the TV one?
That's the strange thing. My second channel was the channel that makes most of YouTube rev. That's the one that's been demonetized for 4 months for harassment. But my main channel, which is my like passion project for journalism, which actually doesn't make money, that's the one that's still monetized, even though it has war footage.
Which one is that?
My main channel, Dylan Burns TV.
Dylan Burns. Okay, so if you're gonna watch and you don't have the time to watch live streams, make sure you check out that one specifically, you know,
Yes.
and watch some ads.
So I can get 5 cents. I appreciate it. Anyway, thank
Yeah,
you guys.
really
You guys have a good one. Bye bye.
Okay, go ahead. One of you.
I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I discuss mostly philosophy and political debates and stuff. You can find me Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. And you know, join the Discord or you know, hit me up on Twitter or whatever. I love to argue philosophy or talk about that far more than I do politics, actually.
Thanks for coming on, man. Take care.
Appreciate it. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Okay, Radical Loner. One of you, go ahead, please.
I'm Lonerbox. I love fair and free elections and law and order. Hate retarded insurrections. Simple as.
Double outro. Radical, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I ate insurrections. Oh god. Oh, ate 'em. Fucking simple as. Ate 'em. Oh, 8 insurrections all do. Alright. Oh. Love republics. You fucking assholes. Pisco got he beat me by 450 votes. No, by 150 votes. There are 800 people you here. There were 800 of you here at the fucking debate. What a fucking retarded waste of skin community, you guys. I hate you all. I'm joking. I don't deserve that. I didn't say shit. Anyway. I was never going to. It was better strategy in that panel to let Pisco talk. You guys understand that, right? Because no. That not my strong point. That was his. Fuck it. But the amount that do you guys notice? We read 2 sections of this report, right? We read 2 sections of this report. One was a few days ago on Trump not telling people to go home, despite everyone asking him to. And then the fucking what do you call it? And then the summary of the attack. And it's just like, it came in handy so much because like these Americans just don't know dick about what happened on January 6th. That literally, like, as Trump was speaking, the Proud Boys had already planned to attack from like 3 or 4 different areas and overwhelmed the police and like pushed over barricades and then egged on people who came behind them to follow them in. Like, fuck. I really didn't know that. Or that Trump tried to stop the rioting by saying be peaceful, even though he was pushed to say be peaceful. And oh fuck. Okay. Oh, yeah, just whoa, fuck. But I want to get to the bottom of this fire extinguisher story. God. Oh, these fire extinguishers. That's what we need to. I will. The thing is, I actually kind of like, I don't dislike anyone on that panel, apart from maybe that fucking, there's something about that conservative lawyer guy. He was weird. He was weird as fuck. I know there's an attack on an American embassy in Iraq and Iran claimed responsibility. I know. Fuck. What can you do, eh? You like Lauren Dillard? Yeah, Lauren's fun. Yeah, Lauren's cool. I don't agree with her. on many things, but I think she's like seems like a decent person. I don't know. That's you guys and your whole like, oh my god, you don't like that person that is a conservative. No, she's all right. Maybe Maruzzi doesn't like her, but it's the lying that irked me. Unless you're trans. Yeah, if you're trans, you probably shouldn't be friends with her. I don't know. You probably wouldn't want to be. Unless you're like a right-wing trans person, and you probably don't give a fuck. I don't know. Fucking hell, the cleavage comment. Go away. Take a time out. Have a nap. Fucking. Every fucking time, like. I think the horny male fucking shitheads in this community need to like have their fucking their wank before watching stream or every time before a girl shows up, because it's like the comments are just so cringe. Made me cringe. What are these two talking about?
Who's this? Golly. It's pinned on the chat on Kick, right? Vote. My Skype randomly opened up. Somebody's hacking me. Listen, vote for Kick or Keep for the Streamer Awards, please. Okay, just do that. Don't be dicks. Don't say no, you fucking assholes. Also, vote Carantos for Hidden Gem Award. That one you get.
Destiny's chat when he had that chick on. No.
Okay, so if you're not gonna give the host to nobody, you're not gonna give the 500.
Do we face reveal if we win? Pisco wants a 500. We figured it out.
Fuck! Yo, you really tasted.
He
you are
damn
a
it
cold
ass,
nigga.
damn.
Okay. Listen, I get it. First of all, you offered 5K for the face reveal. Now you're offering the award.
Are
Stop
these the
doing that
producers?
shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're trying to take clothes off of a black man. I know this Hollywood shit. It's been exposed. I saw Cat Williams speak with Shannon Sharp. Anyways, I like how black people just believe when anybody dies, they're like it's a sacrifice. Okay, I'm going on a random monologue right now. I don't want to do that.
Jesus
but honestly,
Christ. Yeah.
like a point. No. In
What are
the
they
United
doing now?
States, if a black person is successful,
Awards
and like his fucking third cousin's fucking dog's cat died, they're like,
Dylan's actually figured out that YouTube is a good idea as well, because he got like, was I like a pioneer of I get, because Dylan's like boosted his viewership as well coming on YouTube. I think he's realized that Twitch is fucking dog shit. But how did he get this already? He got a thumbnail for the live debate. What the fuck? Vosh started it. Yeah, but no one else did it after Vosh. Everyone went to Twitch, didn't they? All these new left-wing streamers all did it on Twitch. They just thought Vosh was on YouTube because he was banned from Twitch and he would have been better on Twitch. But now, I feel like there's been a following. Destiny streamed to YouTube, yeah, but he streamed to Twitch and then uploaded to YouTube. So he started getting viewers by going to YouTube, and then I think, but I don't know, did Keffels do it before me? Because I feel like I noticed. I was like, wait, YouTube actually gets you like 3 or 4 times the viewers somehow. So I'm like, I'll just keep doing this, and then it worked. Yeah, I don't know. Then I noticed other people have been doing it since October 7th. I think that, like Lance from the Surf just started doing it. Xanderhall always did it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck knows. Demon Mama always did it. Yeah, maybe I'm just being a fucking retard. Keffels did it. Yeah, okay. I'm not a trendsetter in the slightest. Doesn't matter. Oh, I have to read donos because I got a bunch, didn't I? Woo. I got a few. I heard you guys popping off. John Alcantara, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Very nice of you. Welcome aboard. Benjels, thanks for the $10. Strongbox does research so we can interrupt at the best times. Keep up that Sigma grind set. Oh, I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you noticed. Thank you very much. And Harvey Marvey, thanks for the 5 Canadian. It's very generous of you. Oh, well. It's not quite $500, you fucking asshole. But it's good enough. I'll handle it. Couldn't do Twitch on principle. Twitch is all right. The interface for Twitch is much nicer, I think. I think to make YouTube really work, you need to have your own site because the YouTube stuff is just, it's not as pretty as Twitch with all the emotes and the hype trains and the all that shit. Twitch discovery is dog shit. Yeah, YouTube discovery is great. I always find the random fucking like tiny streams. I'm like, actually, this is something I probably would watch if I was bored. Yeah. Somehow we held a reasonable amount of viewers for all that. Golly. Would you do something similar to DGG chat? Yeah, I would. Yeah, but I need to do my taxes first and then move on to it because I need to actually figure out exactly how much I'm paying. Because last year and this year probably going to be moving up on the income chain. So we'll get on that. Ooh. Anyway. We need an apology to be. What? You're weird. You're like a Jan 6 supporter, fucking retard. Nina is live Twitch side. Oh yeah, but fuck me. But I'm not on Twitch. I stopped Twitch streaming to handle having Destiny on my screen. Another champagne socialist. Oh. Erudite has another stream coming up called Hassan Houthi. Oh. Unrelated note. Apparently, I have to. Apparently, I have to get like a himbo photo taken. Like not like thirst trap, but like a thirst trap esque, like a himbo picture done. Oh fuck me! How am I gonna do that? Why? I've just been asked. I've been asked to do it. I'm not taking my shirt off though, because I'm bulking and I got a big belly right now. Ask Lycan for I don't know, dude. I need to figure something out. Because I've never done that shit. I don't care about that. I hate that shit. I hate it. Ugh. Channel what you did in the red pill video. What, lifting weights? Is that what? Lifting weights. Ask Vosh for fashion advice. Yeah, I could actually do some fashionable shit. Yeah, I might do that. I think I know what I would do. Okay. Oh. Just send the bisexual lighting photo. Which one? I have so many. Get some gloves. Okay. I'm gonna put you here. You should go bald. Hell no. Okay. Here you go, guys. I'm gonna send you off to IRI. It's been good knowing you. I will have to wake up early tomorrow. Fuck. All right. Take care, guys. Love you. Don't forget what really matters in life is how many fire extinguishers were involved in a particular situation. Never forget the fire extinguishers. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.